A todos y a todas.
Good morning. I would like to invite you to take your seats so that we can start with the 8th Conference of the Financial Transparency Coalition on Illicit Financial Flows with the support of Latindadd, the Latin American Network for Social and Economic Justice, and CES Foundation from Argentina. I'm Adrián Falco. I'm the coordinator of tax justice in Latindadd, and we will have an official opening session. It will be a brief session. We want to go as quickly as possible into the first session of the program. So let me share 3 ideas that may be impregnated across the board in this program today and tomorrow. First, we have the political and technical discussions, all the issues associated with illicit financial flows and tax issues are of a technical nature. I think that that is a myth that we have to debunk. This is an essentially political topic. It involves all citizens. It challenges us. We are constantly dealing with this topic. So today, we need to be aware of the fact that here we are discussing a political issue and not a technical issue. So it is in the political arena where solutions can be found, not in the technical area. Why am I saying this? Because I believe that the technical aspects end up covering the political aspects, the super rich tax. This is being discussed in the technical arena, but the super rich tax that is being put forward in Brazil and that we put forward during the pandemic in Latindadd is almost like a utopian tax. It doesn't matter if we are able to levy that tax or not, but at least we are putting this issue on the table, and because the rich are not paying taxes and all the working class is the one that ends up paying. So this is a political issue, not a technical issue, because technical issues end up dying. So this is a citizenship matter. Another important point that we need to raise here is that there are many imbalances. There is enough evidence, enough information on the levels of inequality, poverty, exclusion. This is already clear to us all. At the same time, we see terrible numbers about tax evasion, tax avoidance. So that is clear already. So let's start looking for solutions. So this leads me to the third idea, the role that each of us plays, the role of social organizations and social movements, trade unions that for years have been moving this agenda forward, but also the role of central governments that is essential, the role of tax administrations. We need to work towards their strengthening. Us in the civil society have clear limitations. There are superstructure issues that we can't change initially, but during the progressive waves, we need to do some self-criticism. Why is it that we haven't moved forward? Who stopped us? So hopefully we will have all these considerations during the discussions today. So now, after welcoming you all on behalf of Latindadd, I would like to give the floor to Matti Kohonen, who is the director of the Financial Transparency Coalition. Welcome. Thank you, Adrian. Welcome to you all. This conference is taking place in a context of multiple crises. Actually, that is the title of the conference. Tax systems, tax justice, and financial transparency are solutions in times of crisis, not just when there are economic and growth crises. We are dealing with climate crisis, with gender equality, human rights crisis, and other types of crises, labor crisis, unemployment crisis. Tax justice is a solution, and we need to apply this solution. We need to deepen the solution, and we have to make sure that people working on these issues find different sources for solutions of this crisis. There are resources. The only problem is that resources are hidden. Resources are not levied, they are lost. That is why we run into crisis. We have an austerity crisis. We have a public sector financing crisis because the applicable rules are not being put into practice. We could have new transparency laws to solve these crises. Argentina is undergoing a crisis, and it is important to make the initiatives known. And the super rich tax actually is an Argentine initiative. The support given to individuals during the pandemic was very important, and this was funded with taxes on the super rich. So here we will have the chance of exchanging experiences and learning from one another. Thank you. I'm Eva Sacco. I'm the director of the Tax Justice and Distribution Justice in CES Foundation. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank Latindadd and FTC for organizing this meeting here in Argentina. I think that, as you well said, we are going through a very special moment in time. We are facing a crisis, and speaking about these topics is almost revolutionary. We are now dealing with a government that has advanced on the material side, but also from the point of view of discourse. So it is so important to have experts from all parts of the world sharing their experience. We will speak about different experiences. Yesterday there was a meeting with journalists and this was discussed. What is happening in Argentina is not happening only in Argentina. Argentina is now like a lab for what is going to happen in the rest of Latin American countries. We may see ourselves as pioneers in this field with a negative connotation, but we need to focus on what is happening now in Argentina because this is like a trial, this is like a lab setting, the aggressive discourse against social justice, against distribution, in favor of mega millionaires, concentration of capital, and against the working class. So what is happening here is extremely important. And it will also be very important what we are going to discuss in the next few days. Thank you. Now, we are going to start with the first panel in this program, and Eva will be the facilitator. Let me ask Carlos and Noel to come here on stage. All right, so let's start with Noel. We need a clicker, I think. We have a presentation, and he will need a clicker. I think Omar has it.
Bueno, hoy, si quieren, los voy presentando.
Okay, I can introduce you. Noel has a master's degree in public policy in the University of Chicago. He has a degree in economics from the Pennsylvania University. He is the head of the Fiscal Affairs Economic Development Division at the ECLAC. Thank you for taking the time to travel all the way down here and to join us today. Hello, how are you? All right. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me. I want to thank the Financial Transparency Coalition, Latindadd, and CES Foundation for inviting me to take part in such an important event. At the ECLAC, we have been working on illicit financial flows, tax evasion, the analysis of everything that has to do with taxation and the entire fiscal sector. So we believe that this is an excellent opportunity to share with you the work that we have been doing, and hopefully we will contribute to your discussions. And let me make an announcement. I still like papers, so I have several publications with me. I have copies at the back of the room of different publications, mainly Fiscal Outlook, that is our flagship publication, and then we also have the outlook of subnational public finance and publications on tax expenditure. So this was just some advertising. Let me start with my presentation. Today, I'm going to focus on the fiscal outlook, what the region looks like from a fiscal standpoint. I'm going to talk about the challenges that we observe in the field of taxation from ECLAC. I'm going to have three parts in my presentation. First, the macroeconomic context, then the challenges that we have identified within ECLAC, mainly from a tax standpoint. And finally, I'm going to end with some analysis of options for strengthening tax collection. So, let me begin with an issue at the macro level. In the region, we have serious difficulties to grow. In the last few years, we had 0.9% growth. This is a very low rate compared to all the growth rates since the 1950s. And this is something that we have seen in the last 15 years, this downward trend. And if macroeconomic conditions cannot translate into a benefit and into inequality reduction and an increase in social cohesion and mobility, then that means that we have a growth problem. Since I work on public finance, I think that we need to see what we can do on the tax side in order to activate the growth opportunities in our economies. It is no secret that from historical times we tend to be biased towards fiscal deficits. That means that our tax revenues are not sufficient to meet the spending demands, and the region is constantly facing fiscal deficit. Depending on the macroeconomic conditions, this may not lead necessarily to macroeconomic imbalances or at all times, but sometimes this happens. That is why today we have high levels of indebtedness in the region. More recently, in the last few years, in 2023 to be more precise, what we saw is that after the pandemic, in terms of revenues, we had significant difficulties. We saw reduction in revenues. Then there was a rebound in 2021, 2022. Those were good years. But now we see a slowdown. Total revenues in central governments are now going back to pre-pandemic levels, whereas government spending that grew so much in 2020 has been falling back to pre-pandemic levels, but we still see a downward trend. In 2023, revenues went down, spending increased. That is why we have more fiscal deficits across the region. After the pandemic, we had to make big fiscal efforts to help households. And countries started a fiscal consolidation process. That was not exactly the name given to the process, but anyway, the government support was reduced and the spending went down, revenues increased, and deficits narrowed down. That is why we speak about a consolidation process. But in 2023, deficits went up again. And since the early 2000s, the levels of debt were quite high, And at a certain point, they decreased because there was growth. In 2011, 2012, they reached the minimum levels. But after that, we saw a generalized increase in public debt levels. This was exacerbated during the pandemic. And after the pandemic, the debt levels were reduced once again. This was thanks to the fact that the nominal GDP increased because of inflation processes. However, over the last year, we saw that high interest rates and depreciation have had an impact on the debt stock in countries. That is why we see a slight increase. This has translated into a narrowing down of the fiscal space. So here we need to mention interest payment because this contributes to reducing the fiscal spending. And as you can see from this chart, overall in the region, interest payments have increased over the last few years. If we compare 2012 against 2023, we see that the regional average moved from 1.7 in 2012 to 2.7 in 2023. So this is 1 point in the GDP that is being used for paying interest. And what are we not doing because of this? Interest payments have to do with high levels of debt, high interest rates. But what are we not doing with that point in the GDP? We are not spending in social programs. We are affecting the social spending in the region. So if we compare this against tax spending in central governments, you see the ratio. It used to represent 11% of tax revenues and it moved to 17% at the regional level. But in some countries, interest payment accounts for more than 20% of tax revenues. In some cases, we are talking about a third of tax revenues. So here we see a significant restriction or constraint for spending in the countries. But if we compare this against other types of expenditures, especially on the social side, we see that spending on education was affected. Interest payment in 2021 accounted for 33% from 41 or 47%. That was the difference between 2012 and 2021. So that means that interest payment grew at a faster pace than the spending on education. If we compare this with healthcare, we have 64%, and in the case of social protection, it moved from 46% to 54%. So there is a big constraint caused by interest payments for countries to invest in social sectors and in productivity. If we look at the chart on the right, when we look at government investment, here we see the two lines crossing. Public investment dropped from 2012. We see the increase in interest payment from 1.7 to 2.7, whereas investment dropped from 2.6 to 2%. So we see that fixed capital was the adjustment variable to accommodate this higher interest payment. So this means that we are putting a mortgage on our capability for growth, our growth capacity in the future. This is quite complicated in a region that doesn't invest too much. If we look at the total levels of the region against those in other regions in the chart, we see that we are ranked in the last place. Now, if we look at the investment of the general government against other regions, we see that we are below all the other regions. And if we compare in terms of central government capital stock, then we are also below other regions. So we are putting a mortgage on our opportunities for growth in the future and our possibilities also of converging economically with developed economies. So now let me move on to the second part of my presentation, where we are going to look at the main challenges identified from a tax perspective.
No es un secreto y todo el mundo.
The first one is not a secret, it is actually well known, and which is that in our region we have a tax collection level which is generally low and insufficient to meet the spending demands. Highly heterogeneous, with countries where tax revenues represent less than 15% of the GDP, and others that got closer to 34% of the GDP, which is the OECD level, even though we know they are still not enough to meet spending demands. Another of our well-known characteristics is that our tax structures are biased towards consumer taxes, and this makes them regressive. If we compare the direct taxes, the tax on individuals in the OECD, it's 8.3%, and in Latin America, it's around 2%. With regard to tax on properties, 1.9% of the OECD versus 0.9% in Latin America. So social security contributions, which is quite difficult to compare, 9% OECD, and we are around 3.6%. And the only line where we're not at a disadvantageous positions is the taxes on goods and services, which is indirect taxation. And the main component is VAT. And that is what you can see on the right-hand graphic. These taxes represent about 1/3 of total collection in the OECD countries, and in Latin America is virtually half. In the previous slide, I mentioned the tax on individuals' property, and this is our main gap in the comparison with the OECD. Even though some countries are higher than the regional average, 2%, we still have the collection level of OECD. There's lots of bibliography on these and many opinions, but just to mention a few, we have a taxable basis which are a bit narrow with generous deductions and exemptions, which are mainly used by higher income individuals. We have a serious problem of informality in the region with the legal rates that are relatively low and a very high level of tax avoidance and tax evasion. Now, talking about tax evasion precisely, in our last taxation outlook, we made a survey, and we noticed that the non-payment of income tax and VAT in the region represents about 6.7% of the regional GDP, equivalent to $433 billion, which is quite a hindrance in terms of strengthening the collection capability of our countries. The tax spending, this is a related topic, and a lot has been worked on this. In 2021, our estimates show that they represented close to 3.7% of the regional GDP. And what is tax spending? Well, it's a preferential treatment granted to some taxpayers. And this implies that the taxpayers, there is a beneficiaries, which is specific, and these taxpayers are paying less taxes than what they would be paying in a different regime without preferential treatment. And this is a sort of indirect transfer or shifting. If we compare this with indirect spending in the region, this would mean that tax spending would be 19% higher than the current ones. So this means that the spending level is almost 20% higher than the budget, and it's a lot. And this means that if we make the decision to have this level of spending in taxes, we have to check if the goals are being met and how the various social groups are being benefited out of this. Now, given that, in part, the reason of our conversation is the analysis of the fiscal outlook. We have made an analysis of climate change, and in the section related to revenues, we worked on the carbon tax and the experiences of carbon taxes in the region. And we identified three characteristics of these taxes. First of all, the taxable bases are quite narrow. Typically, they represent 26% of the items that could be covered, while in European countries it's close to 45%. The second characteristic is that prices are low, typically around $5 per equivalent ton of CO2. In the only case where the price is high is Uruguay. However, as you can see on the left chart, the taxable base is very, very narrow in Uruguay. So as a result, tax collection is very low, less than 1/10 of a GDP point. In Uruguay, it's a little bit higher, 0.36%. This is something to take into account when we're talking about environmental issues. And now I will move on to my last section of the presentation. So based on our work, we decided to put forward some options to strengthen the collection capacity of the region in order to expand the fiscal space. I have referred to these through topics: income tax, evasion, and tax spending. And this is a summary of the products you will see at the back of the room. In last year, there was a chapter in our outlook for individuals, and here there are some concepts should be taken into account. First, the need to review the legal rates. Second, the importance it has to consider how to strengthen the contribution of individuals, higher income especially, in a reality where these individuals can move around and shift around various jurisdictions. There are other presentations. Gabriel Schutzmann's proposal is very important to this debate. And other issues such as to compatibility about the various types of revenues and their taxation, the adjustment, and the integration of self-employed or independent workers. With regard to evasion, in our work of 2021 of the fiscal outlook, we identified the need to have quantification. The reforms proposed in the countries of the region show that the component of evasion and tax spending is a significant component of any tax or fiscal reform. And one of the lessons that we see is that in order to be a strong component, in order to strengthen collection, we need to have clear quantification of the problem. And as you can read in the chapter, unfortunately, there is no consensus on how to achieve this quantification, the methodologies. And this is an area of work that, in my opinion, is very significant. Another area, another requirement is to have more frequent actions of quantification. It was very difficult for us to find, specifically with regard to the income tax, works on quantification. And there is only one or two countries in the region that make this analysis. So it is necessary to do some transparency work. And other issues such as mass use of electronic invoice, automation and digitalization of transactions, strengthening of institutionality. In the AI time, many tax administrations are considering the use of technology for greater clarity on what is going on. And this makes the need stand out to strengthen the not only technical but also technological capabilities of tax administrations, and at the international level to continue working on transfer pricing regulations, anti-abuse regulations, asset control, foreign assets control, with records to move forward in the debate, and automated exchange of information. Well, there are other presentations on this. And with regard to tax spending, there is a need to move forward in addition to quantification, because in the region we have a quite decent tax spending quantification. If we have to define what a tax spending is and what is the framework of reference, that shows issues in terms of country and region comparison. Now, quantification is there, but the region clearly lacks institutionality in its evaluation, and that is something that requires a lot of work still to be done. And one of the documents I brought is how to think, based on the experiences of developed countries, how to move forward towards the institutionalization of tax spending evaluations in the region. I will not give you further details, but something that is very important is transparency. Many of these tax spending reports are still in PDFs, incomplete data. One of the documents I brought includes a proposal for greater transparency so that this data can be analyzed by the academia, the civil society, so that we can understand what is going on. Now, very quickly on carbon taxes. In the fiscal outlook, we considered what it means to have a wide-based carbon tax, including electricity, transportation, and manufacturing, at a price of $50 per equivalent CO2 ton. And what we've seen is that, in average, the collection potential would be approximately 1.4 points of the regional GDP. Now, in order to have something like this, significant resources, there is something very important to consider, which is what are the negative effects in terms of redistribution, in terms of poverty, and in terms of growth. And the use of those resources is a key component. Recycling must take into account a compensation to individuals and households that will bear most of the impact. And that is a very specific area. It is not clear yet, but it's not just investing in adaptation and mitigation, but also compensation. Now, with all these regional proposals, this is a very important meeting to put forward various experiences and visions. So I want to talk now about something that I'm sure you're familiar with already, which is the regional platform of tax cooperation, which is an element and a tool to improve the region and our influence in tax discussions internationally. Very quickly, this is a platform shared by ministries of finance, starting out of an initiative of Colombia, supported by Chile and Brazil, to develop a space of exchange of knowledge and creation of knowledge, experience sharing, and contributing to solutions and positions on regional and global tax challenges. It is composed of 4 bodies: a Council of Ministers, a pro tempore presidency. Colombia was up to last year. Chile is the current chair, the technical secretariat managed by the ECLAC, and the technical worker groups, which are run by the countries. It is very important to consider that we have consultative groups, including the civil society and the private sector, that make contributions to tax policies to be presented, to be proposed. This platform was created last year by the end of July at the Cartagena summit. We attended by 14 countries, 12 international organizations, and numerous attendees and groups of civil society, academia, and private sector. Between August last year and April this year, it worked internally through the working groups in the analysis of the priorities identified in Cartagena, the first group on progressiveness, the second on tax benefits, and the third on environmental taxation. The product of this work were analysis documents where the civil society had an active participation in the development of the proposals that were submitted to the Council of Ministers in May this year in the Santiago meeting. And in the May meeting, the Council agreed to support Brazil's initiative in the G20 presidency for greater progressiveness in our taxation system internationally. And it submitted a request to continue analyzing financing options to face climate change crisis and to develop tools for tax cooperation both regionally and internationally. And now, to conclude, we should consider that this takes place within a global framework given by the United Nations Framework Convention on International Cooperation on Taxation Issues. This was adopted after the resolution of the General Assembly of 2023, which decided to set up an ad hoc committee to draft the terms of reference of the convention. These terms of reference should be completed by August this year to be submitted to the General Assembly in September. The committee has to work on several principles. Two of them, the most important ones I'd like to highlight, is that there should be a sustainable development perspective considering the views of developing countries. And second, it should be a broad, a wide collaboration approach with participation by international organizations, regional organizations, civil society, academia, and the private sector. Work has moved forward. By the end of July, beginning of August, we will have the second session of the committee meetings where the terms of reference will be discussed and should be closed to be agreed in the General Assembly in September. To conclude, and do not take much more of your time, this is the last slide, but you will have the entire slideshow. I would like to express my gratitude, and these are the reference links. If you prefer not to go for paper and do it electronically, these are the links. So thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Carlos Castañeto, who is a current Congress representative. He had a previous term, and he's a former head of the Argentinian Public Revenues Federal Administration, AFIP.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. It is a pleasure for me to be part of this panel and to be here at this conference. I'm going to give you a brief summary of our tax authority here in Argentina. First, let me say that we believe that having a progressive approach in taxation is extremely important. If we look at statistics, those who have the least are the ones that are paying more, and those who have the most are the ones who pay less. And there is a lot of tax evasion, tax avoidance, and a lot of tricks being used to avoid tax policies, especially large corporations that use large accounting firms that allow them to contribute very little, and this results in very low tax revenues. We have three general bureaus in our tax authority, one dealing with social security, customs, and then tax security. Since 2023, I was responsible for social security. Mercedes Marco del Pont was the general administrator, and then I spent a year and 4 months in another division. We started with the pandemic, Of course, those were tough times for all countries. And here we decided to use the IFE that allowed us to provide 8 to 9 million people, ensuring livelihood, wage. And with the other program, ATP, we were able to provide assistance to many companies, and through those companies to workers, because of the pandemic, many companies closed down, workers were not able to work. So with these measures, we were able to avoid significant unemployment, and small and medium-sized companies did not have to fire workers. Then we saw the payrolls and wages that were paid according to collective bargaining agreements in place in Argentina. So we established a digital payroll system for all companies, and online we would have all the details of the wages paid to workers, all the contributions, benefits, overtime, some supplemental items, because in Argentina there are many collective bargaining agreements in place. So in the Social Security Division and the tax administration, we had to work hard to have a form put into practice in order to have a proper monitoring of payroll payments. Because until then we just had some papers, and when you had to visit the company, you would find many more workers, and perhaps they were not formally registered. They were just considered family or friends. So with a digital record, now we were able to keep a more accurate record of the workers that were registered. More than 250,000 workers were registered, and they were not part of the formal registry. We had this information online. We also had tablets, so we could check the number of workers, and we also had a risk matrix with the minimum alleged income. We have more than 92 activities registered in Argentina. So we would visit workplaces, we would look at density, production levels, sales levels. We consider different risk parameters, and we were able to determine the amount that could be produced or sold by that company with the number of workers they had declared. So when there was a mismatch, immediately they were able to register those workers. So in the Ministry of Labor in Argentina, they had power at the national level. Now this is a secretariat. It's no longer a ministry, but I will tell you more about this later. And then we have ministries at the provincial level, and they have the power to oversee workers. The provincial ministries just apply fines to companies that have unregistered labor. But sometimes this information did not reach the tax administration. But now we have developed a system. We signed an agreement with 24 provinces, and the provincial ministries of labor, once they have supervised all the workplaces, now they report to the ministry at the national level. This system, that is called Action, allow us to assign an ID number to the employees and to relate that employee ID with the company. So that meant that the employer had to submit a Form 931 that is used in Argentina to declare and register those workers. From the point of view of Social Security in Argentina, there are many rights here. We have many rights, even before we are born until the day we die. We have benefits even to pay for our funeral service. And depending on the administration, some of these rights may be lost or others may be added. But with all these measures that we implemented, we were able to bring into the system many more workers, and this was a significant step forward. At the same time, we worked against child labor and unregistered labor. We call this trafficking in workers. We would just have occasional workers working for 3 months in a province and then moving to another province. So we put a free toll number to call for reporting situation of workers working in the harvest of blackberries or strawberries that would work there just manually for a few months. This is mainly related to this kind of harvest tasks. So we went to many places, many fields, and we found workers in inhuman conditions. And they were living under a tree for 4 months. They didn't have any sanitation facilities. They were not fed properly, and they didn't even know where they were working. They didn't know which province they were working in. So we had positive results with all this work, trying to combat child labor, trafficking in people, working together with the Ministry of the Interior and with the heads of the Cabinet of Ministers. At Customs in Argentina, the Customs Authority now has an IT system that allows to have information about all the inflows and outflows of goods at the different checkpoints. We were able to detect different irregular situations. As you know, we have a lot of dry ports at the border with our neighboring countries, and it is very difficult to check all the goods that come in and out. So having scanning facilities was very important. We started again using the kennels for the dogs. There were dogs being used for many inspections to detect drugs in some containers. And as you know, in Argentina, we have a conflict area that is the waterway. We have increased our presence in those checkpoints and also in all the customs facilities where the goods that come into the country are stored before they are cleared to come into the country permanently. In those areas, they have a temporary clearance, and then they can come into the country. In Argentina, we had a lot of precautionary measures that had been submitted because importers would claim that they were going to bring goods into the country. They did not actually, but the money would leave the country. They asked for a precautionary measure. The court would issue that measure. Then the money would leave the country. The goods would not come into the country. So that led to a significant customs and fiscal imbalance. So we were able to avoid the use of precautionary measures And we also looked at the financial capability of companies to engage in imports and exports, because many companies did not have the necessary financial capacity for exporting. And in other cases, they would bring goods for a different activity, and they were just sending foreign currency abroad without any control. We were able to avoid that kind of tax evasion through different programs, different agencies. And in Argentina, there was a resolution that indicated that large companies with zero profits would not pay any export or import duties and wouldn't pay any income tax or VAT. Why? Because with inflationary adjustments and with a decision from the Supreme Court of Justice about the bankruptcy of companies, sometimes companies have a zero negative result, so they would be importing or exporting goods without paying any customs duties. They didn't pay any VAT and income tax. But we were able to reverse this situation. In terms of tax collection, we created some specific units that play a very important role in our country. We have the units for the agricultural field, for the energy and mining sectors, and also cryptocurrencies and crypto assets, and large taxpayers, because since there is self-reporting for fiscal policies, the ones that are audited or investigated into are those that are registered with the tax administration. But sometimes there is no cross-checking of information with the structures at the municipal or provincial level. So oftentimes we find municipal governments that are receiving payment for health and safety taxes, but there are no taxes being paid at a higher level. So it is extremely important to have exchange of information at all the government levels, municipal, provincial, and national level. Then we introduced some proper measures to reimburse VAT to pensioners and to those that were receiving allowances for their children. This was up to a certain amount to benefit these citizens. And then we have the purchases without VAT. That led to an increase in tax revenues and also an increase in the number of taxpayers paying into the system, because we would reimburse VAT for food purchases up to 18,900 pesos per person. In a family of four, that means almost 70,000 pesos a month. But they would have to submit an invoice or a ticket. So in the local neighborhoods, usually people buy food and they don't get a ticket or an invoice in exchange for that. So this forced merchants to provide those invoices, and the buyers would get reimbursement of the VAT 24 hours later. So that was a good incentive for people to ask for invoices or the tickets. That is not so common in Argentina. So that led to an increase in tax collection as well as in the number of taxpayers contributing to the system. Then we had what we call the country tax. That was implemented during the pandemic. It's 7.5%, and the current administration raised this to 17.5%. More than tax collection increased by more than 1,250% as a result of the collection of this tax. And In terms of non-for-profit organizations, their general resolution was issued. Those civil society organizations that had less than 4 million pesos a year in turnover would not have to submit their tax returns. They would just have a document signed by their treasurers or their accountants showing their figures. Then electronic invoices. Argentina implemented electronic invoices. We are still lagging behind other countries. We had GS1 to quantify and qualify each product. That was a very important piece of work in order to ensure product traceability. Otherwise, you just have an electronic invoice, but you can't use our systems to read the contents of that invoice. So from the beginning of the raw material all the way to production and the middleman and the end consumer, we want to keep traceability. Since these are self-reported, you cannot trace the product. From a tax perspective, you cannot assess the stock, you don't see the balance sheet, and in some cases, we can't tell why there is an excess stock. You know what how things look like on a political level, and we started looking for what was happening with car tires. We did some inspection and we found big warehouses full of tires that were just stored there in order to increase demand and therefore increase the price. So everywhere in the world we need to have traceability of every product. Otherwise, we just have to guide ourselves by the self-reported statements made by taxpayers. As I said earlier, we saw that large companies were not paying taxes properly, so for companies that had more than 300 million or 600 million in turnover, in 2022-2023, we implemented a tax that led to an increase in tax revenues. And we also invested strongly in social security. We also have the fourth category of income tax for employees. We removed that. We just left a tax that is applicable to human beings who are publicly exposed, senators, congresspeople, and people in the judiciary that would pay for the fourth category of this tax, income tax, for a certain number of salaries. But there was a change in administration. We have a new president, and there was a political debate. The budget, the national budget, was going to be discussed for the year 2024, and there was this proposal to leave aside many benefits relating to taxes on large or medium-sized companies. The budget was put forward with a tax collection that amounted to 4.27% of the GDP. That budget was did not go forward. And if you look at the official gazette every day, you see that if we are increasing the budget just for repaying debts and for spending in the armed forces. But there is no increased spending for social security or for benefits or rights. this administration is just focusing on the economic aspects, and the measures they undertook did not give them good results. And I think that now they are making decisions out of despair. 15 days ago, they made a decision at the central bank. The central bank is the one that provides reassurance to banks. So if we don't have circulating local currency, that would affect the bank's deposits of citizens. And the recent measure was incorrect. The central bank is a governing bank. It does not look for profitability. They decided to buy money at the official dollar rate and sell it at a different rate. So every day these takes pesos out of the economy, and because the administration wants to dollarize the economy, Argentina is going to lose $15 billion in reserves by the end of the year. So we need to have at least $20 billion in the central bank. But today, in real terms, we don't have any relative reserves. So we are going into a blind alley with financial policy, and no efforts are being made to strengthen small and medium-sized companies, because actually what is needed here in Argentina is to add value to production. That is why it's so difficult to leave these foreign exchange restrictions that we have, because depending on the month, we have $1 to $4 billion, $3 to $4 billion that are constrained. If we acquire more debt than under the Macri administration, the $10 billion that Argentina is now borrowing from the fund will just last for 2 months, because this is going to be used up by exports in Argentina.
Quiero decirles que también.
To conclude, let me share with you that a multinational bill was submitted for them to pay 15% on accounting balances, because you know that after deductions they pay 2.44%, as I said before. Argentina has a major challenge ahead of it. First, I think it should have followed with the progressive tax pressure. And this is a regressive stage, because with the recent tax reforms in Congress, the fourth category was again introduced for people 1.8 million pesos. To be poor in Argentina, you need at least 1,350,000 pesos. After that, you pay taxes. Then you have the tax on wealth. There was an executive bill supported by 38 official party Congress people and others supporting the same view, and the personal property tax nowadays, if you increase your assets, you pay nothing for the first 4 years. On the 5th year, you pay 0.25% and fiscal stability until 2038. And the same happened with the RIGI, which is the current system applied to natural resources. With this law, Argentina is giving its natural resources away. You know that the world is becoming pro-protection and we are becoming pro-market. The only thing that mining buyers will have to pay in Argentina is a small percentage for the first 3 years, and they will pay nothing. They can have new capital goods getting into Argentina without paying any customs duties, and they can sell them as well within Argentina without using labor, and just based on a minor reform, which is a 20% for small and medium enterprises of consumer goods, to the extent or that product is not cheaper in other parts of the world. You know, Argentina is very expensive, so we're not competitive internationally. And to conclude, we should talk about how important the exchange of information is about among countries. Argentina has agreements with 140 countries, in addition to the FATCA agreement we signed with the United States. And let me be very frank with you now. The exchange of information is currently not good. Countries are reluctant to provide information. It's based on request, even though we may say it's online, even though we may say that the information flows easily, that is not the case. You have to go for an individual and see, and the person is given time to make his accounts regular. And once the case is analyzed, the results are virtually inexistent. So what we should go for with this platform and in exchange of information, we should go for unified systems, even though we have different taxes, because the speed in the flow of information has to be fast, because having digital platforms, having different companies, we do not where they are registered for tax purposes. There is a flow of money all over the world, and we don't know where they pay taxes. And it happened to us with some companies. They didn't have a place of residence for tax purposes in Argentina. They have personnel, and we conducted an investigation, and we noticed that some of the flows ended up in the Netherlands, and they were not paying taxes there because they said that they were paying taxes in Argentina and in other Latin American countries. And the Netherlands said that they were paying here, and we asked the Netherlands, and we checked that they were not paying there either. So I mean that in order to be fair and just, we should have systems and a strong computing data center, because information travels faster than what federal tax administrations can do based on the country laws. On the other hand, the exchange of information should also be faster, so that there is not so much flow of capitals, flight of capitals, or fiscal havens, or so that all over the world, those that have more should pay more, so that life is better. So thank you for this invitation. And finally, I think these topics should be discussed, documents should be published, statistics should be made available, because those are the basis for any decision to be made in any country on tax policies, even though we may have different taxes. But in general, we should have less taxes, but more effective. Thank you very much. Thank you, Noel and Carlos. I will give the floor to Mati Kohonen, who will moderate the next panel. But before that, let me refer to a couple of issues. Noel, in his presentation, referred to stagnation in Latin America, a topic, an issue he revisited when he referred to the Argentine case, the low added value of production. Fiscal deficit is a result of this, indebtedness, high payment of interest, low investment. And if we compare this with a trend seen clearly in Latin America, but all over the world, is a trend towards economic concentration. On the one hand, we have the super billionaire, the super rich, who typically do not live in Latin America. And we see these are groups that are strongly associated with finance and also with extractive activities. Let me share a closing idea on this regard. When Adrian referred to the technical aspect, we are always thinking about the income tax as the best thing, but as we do not have possibilities and the difficulties with exchange of information, and given the fact that many of these billionaires or corporations are from first world countries or fiscal havens, tax havens, I hope that whatever tax policies are developed in Latin America should be realistic. That probably will affect some, will not be enjoyed by some, because it means taxing activities that have the strongest lobbying power. These are activities, the extractive activities associated typically to multinationals. Well, we will continue discussing these issues. Please remain and stay with us. Mati, can you come up stage?
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Sí. ¿Están en Zoom? Muy bien, muy bien. Sí. Les invito a...
Now we can have a coffee break while we're having this session. You can enjoy pastries and juice. But let's start with this panel. We have two panelists online, and Veronica, Daniela, at home. Thank you. Nairet, can you come up?
Secretaría Subregional para Foros de Sol. De la Internacional. De Internacional. Y este panel van a ser...
This will be a bilingual Spanish-English panel. We have two international panelists who are remote. So if you need, you can go pick up your headset, your translation device. So let's start.
Guests who are joining online. Farouk Tariq, welcome to Buenos Aires online. Would have loved to have you here, but you're here in your spirit and in your picture. Thank you. Grace, welcome as well. We would have also loved to have you here today, but you are giving us your spirit and you're giving us your presence here, and we love to have you here. I'll introduce the panel. Me voy a introducir el panel.
Panel, Farooq Tariq is the Secretary General of Pakistan Kisan Rabita Committee, which is a network of small farmers and organizations who are also members of La Via Campesina. Grace Namugambe is the officer of Tax Justice of FENMENT, which is an African women's organization network specialized on tax policies. Daniela Verdeja is an economist from Latindadd, debt analyst and responsible for topics of vulnerability for Latin America and the Caribbean. Nayaret Quevedo, she is from PSI, Public Services International, Sub-Regional Secretariat for the Southern Cone, and Veronica Grondona is from ICRIT. How do we pronounce it? ICRIT. This is the Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation. Director of one of the directors of AFIP Argentina. We'll start with Farooq. This is a panel on multiple crises. And to start, we will talk about climate crisis and its effects in the global south. Tariq, can you start?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Marty, I wanted to come to Argentina physically to be in the meeting, but because of my health and also the visa restrictions, which the time was not sufficient, I was unable to come. So hopefully in future, I would definitely come whenever there is a possibility. Now, I would like to speak about the climate crisis of Pakistan. As you might all know that there was a climate disaster in July 2022, and that was when almost 1/5 of Pakistan was underwater. So it was floods and torrential rains together. Rains for continuous 7 days. And the two provinces of Pakistan out of 4 were almost underwater. And I had never seen so much climate disaster as this was the case. So 33 million people were impacted. 1,700 people lost their lives. Millions lost their homes. And most of the crops were destroyed. Most of the fruits were destroyed. So most of the roads and bridges and schools, so most of the infrastructures was destroyed at the time. The estimated loss at that time was around $50 billion loss for that disaster. So there was a lot of international sympathies at the time. We had Secretary General of UN in Pakistan and several other international personalities ensuring all help to Pakistan. And the result till today is not very good. Over 80% of climate victims are not compensated. Those compensated are almost they are not compensated fully, but maybe 1/5 of the total cost was paid to them to build their homes. And we had high hopes when we were at Sharm el Sheikh at COP27, I was one of them as APMDD delegates, and we did a lot of demonstration at the time. And our demands were pay up now, reparation now. We want reparation for colonized time as well, not only this climate disaster. And we had not much to contribute for the international global warming, but we are paying a lot for that, and the rich country must pay. So finally, there was some agreement, there was some hope in Pakistan. And in January 23, there was a meeting, international meeting, pledging $10 billion to Pakistan. At that time, the foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto, who is son of late Benazir Bhutto, he was there. And we thought some money would come. And also we were saying it very clearly. We are demanding compensation. We are demanding loss and damage. We are demanding reparation. But it should not be spent to pay the debt of Pakistan. It should not be spent on the militarization of the society in Pakistan. It should not be spent on defense, on the name of defense. It should be spent on the rehabilitation of those who have been badly affected by the climate disaster. But unfortunately, out of that $10 billion, nothing has come. Zero money has come. Very few money was promised in the last COP28 at Dubai, $700 million altogether, and from $100 billion a year promise at Paris, look at the way they have gone down. It's totally ignoring the damages which the countries of the South are suffering, and Pakistan is at the suffering end. Even at this time, the heat went up over 50. There was some Pakistani cities at 55 degree. So everything is burning. And on the top of that, we have another crisis, and that's the crisis of loans, of debt. Now, even during the climate disaster, the finance minister, who was a former employee of the World Bank, paid 25% more debt than the previous year. And that has been case till now. Now, Pakistan yesterday signed a new deal with IMF for $7 billion US, and we have to pay a lot for that. Because IMF said, prove you will pay back. So the government, the only option government has to impose more tax and tax and tax. Now, electricity is very expensive at this time. Petrol has become more expensive. Gas has become more expensive. And a lot of new areas have been brought under general sales tax. For instance, they said they will not bring food items under general sales tax. There's 18% general sales tax at this time in Pakistan. Now, in the recent June budget, over 38 billion rupees tax were imposed by the finance minister, who said we have no option but to go to IMF and to fulfill the conditionalities. So the issue of tax, issue of debt, and issue of climate, they are interlinking. They are intervening with each other. They are impacting each other. So this is the time where there are 20 million new poor in Pakistan. I have never seen so much poverty, but I have seen at this time in Pakistan. Over 200 textile mills have been closed because they say they can't afford the electricity price. And that's the result of the IPPs, the independent power producers, who are producing the electricity by fossil fuel, by oil and gas. And oil and gas is imported, and imported very dearly. And so one of our major campaign has been against fossil fuel as well. Stop using coal, oil, and gas to produce electricity. So these IPPs, 65 of them are mainly Chinese, Pakistanis, and also Americans. And they have made agreement with the government unheard in South Asia, very expensive. Even all the capacity of these IPPs has to be paid by the government. At this time, government say, we are producing more electricity, but we are not consuming that much. And so they ask them not to produce, and they are paying to them without producing anything. So all sort of corrupt practices. And linked with that is the money laundering of the Pakistani ruling elite. Imagine, Pakistani ruling class has over $10 billion investment in Dubai alone. It's only last month it was revealed that Pakistan is the third largest investor in construction industry in Dubai after Indians and Britain. So look at the way they are taking the money out of the country. Two solar companies was involved in 70 billion rupees money laundering during the last few years. So we have politicians, we have bureaucrats, we have military generals, they're all together. We have feudal class linking with the capitalist class. So they have become relatives of each other. And the feudalism still exists in its brutal form in Pakistan. They control the parliament, they control the senate, and they control the government, and that's why extreme poverty is seen now in Pakistan. Pakistan was at the edge of default at one time, like Sri Lanka. I thought it would have been much better if they would have defaulted. At least they had a breathing space to think what to pay and what not to pay, like Sri Lanka did at the time. But they said, you have to increase the price of electricity to save Pakistan from bankruptcy. People were already bankrupted by the policies dictated by IMF and World Bank. And the government is blindly implementing the conditionalities. So we have a very major crisis, but this is not going unanswered by us. We as civil society organizations have done some big demonstrations. We are organizing and uniting the people. Peasants and workers are uniting at this time. There are a lot of demonstrations taking place against the price hike of electricity. And we are also planning two major conferences on the peasantry, mainly on the issue of compensation for the Sindh and Balochistan peasants, and also against land occupation, for land reforms, and for these expansions of the housing societies in the villages. They are buying all the land and so on. So Pakistani working class is fighting back, but problem is that government and opposition, they both have the same positions. They send to each other to the jail. They will, now Imran Khan is in jail, the former prime minister, but they will not touch their wealth. Wealth is not the thing they will touch. They will only take revenge. You go to jail and you go to jail. But important thing is the money laundering under Imran Khan and the money laundering under the present regime, that has to be accountable, and that is not been done. So they are very dear to each other in economic terms, and they are very enemy in political terms. So they don't hesitate to send each other in jail, but they will not touch their economic interests because the policies are the same. They are all so-called, they are all under American influence, and also Pakistan is now a victim of geopolitics. When they try to have some relationship with China, then IMF stranglehold them with more strong and very strict conditions. Then Chinese is saying, we are not able to work with you because of these conditions. So Pakistan has received over 46 billion US dollar for the development of infrastructure on the name of CPEC, the Pak-China Economic Corridor, which will help China to bring their things to Gwadar port, and it will help them to reduce their cost of transportation by a lot of percentage. So Pakistan is really becoming like in the middle. If they go to China, they have problem with America. If they go towards America, Chinese are tightening their rope. So that is the condition at this time. The only what we are demanding is stop paying the foreign debt, try to get maximum reparation, loss and damage, and spend it on the victims, and change the budget priorities. Stop paying almost 20% of budget to the military. Stop paying to the ruling elite concessions. 14 billion concession in 1 year for the ruling elite in Pakistan. So that sort of condition we are working, and because of our international contacts, our friends, we are always equipped with the latest information, and we try to use that to build the mass movements in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Farouk. And you can count us among the friends here and our sense of solidarity with the people of Pakistan. I would like to turn to Grace. And the crisis of gender inequality as you see it from where you're standing. Grace, can you hear us? Grace, can you hear us? Yeah?
Yes,
Good.
now I can.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Mati, and thanks to Farouk as well for his presentation. Very insightful, and I'm glad to be joining virtually. And just, so I'll be speaking about gender justice as a critical angle to understanding the multiple crises that we're living through. And I'll be speaking a lot on the African context. And to start off my presentation, I'd like to share a very short story about Amina, a young girl whose life has been largely impacted by the existing gender injustices and the existence of regressive fiscal policies that do not pay attention to the needs of women and girls. And Amina is a young girl in Congo who was one of 2 girls in a family of 5 children. And because the state was not able to provide quality public education, her parents could only afford to educate 3 children, and they chose that 3 of her brothers would be the ones to go to school. And at that point, she had to forego education, and she dropped out of school at the age of 7. And at this age, she had to stay home and help her mother with house chores, take care of her little sister, as well as her ailing grandfather who had been brought into their home and was on home-based care. And later at the age of 14, due to pressure from her parents who could not afford to take care of her, that is, providing basic items such as sanitary towels, clothing, or even pay for her medical care, they forced her to get married at an early age. At the age of 18, she lost her husband due to malaria because the hospital was too far and there was no ambulance to take him there. And by the time they got there, the doctors were absent because they did not have resources to get to work that day. And worse still, the nurse on duty informed them that there was a drug stock out, so he could not access any medicine. And this situation was similar to what had happened to her earlier when she lost what would have been her 5th child. Fast forward, Amina is now 20 years old. She has 4 children, And 6 months ago, she lost all her crops that she had grown on her small farm due to heavy rains and floods. So now to earn a living, she has and provide for her 4 children, Amina has to wake up in the wee hours every morning to prepare her children, who she leaves in her sister's care as she goes to work at one of the mines. And here she earns a very meager salary and works very long hours without any protective gear and has to polish jewels, after which she has to return home, take care of her children, and oftentimes she's forced to walk long distances to take her children to hospital, fetch water and firewood to cook for them. So this just paints a brief picture on gender injustices that exist and why it is important to have gender transformative tax systems that curb IFFs and further direct resources towards sectors that are critical for the well-being of women and girls. And Amina's life and that of her children could turn out to be better if we have such policies in place. Briefly speaking about gender justice, it could be defined as the protection and promotion of civil, political, economic, and social rights of all individuals, regardless of gender. And it encompasses the elimination of gender-based discrimination and inequality, ensuring equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for women and men in all spheres of life. And the main goal for gender justice is to dismantle the patriarchy at all levels, on which neoliberal economic models that are the basis of economic and social policies, that are the basis of social and economic policies globally. And these include things like systemic discrimination, stereotypes, and power imbalances, which largely disadvantage individuals, particularly women, based on their gender identity or expression. A dangerous new phase of multiple crises is emerging, like we saw Farouk speaking to the climate crisis and the debt crisis. And despite the fact that there is increasing evidence and knowledge that neoliberal economic practices exacerbate inequality and disproportionately affect the marginalized groups, while also endangering the planet, and we see that government policies in most cases have remained the same. We see the debt catastrophe that is driving millions of starvation, and the world's poorest countries' finances are becoming unstable due to a combination of factors, including the climate vulnerable food systems, as I cited in Amina's story, as well as the boom-bust commodity cycles, all which the import dependency, as well as the exploitative financial flows. And speaking further to the unsustainable debt, which makes nations extremely vulnerable to shocks and makes it difficult for them to make vital investments in key areas, which we will discuss further. I know some of those will come out today and later on in later sessions of the conference. And yet women and girls are disproportionately burdened, and they continue to face economic vulnerabilities and higher risks of violence and increased caregiving responsibilities. Specifically speaking to IFFs, for which Africa loses over $88.6 billion annually to, it is important that we start by recognizing that they compromise the capability to close the financing gap for gender equality and women's rights, hence contributing to the feminization of poverty, which entails the disproportionate representation of women among the world's poor due to the systemic gender inequalities in access to resources, opportunities, and decision-making. And with this, we see that because of failure to finance critical services, women have to spend numerous hours on unpaid care work, and this limits their participation in income-generating activities, as we saw with Amina. And when governments fail to finance such critical sectors, women have to incur high out-of-pocket expenditures for services that they would have originally been getting from the government. But also, governments at that point would be forced to impose regressive taxes, such as consumption taxes, commonly known as value-added tax or goods and sales tax, to compensate for lost revenue due to illicit financial flows. And all these often disproportionately burden women. And we also see that because of the existence of IFFs, then we have the corporate capture reoccurring. And in this sense, we see governments increasingly taking on privatization as a means to finance public services. And at the end of the day, it's largely the private sector that is benefiting from these at the expense of fulfilling the needs of women. And worse still is that with the private sector and the capture, it means that there is a lot of abuse of women's human and labor rights within these corporations. And as governments fail to claim their role in governance, it means that companies are bound to abuse the set rules and abuse these rights continuously. So understanding the multiple crises through a gender lens would entail taking an intersectional approach that would recognize the varying impact of the crisis based on race, gender, age, among others. And this approach is very important because it recognizes the specific challenges faced not only by women, but by entire global populations within their different contexts. However, speaking to the topic today, I would like to address this specifically by focusing on the 5 R's and looking at tax justice and fighting IFFs, reducing gender inequalities in these lenses. And the first one that I would look at is revenue raising, that when countries are able to curb IFFs and promote tax justice, then they're able to raise revenue to finance the sectors that are critical for the well-being of women and girls. But this is mostly possible if at all they're able to review their tax laws to close the leakages, which allow for the availability, which allow for companies to continuously avoid and evade paying their fair share of taxes, but also regulating leakages such as tax incentives and exemptions, all which continuously erode the tax base and limit revenue collections in such instances. And this would allow them to then raise resources that they can redistribute to ensure that sectors that are critical to the well-being of women and girls are financed very well. An example is looking especially at some of the things that we've often been talking about, such as gender-responsive budgeting, which has been adopted by quite a number of countries. For example, in Uganda, where we have the approval of budgets of government ministries and departments and agencies subject to presentation of a certificate of gender compliance from the Equal Opportunities Commission. And we've also had previous regional and international commitments that we can leverage on, for instance, the Abuja Declaration that calls for allocation of at least 15% of budgets for African countries towards healthcare are some of those that we can look at in terms of ensuring that we have revenue raised and is being directed towards investing in sectors that are critical to the well-being of women and girls. And the third R that I would look at is representation. By virtue of citizens paying their taxes, it provides them a social contract with the government that they should have a say in terms of what the money is being used for and influencing the kind of policies that government is coming up with. For instance, we see the recent riots in Kenya, where we saw quite a number of youth, young women, girls, the youth generally coming up in arms against their government and calling upon it to reconsider some of the tax policies that have been put in place. And these riots have only been able to calm down after the government listened to them and also provided them seats of representation in some of the committees that are coming up with such policies. And that means that if governments are able to put in place structured mechanisms where women and girls are able to have a say in terms of what they would want to see addressed in their budgets, it would greatly contribute to addressing their needs and ensuring that we have gender inequality gaps closed. And the second last is repricing, where we see that there is need for governments to ensure that tax policies allow women and girls to access basic goods and services. For instance, looking at items such as sanitary towels, education materials, we've recently seen governments like that of Ghana taking an initiative to eliminate value-added tax on sanitary towels. And this definitely makes them more affordable and reduces the financial burden on women and girls. And to a greater extent, ensures that girls are able to continue and stay in school simply because they don't have to opt out or miss school during their menstrual cycles. And the last one that I would look at is reparation. I know Farouk also spoke about it earlier, looking at the fact that because of the need to redress the historical legacies and colonization and their contribution to the multiple crises, it is important that the developed countries, especially those in the global north, are paying for the damages that they've caused. For instance, as Farouk shared earlier with the climate crisis, that the global north has been largely responsible for this. And they need to ensure that we have resources being directed towards addressing these historical gender-based injustices and inequalities, and thus contribute to the creation of an equitable society. Overall, we believe that it is important that during the design of tax systems, governments should ensure that they are in line with the 5R framework that recognizes, redistributes, reclaims, and remunerates or rewards care and domestic work, and that the tax systems reduce unfair tax burdens on women and adopt progressive, redistributive, and gender equal taxation, including new forms of taxation and wealth combined with less reliance on consumption taxes. Third is that tax systems should remove gender biases and discrimination in tax policies to ensure that tax revenues are raised and spent in ways that promote gender equality. And fourth, that tax systems ensure adequate financing of gender-responsive social services that promote women's rights and reduce inequalities by relaying emphasis towards gender-responsive budgeting. And we believe that these strategies, if adopted, will definitely go a very long way in ensuring that tax justice and curbing illicit financial flows are used as a tool to achieve gender justice and eliminate gender inequality. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I think many of your recommendations would go a very long way in resolving the crisis of gender crisis that we're linking to other crises that we see today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nosotros continuamos con la mesa.
Okay, now we will continue with the panel here in person in Buenos Aires. So, Daniela, perhaps you can establish a link between the debt crisis that we mentioned here in the Global South and the link with tax policies. Thank you. Thank you, Mati. Good morning to you all. I want to thank you for inviting me to take part in this panel. I have a presentation. I'm going to speak about the debt crisis, and I'm taking the freedom also of speaking about development. Perhaps I'm going to add here a perspective more from the Global South. It is true that we have faced simultaneous shocks that have led to multiple crises, and these have accelerated the debt growth. There was already an upward trend before the pandemic, but then there was a significant acceleration. At the same time, all vulnerabilities and associated risks to the debt were increased. 60% of emerging economies and developing economies nowadays are having problems with an excessive indebtedness level or are at high risk in a distressed situation. So we see many countries having difficulty to repay their debts. And the number of countries increases year after year. The level of debt is 4 times bigger than what we had in the year 2000 with the Jubilee. But the problem is not that the debt is bigger, but it's also different. When we look at the creditors' composition, here I'm going to refer mostly to Latin America. We have debt in the hands of private creditors, bondholders, and so this affects procurement and contracts established, but also resource allocation. So this adds a challenge to countries in the Global South. But if we look more into the mid-term, debt accumulation is leading to significant fiscal pressure. Here I will talk about the debt service, something that was also mentioned by Noel in his presentation, because this is using up public budgets, and a significant part of tax revenues is being used to pay back debt. Here we are not just talking about foreign debt, but also domestic debt. In Latin America, growth in the decade between 2014 and 2023, according to ECLAC, shows that the region grew less than in the last decade. So although growth is not a goal in itself, as Noel said, this is one way of creating conditions for future development. So the region is also facing this challenge, and we also see a slowdown in the economy. And just to sum up the context, if we look at the latest ECLAC fiscal outlook, primary government spending has stabilized in Latin America, but now we see problems with interest payment. In fact, the study shows that the main driver for the increase in spending is interest. So if we leave aside the debt payment, we see generalized austerity measures across the region. And this leads to a pro-cyclical tax policy that is negative, and this will also have an impact on monetary policies that are also pro-cyclical right now. So let me share some more data.
Izquierdo suyo observan el crecimiento.
On the left, you can see the debt growth in various regions of the South and the acceleration in recent years. On the right, well, on the left, you see the foreign debt, and on the right, you will see Latin America and Caribbean data taken from the ICLAC fiscal policy document. We currently have levels similar to the beginning of the 2000s, or maybe higher. This ratio with the growth of debt in nominal terms will barely be reduced. Here, I'm showing a couple of aspects. On your left, you will see a comparison between the variation of product between 2012 and 2022 and the growth and variation of debt. In Latin America, the Middle East, North Africa region, and Sub-Saharan Africa, you see that the darker green bars have grown significantly more than product. And that is a problem not only in terms of liquidity. Currently, international financial institutions are saying that the crisis is only a liquidity crisis, but it could be otherwise. A quick reference to interest rates for two reasons. On the right, you will see the interest rates and their behavior in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the black line that you see in the bottom, this black line is the US interest rate, and the others are for the other countries in the region. You see where the slope starts takes place much earlier than the beginning of the slope in the US case, with significantly higher increases with regard to the monetary policy increases. And that has an impact within the economies and with the household private indebtedness. And on your left, you see how the advanced economies' interest rates behave. Why? Because it has an impact on the cost of debt in our countries. That is why, at present, we say that the debt is not only under stress, we talk about debt stress, but also debt and development. Close to 3.3 billion people live in countries that pay more on interest than education, as Noel had said before. And this spending is mostly concentrated towards private creditors. This is a quick exercise we conducted with the Debt Service Watch, considering the weight of debt service, not only external debt, but also the total debt. On the left, you see the debt service proportion in relation to revenues, and on the right in relation to spending. In average, 38% of fiscal revenues are used for debt service, while about 30% of public budgets are used to pay for this, for the debt. And this is also an analysis of health and education. You can see the relationship between service and the various items of spending. If we add up the social spending, which is health, education, and social security, altogether, the total spending is equivalent to the debt services spending in average in all the southern regions. And this is probably the debt crisis is more serious nowadays, more complex than the one we had 25 years ago. And our final challenge, I cannot but mention the issue of austerity, because at present, with the pandemic over and some relaxation of fiscal rules in the region, we see a comeback towards that trend to guarantee fiscal sustainability, the main goal of which is to pay to do debt service. And that is the problem, in my view, of approach. Countries prioritize debt service, and one that is met, they consider, well, what can I do with the rest? And the approach should be the reverse. So I'm not going to read the slide details, just say that the International Monetary Fund in its WEO of last year made an analysis on the consolidation or austerity, how much it contributed to that service. And here they showed that itself per se will not reduce the ratio. There may be other factors, such as debt relief and other factors that could make a more significant reduction. And now, to conclude, the problem, the issue at present may lie in the fact that we do not have a debt resolution framework. Actually, the G20 recent resolutions, I'm going to specifically refer to the common framework for debt treatment and the roundtable on sovereign debt that have been conducted, they have made no contribution at all to the resolution of the debt problems. Actually, they have issues in terms of design, implementation, results with a low coverage in terms of number of countries. It is based on voluntary participation by creditors. There is no clear understanding on compatibility, so negotiations are longer, more extensive, and slower. So what we have today are ad hoc practices, uncoordinated, unfair, that eventually prioritize the creditor's interests because there is no impartial arbitration system, and the countries are eventually punished in this regard. There is a quote by the World Bank chief economist who says that probably the debt issue is the weakest link of the international financial architecture. And I'm going to read, it requires a new framework of restructuring, which we still do not have, because there isn't any. So there is a profound impact in terms of guaranteeing and ensuring rights, equality, the country's development, providing them with the ability to finance the national development country plans. A systemic change is required whereby debt sustainability should be approached with a comprehensive approach with a view on rights, the ODS agenda, and the climate agenda. And now, because of time constraints, I will quickly move on to discuss some alternatives under the umbrella of the reform of the international financial architecture, specifically the debt architecture. And let me make a spoiler. Work has been done on the key demand before the fourth international meeting for financing development, a framework convention for sovereign debt within the framework of the United Nations. And this should clearly work for a framework resolution, not only for the resolution of the crisis, but also for their prevention, so that this can be approached on a more timely basis. Some of the aspects that this reform should address are definitely the relief and reduction of debt with timely restructuring, with fairness and transparency, but also including the overturning, the revoking of debt for those countries that so require. We've recently seen the case of Pakistan with a very severe crisis and extreme climate events impacting the country, and nevertheless they had to continue paying their debt. We could refer to concessional financing access. I'm going to talk here mostly about middle-income countries such as those of Latin America, based on very restricted factors such as the per capita income. We do not have access, nevertheless, to the concessional financing access for development. Here we can talk about the special draft rights to liquidate money at zero cost, which will not mean an increase of debt and creates no conditionalities. And I will close talking about the non-reimbursable public financing. Perhaps we could increase climate commitments, reparation. Grace made a mention, and this is very important in my view, making polluters pay for that. The removal of the IMF overcharges, Argentina pays, Pakistan pays, and they create a pro-cyclic problems in these countries, which is currently at about 8%, far from being concessional. And in relation to the reform of the multilateral banks, we should do away with the oligopoly of the risk institutions. So we propose for the creation of a multilateral agency for some counterweighting. And now, touching on another topic to be discussed in this meeting, the possibilities to increase progressive taxing to make a direct fight against illicit financial flows. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Daniela. Y las cifras sobre las...
Thank you, Daniela. And the figures about people suffering from austerity measures match the ones that we see at a global level. Next year, according to the study that you quoted, seem to be the worst years in terms of austerity measures and their impact. So we are addressing part of the crisis. We are collecting more taxes, but we don't want that money just to be used to pay the debt. We want to address other crises. And now I'm going to give the floor to Nayaret. She's going to talk about the public crisis in the world of labor.
Bueno, gracias, Mati.
Thank you, Mati. Let me begin by thanking you for inviting me to take part in this panel, to be part of these discussions that are so needed for collectively building solutions with civil society, with organizations, and with trade unions that provide information so that trade union organizations can have the right arguments to lobby our governments. For the Public Services International, the organization that I represent, that represents more than 30 million public workers in 154 countries. We are a global union federation. We have existed for more than 100 years. And we still fight for a democratic, strong state, for a comprehensive society that includes all genders. We still fight for wealth redistribution, the empowerment of workers. These are our goals, and we pursue them constantly. We also promote peace, sustainability, and a fair multilateral system. Over the last 6 years, multiple crises and the failure of our economic and political systems have brutally exposed the failure of neoliberal policies promoted by corporations and financial elite groups. These failures, together with the political, social, and economic unrest, have led to distress and dissatisfaction in the population, and this has also laid the foundations for change. Tax justice is a fundamental pillar for economic development and social equality, and it is the most important source for funding of public services. However, illicit financial flows erode this principle, exacerbating inequalities and contributing to the labor market crisis. These flows represent illegal money transactions across borders, affecting both developed and developing countries. Illicit financial flows cover tax evasion, money laundering. I'm not going to go into all the details. According to the Global Financial Integrity estimates, developing countries lose more than $1 billion a year as a result of illicit financial flows. The drainage of resources prevent governments from investing in essential public services such as education, healthcare, hospitals, schools, infrastructure, facilities that are essential for an equitable labor market. Tax evasion deprives governments from income that could be used to fund employment and social programs. The elite groups resort to tax havens and to tax evasion schemes, and this leads to a disproportionate burden on workers and small companies that need to offset the loss of such tax revenues. According to a study that we did in the PSI, the other virus, fiscal fraud or tax fraud, that was the name of the study, more than $427 billion are being lost in countries every year because of corporate tax evasion and private tax evasion. This loss is equivalent almost to 34 million annual salaries of nursing staff, or the annual salary of a nurse every second. The IFFs and the link with the crisis in the labor market is quite tight. Illicit financial flows limit government's capabilities to implement effective employment policies without sufficient funds. Job training programs, employment insurance, employment initiatives are severely curtailed. Illicit financial flows also lead to greater economic inequality, concentrating wealth in the hands of a few, and this reduces social mobility and perpetuates a cycle of poverty and unemployment. Job opportunities become scarce, poorly compensated. There is an increase in labor casualization and informality. The PSI study also says that the low tax burden in Latin America voids the implementation of sustainable universal social policies. The region is characterized by having a tax structure with a 15% tax burden on average, 15% of the GDP data from 2018. This is a significant difference with OECD countries. And this has a direct impact on public services shortage and lack of social protection in the region. Most Latin American countries are characterized by having a very low tax burden in their structures, which prevents the implementation of sound and sustainable public policies. Of course, that undermines financing for social policies. I'm not going to go into all the detailed figures because Noel has already given you some figures this morning with updated statistics, more updated than the charts that I have to share with you. So now let me highlight the following. Despite all these crises, some people have benefited from these situations. This is no news to us. These are the large corporations. Between March and May 2020, Mark Zuckerberg's fortune grew by 46%, and Jeff Bezos' fortune, who owns Amazon, grew by 31%. Just to share some data for the purposes of this discussion, I would like to emphasize that we need to achieve tax justice to deal with the crisis in public financing. We need to have more tax justice. This implies strengthening international cooperation, putting an end to legal loopholes. This implies implementing global transparency standards and the automatic exchange of tax information. These are very important aspects to make this possible. We also need to reinforce national capabilities. Governments need to invest in improving their tax systems and in training of their staff in order to combat illicit financial flows. It is also important to promote progressive taxation. Tax systems need to be equitable and progressive, ensuring that those that have more contribute more. This will increase tax revenues and would also reduce inequalities. It is also important to eliminate tax privileges, to revisit and reduce taxes for small companies, and ensuring an adequate cost-benefit analysis. We also need to implement fair taxes, taxes on large fortunes, on wealth, large capitals improve the existing tax efficiency. And let me also share with you some final thoughts. This has to do with combating illicit financial flows. This cannot be separated from the search of tax justice. Only with a coordinated approach can we guarantee a fair and equitable labor market, redistribution of wealth, and the proper allocation of tax resources. This is essential to overcome the labor market crisis and to build fairer and more sustainable societies. The fight against illicit financial flows will only strengthen public finance, and this will enable governments to make investments in public policies, in social policies that improve conditions in the labor market, thus reducing economic inequality. We also need to consider the recent UN resolution about effective and inclusive international cooperation in the field of taxation. We believe that this will allow us to have more inclusive, more effective global tax regulations. The United Nations can play an important regulatory role. This is a significant step forward to address global tax challenges to combat illicit financial flows that severely affect developing economies. That is essential in order to invest in social policies and to strengthen universal rights and public policies. At the PSI, we have several proposals. I have a few on the screen right now. But we also believe that we need to reform at the global level corporate taxes. The main claim of the PSI is to have a global tax, and we see now that there have been changes in the international consensus. Tax competition is not good, and we need to achieve tax cooperation. However, the BEPS process at the G20 has been weakened because of the interests of tax havens and large corporations. Most of the resources have gone to the global north. This will not stop tax evasion by companies. It will not put an end to tax havens. So we need a new movement of countries willing to work in regional blocs or to act unilaterally to introduce progressive tax measures to protect their tax base, leading to a greater international reform. The tax burden of providing an answer to multiple crises has to be borne by those that have the means, mainly corporations and countries in the global north. We will fight for progressive taxation, for a minimum 25% corporate tax, unitary system with taxes on wealth, on large fortunes, and we have demanded fiscal transparency from corporations to ensure there is tax justice and to make sure that workers are aware of the tax practices implemented by the companies they negotiate with. We have been working for years at international levels on tax systems with trade union organizations, with our affiliates in the public sector, and we have built alliances through the tax justice network because, as Adrian said earlier, we believe this is not just a technical issue, it is a political issue. So at the global, regional, and national level, we have campaigned against tax abuses from corporations, the use of tax havens, the accounting and law firms that make those abuses possible. We have also put pressure on governments, as in Brazil, Chile, and Costa Rica, where our trade unions have been at the discussion table with governments to talk about tax reforms that were implemented in these countries. In the case of Chile, there was a campaign saying that the reform was a lie. This was carried out by our trade union, and this put a stop to the tax reform bill by Piñera, the former president, that wanted also to do away with previous reform from the Bachelet administration. But we have also included the feminist perspective. We are trying to help our affiliates put pressure on governments so that they contribute to education, and we have mobilized all our members. We have also incorporated these fights to our own trade union fights for quality public services, for rebuilding the social structures, for the care of workers. At the PSI, we are convinced that taxation is the most sustainable financing source for public services, while this requires a new agreement between the government and the society. All these should be the primary source for financing of quality public services. Working conditions should also play an important role. But in our international, we know that we need to reduce the tax burden on women that is so unfair. We need to have a free distributive justice without a gender bias. We need to work on the benefits of corporations in order to guarantee adequate financing of transformative public services with a gender dimension. I think that you are going to receive my presentation. These are the 4 studies that we conducted at the PSI. These are available to our affiliates and all our members. And of course, we have established a strategic partnership with the Tax Justice Network in Latin America and the Caribbean. That would be all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Nayaret.
Thank you so much, Nayaret. We've seen how the COVID crisis has highlighted the relevance of further taxation with studies to understand better. Now, next, Veronica, on the taxation of the super rich. Let's see what we can understand out of this. Thank you for the invitation to Latindadd, to the Financial Transparency Coalition and Fundación CES. In this last section, I'm going to talk about something that has already been discussed. I have a presentation of my own. I can't see it yet loaded. It's okay. Okay, I will start while we wait for the presentation to get uploaded. Why should we consider a tax on the billionaires? First of all, as we've heard from Gabriel Zuckman in his analysis presented for Brazil as the chair of the G20, which is the country that is actually pushing for the billionaire or the super rich tax. This is based on the fact that in practice, when we analyze the tax burden of the highest income sectors, we identify a fall with respect to the curve of other sectors. I don't know if anyone is working on the uploading of my presentation. You can nevertheless find it in Gabriel's reports. What we see is a falling curve for the of the effective rate for the higher sectors. He makes a combined analysis of different national and subnational taxes. Zuckman notices that in France, for example, the working class that represents up to 50% of the bottom share of the revenues scale, the middle class representing up to the next 40%, and the mid-high 9% class has an effective rate of 52% approximately, including both national and subnational taxes, while the rate paid by the billionaires, which is the higher segment, the last 1%, have an effective rate of 27% on income. I still have no presentation. I'm sure they're working on it. Locally, together with Ana Rampinini, Alessandro Pondino, well, this is a curve I mentioned before, which is self-explanatory, actually. I'm not able to move forward. That's it. So nationally, we actually conducted a more detailed analysis with Mondino and Rampinini, a publication, a study we made for FES. We analyzed two national taxes, which are the tax on personal property and the income tax of human persons, of individuals. In the case of Argentina, for this individuals' income tax, we also notice a fall in the last sections, in the last segments. The grouping of scales is actually an issue in itself. In the case of Argentina, we also have a tax on personal property. Even though it looks as there is no fall, there is a high level of exemptions and possibilities of evasion. If we, from this perspective, you cannot actually see that. But just for the purposes of sharing data, in my presentation, I wanted to combine what we could see in Argentina. So in Argentina, the tax on personal property, which is actually sort of a tax on wealth, with very relevant exemptions, for example, rural properties, and there is another gap here because this tax is levied on different types of assets. There are some financial assets that are not taxed, and on the other hand, if a taxpayer conceals the assets behind various corporate layers, there is no taxing. So it's easy to do evasion. This had a rate from 0.5 to 0.25%. The impact on collection seems to be low, but actually you should understand the tax system as a system. And the impact is 0.76% of GDP at its best. Argentina has other tax types as well. Very quickly, as we said before the presentation, in 2020, a law was passed for a tax on a solidarity contribution from large wealth, extraordinary and solidarity contribution, a tax levied on large fortunes, those wealths higher than 200 million. Let me check. I can't remember exactly, but it was impacting close to 13,000 taxpayers. In addition, in 2016, again, because of the high potential level of tax evasion or avoidance, there was a tax amnesty in 2023. So there were several benefits granted to those who adhered to the amnesty, and the assets declared represented 20% of the GDP, according to the tax administration. So these were assets that were avoiding the payment of the tax on personal property. Here we are. Now back to Suxman's work on this. Suxman, in his report, highlights something of relevance for all countries, which drives this debate, why we require a global coordination of a tax on billionaires, is the possibilities of tax avoidance and evasion. These possibilities they have because they shift the places of residences. The so-called citizenship by investment. And this gives possibilities of arbitration amongst several jurisdictions for the tax on wealth, among others. So on the one hand, this is the situation. On the other hand, well, holding companies are being used. The valuation of wealth itself is a problem. The real property, underlying real property, and other properties as well. Real property is a bigger challenge than other properties, art, goods, and other luxury goods that are difficult to value and easy to hide. And then the identification of beneficial owners, which is also another issue at stake. That is why this global coordination is required. Then the avoidance of taxation between realized and unrealized earnings. There is some gaming here. Some earnings could not be realized, and thus taxes could be avoided. There was a prior mention, there was a mention in the previous panel on the automated exchange of information. At present, the automated exchange of information that has more exchange is the exchange of financial transactions. It is actually a high volume of this exchange. Argentina, for example, receives information from close to 700,000 accounts abroad. I can't remember the exact figure. So there's a lot of information that we receive from abroad, and that information can be exploited. Certainly, this requires a certain development on the tax administration side, because it is costly. This requires a systemic development from the tax administration. The information should be kept confidential, but at the same time, it should be crossed over with the existing information within the tax administrations. And this is essential. The tax administration must have information beforehand, otherwise it will not be possible to do a crossing. I say this because it's not that apparent. Not all countries contribute or provide this information. Not all countries require a return on foreign income, on foreign accounts. And if you do not have that information, this information crossing is virtually impossible. In addition to this, if a tax administration is not able to develop systems for crossing purposes and has to purchase off-the-shelf software abroad, well, that is a hindrance to an effective crossing of information. Well, in the current debate within the UN framework on the terms of reference in the ad hoc committee for the UN Convention for International Tax Cooperation, that is why they talk about effective exchange of information. Because there are many lower income countries that cannot effectively participate in this exchange. I wanted to show this to you in this presentation to show that if we might see a decline in the effective rate, however, the wealth of the billionaires has been growing constantly in recent years. So, what is Suxman's proposal about? His proposal consists of a world agreement for a tax with a minimum rate of 2% on the billionaire's income. The proposal also refers to different types of rates, 3%, 1%, or even including the zillionaires. And that could be later discussed. The intention is to have it discussed at the government level or within the proper agency. I think I should also say that Suxman's proposal has to do with the world pledge, a world commitment and coordination. World commitment and coordination. Why? Because a country like Argentina may have a tax on personal property. Colombia has a tax on assets, on wealth since 2022. I think it had it before as well. There is a list. My intention was to check it with you. I don't know if it's worth to do it now, but there is a recent publication of the International Monetary Fund with all the countries that have these taxes on wealth. United States is also developing a proposal with Biden for the tax on large fortunes, with different characteristics among them, some on net worth, others on realized or unrealized earnings. In the past, Argentina had a tax on minimum presumptive income. Other countries had it as well. So there are diverse possibilities, but none of them is actually going to be successful if there is no global coordination. Without it, Argentina might have a tax on personal property, which it already has, with all the details Castañeto shared with us in Congress that have reduced it to lower levels with greater exemptions. But without world coordination, whatever happens abroad, it's out of our radar. And this coordination should not only be exchange of information, even though it is necessary. We actually need to exchange more information on real property that require valuation, and this requires a registration of all property, a coordination of the registries, which sometimes are municipal, others are provincial, and there is work on this being done. And it also requires to review other issues or the introduction of other issues, such as the taxes on exit or residence extension. There are some countries that have it, such as Spain, Colombia, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They allow to extend the residency. So if a country leaves a country and decides to go for investment citizenship in another country, well, the country can extend the residency for the next number of years. But if there is no agreement for double taxation, that cannot be easily put into practice because that is not considered by agreements, therefore it is not enforceable. That is why we need this well coordination. And the last bullet, also included in Sukman's work, refers to the mechanisms for tax collection of last resort mechanisms. As it happened with Pillar 2, if a country decides not to legislate, another country should have the ability to collect that tax. Well, I'm sure I'm gone past the 15 minutes I had assigned. Last message, how important it is to coordinate national and international policies, which is actually the substance of the proposal. And final comment, this is somehow included in the zero draft of the terms of reference of the United Nations Framework Convention, referring to effective taxation of high net worth individuals. We've made an analysis in conjunction with other organizations. We are all checking what countries are doing, and we see a general support, some endorsement to the introduction of this convention as a substantive element in the terms of reference of the convention. And it is for later to see if this will be or will not be included in the protocols, because here we are talking about strategies of the countries in their interventions. Well, that is all on my part, and thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Veronica. I just wanted to open the floor for questions, but I would like to say that tomorrow we have a session on future steps, so I would like to know your opinion about the next steps. So we will follow up on today's and tomorrow's panels, and so is there any question from the floor? Any questions for any of our panelists? All right. I do have a question. In the G20, Veronica, what could be the outcome in November? Are we going to have a super rich tax? Are we going to have some cooperation level? What should we expect? Well, on an individual capacity, well, I think that here we have the proposal of a few countries. France has indicated its support. It is going through some political difficulties, but anyway, it seems that after the recent elections, they could support this initiative. The US had raised some concerns given the nature of the proposal. I think that after the last presentation by Sugman with more detailed information about the proposal and with an explicit mention to the fact that this would be a tax similar to what Biden is considering, which would lead to some coordination between countries, might lead to some support, although the U.S. has not historically supported this kind of conventions. But I think that there may be some level of support. Then I think that the rest of the G20 countries could indicate some enthusiasm at a greater or lesser extent, but I think that we can be optimistic. All right, so let's be optimistic. And Farouk.
That we see in Azerbaijan this year, how can we link the demands for tax justice and ending illicit financial flows to create more space for climate financing?
Yes, that's very important. And the Baku COP29 would take place this December. And the issue is that loss and damage fund is been created. TOR has been already discussed. There has been 2 board meetings. So climate finance is one of the major issue to be discussed by this loss and damage. And this is Baku conference is about climate financing. So one of our main demand really would be really to fulfill the promises which they have agreed, and to put more pressure on the real number of money that is needed for loss and damage fund. And loss and damage fund should also not be really managed by World Bank, as is the case at present time. And so this is a temporary arrangement, but it seems that they will go along with World Bank for more years. So some progress has been made in the loss and damage, where a board has been formed, 2 meetings took place, and some TORs have been discussed.
Thank you, Farouk. Turning to Grace, what is the best way for us to call for financing care economies, financing to end gender inequality? Where should we be focusing?
I think at the moment we have some critical spaces where we could actually call for financing the care economy. We have the Beijing Platform for Action, which is going to be reviewed after it's undergoing its review that will be happening that is already happening actually. It has already started off at the national level, and regional consultations are ongoing and will be climaxed at the UNCSW next year. And that provides a very great opportunity for us to push for financing for care. And the FFD4 also definitely provides a space for this, to ensure that we have government commitments towards financing care systems. And most recently, we also have the UN Tax Convention, where one of the things that we are calling for is to see that governments are tasked to ensure that their taxing systems are gender transformative, and in that way, that one of the things that they cater towards is care. Those are the main ones that I can think of at the top of my head right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. The Beijing Platform for Action was one of the earliest documents that actually mentioned the role of tax justice. Daniela, mencionaste la conferencia.
Daniela, you mentioned the conference on financing for development in Spain. What are the next steps now that we have the framework convention on sovereign debt? Thank you, Mati. It is a difficult question. In fact, negotiations are already underway, so we are waiting for the conference itself, but several countries have avoided some circumstances. They don't want to talk about their particular debt situation because they want to avoid repercussions in the market. So government positions here may be more complex when seen at the national level. I think that there is this feeling of having a more widespread call for reform. The G20 and other countries have also made this call. Some presidents, the UN Secretary General have made this call. So they have included a call for debt. So I think it is quite difficult to introduce a radical change in less than 1 year, but the power is concentrated in the hands of those who could carry out the change, and they do not want necessarily that change to take place. So changing the debt architecture now might be difficult from a multilateral standpoint. Perhaps we won't achieve it in the next conference, but we may plant the seeds for multilateral discussions to start towards a convention or an agreed on path. So maybe we can plant the seed. This is a question for Nayaret. You mentioned the framework convention on taxation. How is it that trade unions are getting ready for this convention, and what are the highlights in this process? I think that next week negotiations will continue in New York, and there will be a session also in December. At the PSI, we also engage with other civil society organizations. We are also part of ECOSOC in the United Nations. And from there, we try to influence and bring the voice of public services workers. And we insist with our affiliates on what I said during my presentation. Fair taxation is the source for people to have quality public services that are properly financed and that are sustainable. This is our message, and the message that we convey in all forums, not only at the international level, but also at the local level. Today, the tax compact is being discussed, a tax agreement that would give more visibility to the tax reform from 2014. So they rejected the idea of going into that reform because of the makeup of the Congress, but with the Unitary Trade Union Center in Chile, now we are having discussions with government officials in order to promote discussions on what we are also discussing at the international level, because the problem exists when workers don't understand how these high-level discussions of a more technical nature can affect their lives. But when you translate these big discussions into a specific situation, such as access to public services or the results of the pandemic with the definancing of public services, well, they change their mind. So I think that the PSI, with our affiliates, we have provided information, we have done a lot of promotion and campaigning. Thank you. And several countries now are in the process of undergoing tax reforms, and some of them have a more progressive approach. Honduras, for instance, there is a law on tax justice that is under discussion now. So how trade unions can raise awareness or exert pressure for this bill to come into force. The maquilas, perhaps the workers in the export processing zones could be perhaps included there. I think, Mati, that uh, uh, trade union organizations participate in this process, but that depends on the structure of the trade unions themselves. In Honduras, they are discussing the tax reform, but public sector trade unions are quite fragmented, so we don't have a lot of influence. If we are stronger, we can have more influence, but if we are separate, then our position is undermined. That happens to us in Paraguay. There is a discussion on tax systems and a potential tax agreement, but we have 9 trade union centers for a country with 1.5 million workers. So, of course, that also plays a role there. The trade union movement can have an influence based on its level of unity and its strength. That is what enables them to introduce changes. Well, maybe there is a very brief question from the floor. We can take one more. Okay, so we will conclude this panel.
Bueno, agradeciendo al panel, vamos.
Now we're going to go for the next panel. I'm going to kindly ask the members of the next panel to come up.
Y Flor. Pablo. Por favor, Pablo. También quería llamar a
Corina, are you there? Can you please come here on stage?
Aquí me falta alguien, Corina. Bueno, mientras esperamos a Corina, voy.
While we wait for Corina, let me begin with this panel that is aims at closing down tax havens and the ABC of financial transparency. So now we will welcome our panelists. Let me also say that Francis Cairo is with us from Tax Justice Network Africa. He is online. I don't know whether he is already online. Francis, are you there?
Okay.
Good to see everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Welcome, Francis. Thank you for joining us. I know it's a very big effort because you are late night now. But thank you very much for be here virtually. Bueno.
Tax and fiscal transparency and financial transparency are essential elements of public policy for accountability and transparent management. So, restoring these significant resources is essential for having funding for public policy, for access to public services, for narrowing the gaps and reducing the inequalities, and also bridging the gender gap and acknowledging human rights. And of course, providing funds for climate action. This is essential for our countries and for our agenda. Illicit financial flows have a serious impact on the fulfillment of these goals. So there are some estimates that have been shared here. We know that $480 billion are being lost every year. They are kept in tax havens. So fiscal transparency and the tools that have been developed to recover these resources have played an increasingly important role. We have made some achievements over the last few years, and this is beneficial for our regulatory bodies and tax administrations, but there is still a lot of work to be done. We need to improve the capabilities of our regulatory bodies, and also we need to implement some existing mechanisms in a more effective manner. So the panel is going to tell us about different experiences and tools to improve fiscal transparency at the regional and global levels. So let me begin by giving the floor to Francis Cairo. I'm going to briefly introduce him.
But I will make some introduction of you in Spanish, and then I will give you the floor. Francis
has a degree in law and a master's degree in law. He works from the point of view of law on taxation, illicit financial flows, international tax frameworks, and he has experience with civil society organizations and regional, national, and international agencies. He is a policy officer at the Tax Justice Network in Africa, and he focuses on the intersection of taxation policies. I'm going to now give the floor to Francis. He's going to tell us about the illicit financial flows tracker, a significant work done by Africa. And so we are going to learn more about this project. Francis?
Again.
Sorry, thank you, Luis. And I want to welcome everyone to this panel. My apologies, I would have wanted to join and be together with everyone in Buenos, but visa issues came into the way. But I am happy to be here today, and we look forward to a great conversation. I will be speaking about the anti-IFF's policy tracker, which is a tool that we have developed at Tax Justice Network Africa. And this is a tool that we have developed in collaboration with other institutions. And so I'll talk about how we have what the tool is. I will talk about its characteristics. I will talk about how we have developed the tool. And then I'll speak about the way forward, like what are we doing currently with the tool. And I think there should be opportunity to also share the slides that I will be using with the participants later if you need to make any reference. Because this is a tool that I have been working on, and it's something that is very close to my heart. I can keep going on and on and on, but I trust Luis, you will give me a thumbs up when I run out of time so that I know when to stop. So in developing the tool, we have taken a collaborative approach, and we are therefore, in developing the tool, have worked with the African Union Commission. We have also worked with the African Tax Administration Forum, and for purposes of this session, I will refer to them as ATAF, and then the AUC is the African Union Commission. And we took this approach because one of the things that we sought to do was deliver a tool that will be used to monitor the implementation of policies to curb illicit financial flows, or IFFs, out of the African continent. But we also sought to develop a tool that is not just for civil society organizations, but it is a tool that benefits from the collective experiences of intergovernmental organizations like ATAF and other regional groupings like the AU. And in developing the tool, we started by developing the methodology. And one of the things about the anti-IFFs policy tracker is that for now, it is limited to tracking tax-related illicit financial flows. We have a series of indicators that we will be using for tracking, and the tracking of the indicators will be done over a period of time. The other characteristic of the tracker is that it allows for cross-country comparisons. So essentially, by collecting data at a country level, you could be able to see between one country and another, how is one country performing, on which areas is one country performing better, in which area is a country not implementing anti-IFFs policy well. And it will also allow for the ability to track progress in curbing IFFs at the national level from one year to the next. It is also a tool that has been developed with a careful analysis to be a tool that is not duplicating any existing efforts to track. And it is a tool that is designed for government, for civil society, for all the players. And therefore, the multiplicity of players within the anti-IFF sector can be able to use the tool and can be able to use the data that the tool gives to assess how a country is performing in curbing illicit financial flows. In developing the tool, we first developed the framework for the tracker, or for the tool. We have looked at what are the existing recommendations that countries can implement, the laws and policies that countries need to implement for them to be able to curb illicit financial flows. We therefore looked at reports that I know the people in the room will know. For example, the Financial Action Task Force, or rather the FACTI panel report. This is the Financial Accountability and Transparency Initiative, the report that was released in 2020. We looked at the recommendations they offered in that report. We looked at the UNECA Institutional Architecture report. We looked at the report that came from the Mbeki panel report that we usually call the High-Level Panel on Illicit Financial Flows from Africa. We looked at the recommendations from the UNCTAD 2020 report on tackling IFFs, and several other documents that make certain recommendations on what countries can do in order to curb illicit financial flows. Having taken those recommendations, we used those recommendations to develop the very underpinning of what areas the tracker could track. We also used those recommendations to actually identify which are these things that countries can do at the macro and micro level to ensure that they are tackling IFFs. Having developed the framework for the tracker, we established the methodology, and we took the methodology through a series of validation forums. So we had experts come in, drawn from across the globe literally, look at the methodology that we were proposing for the tracker, and provide some feedback. And then we went ahead and developed the first form of the tool. And having developed the tool, we took it through a validation process. So we had civil society organizations looking at the tool and providing their comments. We had representatives of African Union member states also coming together, looking at the tool and providing comments. We also had the Joint Technical Committee that is constituted by revenue authorities from across Africa through ETAF come together and look at the tool and provide comments. And having provided their comments, we used their comments to develop or rather improve the tool that we had developed. The tracker uses what we can call a clustered approach. The clustered approach, if you look at the FACTI panel report, it makes certain recommendations. It will make recommendations on, for example, beneficial ownership, transfer pricing, tax transparency. And if you look at the Mbeki panel report, it will also make recommendations that can be said are almost similar. And then if you look at the UNCTAD report and various other reports that make recommendations on what need to be done at a country level to tackle illicit financial flows, you will find that there is a thread that flows through those reports. And therefore, we took those recommendations and we converted the recommendations into indicators. And because certain indicators are similar, so you will have indicators that are relevant to the necessary laws that a country needs to implement to curb IFS. We combined them together and we formed a cluster that we call the Legislative and Policy Frameworks Cluster. There are other recommendations on what institutions a country needs at the national level. For example, a transfer pricing unit, a large taxpayers unit, a unit that, for example, helps and facilitates the processes in asset recovery. And those recommendations are related to the kind of institution. They are related to the strength that that kind of institution needs, the kind of capability that the institution needs. And we clustered those recommendations as indicators into a cluster on institutional frameworks. And therefore, we have 4 cluster areas that under each cluster, we have the recommendations transformed into indicators. And having done this, you have what you can call a comprehensive view of what a country needs to do in tackling illicit financial flows. Under each of the clusters, we have what we call the indicators. The indicators are simply recommendations transformed into something measurable. And under each of the indicators, then we have provided a way of measuring the indicator. And therefore, you could use this tool, take the indicators under the cluster under policy and legislative frameworks, and do a proper disaggregated analysis at the country level to actually identify the laws that the country has, whether the country has, for example, gotten to a better stage in passing the law, in implementing that law, and then you look at exactly how has it been implemented using evidence. So each of the clusters has a set of indicators, and therefore I provide here the number of indicators that fall under each of the clusters. But it is important to also unpack how we use the tool to analyze how a country is progressing in terms of actually implementing the recommendations to tackle illicit financial flows. Our recommendation is to use a traffic light system. And therefore, we do an analysis by analyzing if a country is having at any given point inadequate performance of the measures in place to curb illicit financial flows, then we would say that in terms of the criteria to curb illicit financial flows, they are not performing well, so they would be at a 0, and they would be at a red, and it would be a clear indicator that the country, when it comes to a certain indicator, has a long way to go in terms of curbing illicit financial flows. But if you pick another indicator, and the country is doing better, so they have small but insufficient measures to curb IFFs, then it would mean that they have some work that is ongoing, but it is insufficient. So they are at a higher maturity level than inadequate performance. So they would be somewhere at an orange. And then the assessment process goes up to a green, where in each indicator, you can be able to tell how a country is performing. Whether they are at a red means that they are not doing well when it comes to that indicator. And if they are at a green, it means they are also doing better when it comes to that indicator. We have also provided for an aggregation process. So under each of the for each of the class indicators under each cluster, there is an aggregation process that allows you to know that if you go back to the clusters that we were discussing, you will remember that we had 4 clusters. So we had a cluster on policy, these are the laws. We have a cluster on the institutions. We have a cluster on the information and data. We also have a cluster on interagency cooperation. So using the assessment process and using the indicators under each cluster, you can be able to tell whether, when it comes to information and data frameworks, having done an aggregation, whether the country is at a red, which means they are doing poorly in the indicators under that cluster, or they are at a green, which means when it comes to the cluster on interagency cooperation, then the country is doing well, and therefore the country, having done this self-assessment process, can be able to actually come to a conclusion where it comes to measures to tackle illicit financial flows. This is how we are performing. These are our areas of strength. These are our areas of weakness. This is where we can put in more effort. This is where we need to do better. And therefore, this is what I was discussing, because the tool allows the country at a glance to see the indicators where they are doing well, but also the clusters where they are doing well and where they are not doing well, and to actually, having done this process, identify the weak areas and be able to automatically be able to say that when it comes to this issue, we can be able to do better. We have also developed the digital version of the tool, and it is going to be going live in the next few days. And it's going to be available for anyone to be able to see the assessment process. You see the indicators we are using, to see the clusters we are using, and moving forward, because the tool is now ready, we will be piloting in 6 countries between this period now and the month of October. And these are the countries where we will be doing the piloting. In case any jumps at you, Gabon, Uganda, Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Namibia. And these are countries that have volunteered to undergo the self-assessment process that is curated by the 3 agencies that I mentioned that are working on this: TJNA, ETAF, and the African Union Commission. And having done the assessment, we will be developing what we can call a comprehensive country-level assessment that is based on realistic data that helps to identify disaggregated in-country level data on what a country is doing and what a country is not doing, the areas where a country is succeeding and where a country is failing. And it is going to be easy to identify clearly where the policy gaps are, where the institutional gaps are, where the data gaps are, and it can be able to help a country set itself on the course for necessary reforms to tackle illicit financial flows. As I conclude, it is important to mention that countries are indeed doing a lot when it comes to tackling illicit financial flows. But it is important to engage in a scientific process that helps them to identify where they are doing well, where they are not performing well, and to actually use a proper assessment that helps them to actually identify where they can be able to direct most of their resources. In moving forward, following the pilot will give us the insights that we need to ensure that we make the tool even better. We will consolidate the assessments from the pilot countries, and moving into the year 2025, we will be rolling out the tool across the entire continent, and it is going to be possible to log into the front side portal on the IFF tracker to actually see how countries are performing, to actually see the countries that are surging forward in tackling illicit financial flows, to see which areas they are doing well in, and to see which areas they will need to be doing much more on. This is a tool that holds a great promise for helping to track anti-IFF's policy development across the globe. It can be customized to fit the realities of any region. It will provide the much needed evidence that players need to actually identify where they can be able to funnel their efforts and funnel their resources, and it can assist countries to actually know where they can dedicate more effort. And therefore, though it has been developed with Africa in mind, it is only the testing ground. It is a tool that can be customized to any region, and this is a conversation that we are happy to explore. Look out for more information around the IFF tracker, and we will be happy to also share the presentation for any follow-up reading, and I'm happy to also continue engaging with anyone that might have any further questions around the tracker. Thank you. Back to you, Luis.
Thank you very much, Kairi, for this presentation. So I will speak now in Spanish. Bueno,
I think that this is a very important tool, the anti-IFF tracker. Francis Cairo has explained the collaborative work that they did with several agencies and regional organizations in order to come up with this tool. He explained the recommendations, the indicators, and I think that this is going to be a very useful tool, and it will surely provide a lot of information from these pilot countries in terms of measuring and identifying policies. And you have the transparency panel, the factory transparency panel, the high-level panel that was coordinated in Africa, and the work with other supranational organizations. All these contributed to the development of this tool. So once again, thank you, Francis, for your presentation. I know that we are running late, so let me introduce Pablo Ferreri, who is a public accountant. He specializes in international tax systems and transparency. He has different roles. He was a member of the Wealth Tax Commission of the United Nations. He has been an advisor to several organizations. He has been a congressperson. He has also been vice minister, and he has implemented different reforms for fiscal transparency, and one of them reform for transparency and progressive taxation in Uruguay. So I'm going to give the floor to Pablo, who is going to tell us about fiscal transparency in Latin America. Go ahead, Pablo. Good morning to you all. I'm really pleased to be joining you here in Buenos Aires, and talking to you about these important topics for us all. I'm going to talk about transparency, but I will take a few minutes before doing that to tell you what I think explains the need for combating IFFs and also ensuring fiscal transparency. There is a justification. Why do we need higher levels of transparency? To do what? So let me begin by telling you a little bit about the situation in Latin America regarding the region's capacity to finance public policy. Then I will share some developments in the region in terms of institutionality and the fight against tax opacity, but I'm also going to talk about the future challenges which exceed the achievements that we have made so far. That is why my presentation is entitled World of Gray Colors, because a lot has been done, but we still need to do much more in our continent. We still have a long way to go. So I'll have a brief presentation for you. And I know we are competing against lunch, so I'll try to be brief. Poverty is a structural problem in Latin America. In the 1990s and in the early 2000s, there was a significant reduction of poverty, but our continent still has significant poverty levels, around 30%. This has not changed. This is data for 18 countries in Latin America. 200 million poor people in total, if we consider the entire region, and 72 million people living in extreme poverty. This happens despite the fact that social government spending has increased as a percentage of the GDP. In the last 2 decades, there has been an increase in social spending as a percentage of GDP. But of course, it has not increased at the necessary level to carry out all the public policies required for housing, health, education, etc. Also, in this world of gray shades, we see an improvement in the Gini index, so the levels of inequality in the continent seem to have improved, but we are still the most unequal region in the world. To the right, we see this red bar that is the index, the Gini index average from the OECD, and how this relates to or compares to rates in other countries. We are still far away from having reasonably acceptable levels in terms of equality. We also see the development of the wealth of the billionaires in Latin America. We are not seeing the highest levels of wealth in terms of constant dollars, but the number is quite impressive. $453 billion in the hands of billionaires. But this ECLAC chart is even more interesting. Here we see the evolution of the relative variation of the relative wealth of billionaires as compared against the rest of the population. For the last decade, we have more or less the same behavior. All of these levels dropped during the pandemic, but look at what happened after the pandemic. The relative share of billionaires, or the relative variation of billionaires, has been much better for billionaires. So this means that we are heading towards higher levels of inequality. So the pandemic has been more beneficial for billionaires than for the rest of the population. And this has a central explanation. At the beginning of the conference, Adrian talked about administrative issues and political decisions that are required here. With a few exceptions, because there may be some countries that may treat this different, but overall, Latin America has very low tax collection levels, and this is not very effective. Tax systems are designed to create tax burdens that are much lower than those of the developed countries. To the left, we see the average tax pressure in OECD countries around 34%, whereas in Latin America this is less than 22%. So these are 12 GDP points that could be used for public policies. To the right, we see why we have poor tax revenue collection, because we have a large portion of indirect taxes that are the most regressive ones. In orange, we have the tax structure for the OECD countries, and in blue, we have those for Latin American countries. We see income taxes on individuals and also contributions to social security. But we see that indirect taxes have a greater weight on Latin America. So this is the baseline problem. There is poor and ineffective tax revenue collection, and there are no tax systems that contribute to improving equality levels, and there is not enough collection to contribute to combating poverty and inequality through government spending. And as I said, the biggest problem is that there is very little taxes levied on different agents in Latin America. Usually tax rates are lower, and in terms of stock, as Veronica Grondona said, only a few Latin American countries have taxes on net wealth stock. In fact, there were several countries around the world that removed the taxes on assets in the late 1990s or early 2000s because tax revenue collection was low as compared to the participation in tax systems, and the administrative burden perhaps was not just justified based on the levels of tax collection. But I think that we need to have a systemic approach towards taxes as a whole. And we also need to consider here tax justice. We need more resources after the pandemic. Taxation has to be fairer, and that can only be achieved through direct taxes and taxes on wealth. But is Latin America ready to levy taxes on wealth, regardless of the political will to do that? Do countries in the region have the political will to apply these taxes on wealth? Now, the second question, if there is a political will, are our countries prepared to manage taxes on wealth because of flows or stock? So here we have an approach to that. These are the tax evasion rates for income taxes in some Latin American countries. This is the latest figures that I found available. We see that the rate is quite high, around 50% in many countries. So there is 1 peso that is not collected out per 1 peso that is actually collected. So with these levels of tax evasion, it is quite difficult to think about managing more and better taxes on wealth. This also brings about administrative problems, but when these turn into chronic problems, then there are some political repercussions. If tax administrations have to be reformed, and if they need to deal with all this administrative work, then this requires political will. So, in order to collect more and better, there are two necessary conditions. We need to improve the tax design to levy wealth, and we need to reduce tax evasion. And to do this, we need to improve transparency, and we need to fight against tax abuses. I know that I'm taking longer than I expected for this introduction, but all these are important aspects associated with fiscal transparency. Our countries need to consider all this in order to collect more and better taxes. So levying taxes on wealth requires more information and more transparency and international cooperation. And I was thinking about different shades of gray, and that is true because we did some work with Latindadd on transparency. These are aspects that are well explained in a longer document that is in Latindadd's website. When you look at the regulatory framework, you can tell that progress was made in Latin America. When you look at the powers of controlling agencies or regulatory bodies, some progress has been made. Agreements for the exchange of information have been signed. When you look at the region, there are a lot of information exchange agreements. But what happens in reality? Here comes the gray shades. In 2022, there were approximately 700 requests for information exchange, in addition to the automatic exchanges from Latin American administrations to other countries, 700. This is a number that almost doubled the number of requests in 2001. Anyway, it is still quite low. But things become more interesting. Out of those 700 requests, 3 countries account for 90%. I'm talking about Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico. So that means that the rest of Latin America made approximately 70 requests, and that is almost nothing. So this is a world of gray shades. Regional agreements have been signed to combat other crimes like corruption or embezzlement. I was the director at the time of the Punta del Este Declaration signed in 2018, and I think that was a turning point because many things happened after that. But our countries are not using tax information intensively to combat other types of crimes, as is the case with corruption. Tax crime. And this is something that we worked on with Natalia Costa, an excellent lawyer who specializes in this field. When you look at Latin America, we see the definition of the tax crimes. But let me ask you, in your countries, how many people have been prosecuted, criminally prosecuted for this kind of tax crimes? Probably in most of the cases, with some exceptions, the answer will be 0. That is why I speak about a world of gray shades. We have tax administrations that have improved. No one can say that the Argentine tax administration or the tax administration in Brazil or in Mexico don't have a good level or are not performing well. The same applies to Uruguay, but that doesn't match the levels of tax evasion that I showed previously. So something is happening. We live in a world of gray shades. We have some early levels of regional cooperation. I think that we still have a long way to go in that regard. And here, let me talk about a roadmap towards transparency with 3 pillars. Some regulatory advances, institutionality and governance, and changes in control management. So, let me briefly refer to these pillars. First, standards or regulations. What should happen in our countries? We should improve access to domestic banking and financial information. In Uruguay, we were only able to have access to bank information around 2010 or 2011, if I remember correctly, as a result of the need to comply with international agreements. Since we had to fulfill our international agreements, we had to lift the bank secrecy. So it didn't make sense for others from other countries to have access to that information when we in Uruguay couldn't have access to bank information. But now, access to bank information has to be requested, and we should have more fluent access to bank information. Access to beneficial ownership information. In some countries, there is a request for these beneficial ownership registries to be publicly available. But anyway, regulatory bodies have difficulties in accessing these registries. We also need more reporting agents in the private sector who have the obligation to provide information. This also links to money laundering. Those that deal with economic transactions have to generate more suspicious transactions reports in order to combat and identify tax crimes. If at the end of the day tax evasion is solved with money, the risk-benefit equation generates significant incentives for continuing tax evasion. So in Latin America, there are only a few cases of prosecution for tax crimes, and we see that this translates into high levels of tax evasion in our continent. Also, on the regulatory side, I think that we need to punish or to disencourage, from a tax perspective, the existence of corporations that have almost no tax payments, the law or no tax. There are some places where corporations that were paying no taxes or paying low taxes existed. They had to be punished. In Uruguay, there was an intensive use of Panamanian corporations at that time, and the tax on their assets doubled for those corporations. From the point of view of institutionality and governance, it is essential to promote regional and global coordination. The ultimate goal is to achieve global coordination. And some people have already mentioned this. Noel mentioned some of the things that I had on my slides for Thursday, but UN experts these last few days have been looking at the comments to the zero draft for the convention, and they will be collecting comments from countries. So if you have the time, I encourage you to have a look at the comments on that zero draft. We have supporters, quite enthusiastic, but also many objectioners. So this will not be an easy task. But in order to achieve some regional that global coordination, Latin America requires some regional coordination first. It is not enough with reaching comfortable positions if we don't work in coordination. Could anyone think about Latin America reaching a milestone like the African Union, moving all the wheels in that convention? Could Latin America lead to that kind of consensus? The answer is no, because there are no regional coordination forums. We had the Punta del Este Declaration. Progress was made for the platform on taxation for Latin America and the Caribbean. Some countries signed it, others didn't. Unfortunately, my country, Uruguay, did not sign it, but we need to insist because we need a convergence of tax systems so as not to have a race to the bottom and compete for more collection or more investments, actually, collecting fewer taxes, but also to put up a common front in order to achieve global coordination. We also talked about the need to improve transparency in tax spending that implies billions of dollars. We were talking about 3 GDP points in Latin America. So this implies a lot of money. But unlike what may happen with tax rates reductions voted for in Congress, tax adjustments are sometimes made at the discretion of the executive branch without having any consultation with Parliament. So we need this kind of transparency. We also need to improve tax evasion statistics and studies. Despite all efforts, there are no homogeneous statistics for all Latin American countries to allow for a proper comparison. And we also need to move forward with joint inspections or simultaneous inspections with the involvement of different tax administrations in the region. So at the institutional level, we need to make progress in this direction. And what underpins the political will, the agreements, and institutional advances is the management in tax administrations. That is why we need to insist, although some progress has been made already, on having properly trained human resources in our bodies. We need technical training, but also training on how to conduct an inspection. A tax inspector thinking about tax fraud will find it difficult to think that money laundering crime is taking place. So we need that kind of interinstitutional approach, that kind of cross-cutting work. We also need to build better bases for transfer prices and grant more access to market information for asset valuation. This is essential. We need to build better bases and access to private databases. If we want to move ahead with a tax on net wealth, we can't apply a tax if we don't know what the value of those assets is. We are working on a draft proposal for a tax on net wealth in the subcommittee of the United Nations, and we are also working on a model piece of legislation. I will be in charge of the administration aspects, but we can't move ahead with this if we don't have the proper evaluation. I'm about to finish. We also need to have good analysis of beneficial ownership registry. All these aspects related to governance, control management, and regulations set the roadmap for fiscal transparency in Latin America. Why? Because we need to generate more spaces for public policies to combat poverty and inequality. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias, Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo. You say we collect poorly and little, not enough to close the inequality gap. And there is here a broad spectrum of proposals, regulatory proposals, management proposals to be addressed in this context where tax evasion and avoidance play a preeminent role. And here the political decision is crucial, as you very well said. I will now give the floor to Florencia Lorenzo, who is a senior researcher of the Tax Justice Network. She's working on corporate tax havens and the Financial Secrecy Index. She's taking studies. She's a Master of Political Sciences from the Federal University of Minas Gerais, and she's currently completing her PhD studies in the Sao Paulo University. I will give the floor to Florencia, who will present on another important tool, which is the Financial Secrecy Index. The TJN has been working for several years. Thank you, Luis. Thank you to the FTC and Latindadd for organizing this event and for inviting me to present. It is a pleasure for me to present on these topics and discussing with such a distinguished guest in the city where I was born. I'm very happy about that. I will try to be up to the bar because the presentations have been so good. My notes are blocked, so I will present without them. Okay. I'm going to talk about the Financial Secrecy Index, one of the two indexes produced by my organization, which is part of the effort we have been discussing in this panel, which is understanding the phenomenon to be able to act upon it. So let me explain the source of the Financial Secrecy Index to understand that this is both an analytical tool and also aimed at allowing the various stakeholders, governments, civil society to act upon this phenomenon. As Luis said, this is a phenomenon which is very costly for governments. We estimate 400 billion lost every year. It's not just money that is lost homogeneously spread across the society, but from the wealthiest sectors. To have better taxation systems, we need to deal with this phenomenon. The tax havens in a broader sense. That is why this effort, an effort to understand what a tax haven is. This is an effort that has been going on for several years all over the world. Whenever governments deal with evasion, and understanding of tax havens is something that has to be done. This has been an effort filled with hypocrisies or the inability or the unwillingness to say who are the relevant actors here. For example, by the end of the past century, core initiative, the harmful tax competition, that initiative produced a publication of a list of tax havens, which eventually was one of the greatest symbols of hypocrisy, because the only countries were small countries in the list with little power. And some of the OECD members that could be characterized as tax havens were eventually not included. So understanding this phenomenon has a strong political component. It is hard to understand what a tax haven is if we do not understand as well the political dynamics involved in this exercise. So that is why this effort. As I said, there are two indexes, both complementary. One is the Financial Secrecy Index, which we've been publishing since 2009. That is the moment when the crisis had just taken place. And then the Corporate Tax Haven Index, which is the sister index. We analyze both phenomena, the financial secrecy and the jurisdictions that allow multinationals to avoid paying taxes in various ways. Let me frame the exercise. As Pablo said, this can also be used to fight against evasion. He gave the example of bond companies. Countries have adopted measures, so understanding where the risk lies, where the risk is located globally is also present here. And in the analysis, we started from the fact that rather than going from a list, let's think about this as different shades, depending on the legislation of each country for transparency or mechanisms that allow multinationals to avoid paying taxes that could virtually erode the basis of another country. So we need both legislation for the effective harm it may cause on others. So our indexes, both of them, follow the same structure, but with different elements. And they have a second point of analysis, which is this notion that the large financial centers with a moderate secrecy level, these sieves, they represent countries with a lot of secrecy, countries with high transparency, and those in between. So, along the lines of what Kaidu said, we can think of different colors. The major financial centers, even they may have large gaps as they funnel much more money, they represent a higher risk. So this country could have lower gaps, smaller gaps, but if they provide more financial centers for non-residents, which we call the global scale weight, the offshore risk for these countries is much higher. In this analysis, we try to prevent ourselves from doing what happened with the old lists that eventually focused efforts on the smaller countries that may have problematic laws, that provide no transparency, that do not exchange much information. However, their impact with better laws, even if they have to do it, would be small. If one of these countries on the left becomes more transparent, the impact will be much more significant. Now, let's get into the analysis of the country's legal framework. This is an analysis we conduct based on the FATF framework and also our own analysis. The financial secrecy indexes comprises 4 major categories, whether the account and asset ownership information is registered with the authorities, the registry of beneficial owners, asset holding, if there is bank secrecies. Many countries still have it. Switzerland, for example, they do not have bank secrecy in terms of exchange, but within the country, even though they have a tax on wealth, is still existing. Then information transparency, who has access to this information? Is there any public registry of beneficial owners? The accounting information of companies are made available to the public for public analysis. A third component related to the integrity and the capabilities of tax administrations, considering their resources, whether there is secrecy at the court, at the tax court records, with registered shares or other structures that enable concealing the ownership of corporate assets. And finally, to what extent the country is engaged or is party to cooperation, international cooperation agreements. For example, here we check if there is any exchange of information between tax administrations, if they are parties to any legal cooperation frameworks, and the automated exchange of information. And one last point of analysis to mention is we always work on the basis of the worst hypothesis of legal vacuum. If we assume the country has a significant gap, because if I want to hide my identity, I'm not going to use the company that has to register information, but the company that doesn't have to register. Basically, I wanted to show to you our conclusion. Based on this analysis of both components, the analysis of the legal framework, the weight and the impact, we see fiscal tax abuse geography quite different than what you may see all over the world. For comparison purposes, this is a list of the European Union of non-cooperative jurisdictions. It is not up to date. I should have updated it. But it's not very different from what you see here. If we compare with the last edition of the Financial Secrecy Index from 2022, the countries that are listed as the highest providers of financial secrecy are countries such as the United States, Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong, Luxembourg, and the list goes on. And when we compare this with the corporate tax abuse, we see the same countries, others which are not in the list, but it's not very different. It is different from what we see in the European Union list. And this has an impact not only in political terms, hypocrisy, cooperation, terms of cooperation, but also in the implementation of public policies. In the European Union, this list is used by some countries to implement anti-avoidance measures. The fact that you see a lot of countries that are not included in the list means that there are many leaks in the use of resources. So understanding the real impact is very important, so that we are not focused on channels that are not, I wouldn't say that they are not ideal, but they are not real in dealing with this problem. To complete the analysis of the index, we say that it's actually much more than an index. In our website, there are explanations and references. It is an index, it is a ranking, but there is also an analysis of the legal framework available in the site with explanations and references of each of the pieces of data for the Financial Secrecy Index. This is an example I'm providing on the capability, the abilities of the tax administration, if the country has the ability to deal with high net worth individuals. And as I said, we can use this legal analysis in combination with the economic flows of the countries to see where the main areas of risk lie. This is an example of Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. The channels that have a significant risk level, using, in this case, public information. I can't remember the source. Foreign trade, well, and we develop a map of channels with large financial flows and higher secrecy. For example, Panama, United States, and China, and other countries that have potential risks. We develop this based on public information, but some of my colleagues have recently made an analysis with microeconomic data of transactions within companies to see which corporate channels could be used and which represent higher risk and the reasons. And in that analysis, we use transfer pricing data. On the improvement of the legal framework, I guess Pablo has already touched upon the most relevant areas, but I usually think of this from 3 viewpoints. First, the necessary information should be registered with authorities who should have direct access to the information they need to perform their work. Then guarantee that all stakeholders should have access to information. For example, if within a country the information is within the country registered for, let's say, money laundering purposes, they should have access to the legal framework. The Punta del Este Convention, for example, is very important because it provides for country cooperation, exchange, but there is no data, so they can be used for money laundering. If the authority receives the information for tax purposes, may not be shared with the money laundering authority because they are not sure about the legal framework. That is super important. It's not just a question of authorities. All parties who have a stake here, when the information that can be anonymized, if it's not high-risk information, that should be disclosed. For example, the public registries should be disclosed to the public because they help us understand these are repositories of information that large corporations have to report to authorities. They are still public. If we had access to this information, that will have a deterrence effect. The fact that the information is being disclosed will improve my behavior. And it's also an impact in the face of the civil society of accountability. And finally, collaboration among different players. There's a typo here. The authorities, the civil society, in the analysis of this data, so that they account also for the information they are receiving. Because as Pablo said, there is information today that is available, but nobody knows what is being done with that information. As a result, the tax authorities, I'm thinking about Latin America, they may have nowadays much more information than in the past. However, they are still targeting their efforts on the sectors, on the old sectors. They are not properly using the data. And all of us here sharing this idea that it is important for authorities to operate more progressively in the enforcement of the laws, having to account for the use of the data, it's super important, not just so that this is not just the letter of the law. Now, I'm going to stop here. And later on, I might complete my ideas with the questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Florencia, for this presentation on the Financial Secrecy Index. As you said, this is a tool that started in 2009 with a few countries, but it has led to the strengthening of the index at the global level. Actually, there was a lot of work done from Latin America to support this process, positioning this tool with different tax administrations that still had a list of tax havens at that time, but this shows that the financial centers are the main enablers of all these situations. So this is a very interesting tool. Thank you for your presentation. Now, we are going to talk about two important regulations for fiscal transparency, the last two presentations. First, I'm going to give the floor to Lorena Cori, who is an economist specialized in tax policy. She has a master's degree from the University of Buenos Aires. She's an activist on public policy, mainly on tax justice and gender issues. She is the director in one of the units in the Ministry of the Economy in Argentina. She's a researcher at the University of Buenos Aires, and she is also a professor there. And she is working at the CES Foundation. So Lorena, you have the floor to tell us a little bit about beneficial owners here in Latin America. Let me begin by thanking everyone here and all of you joining us remotely. And I also want to thank the organizers, Luis, for allowing me to be here with this deluxe panel. Many of the things that I wanted to say have already been mentioned here, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I just wanted to share with you the challenges and the progress made in Argentina and in other Latin American countries with the new beneficial ownership registries and the importance of moving ahead with these registries. I'm a member of CES Foundation, and we have been studying all these topics since 2019. Adrian has also done some research into this. I just wanted to summarize the history of beneficial ownership in Argentina. In 2011, we introduced this notion of beneficial owner without going into the definition. So all regulations were enhanced. We included some criteria, and in 2018, the notion of beneficial owner was expanded. In 2020, the tax administration issued a resolution indicating that beneficial owners are human persons that have a direct or indirect control on a legal entity. And in 2021, the Financial Information Unit issued a resolution 112 that also determines the definition for final owners, for beneficial owners, and establishes a 10% threshold. In March 2024, a law was passed to create a centralized registry of beneficial owners under the control of the tax administration. We are still waiting for the regulations for the implementation of this law. Another important point that I think should be mentioned is that Argentina, as a federal country, has national and subnational elements. You have the tax administration, you have the Financial Information Unit, and other agencies collecting beneficial ownership information, and they have experience and they have changed their rules based on international standards. We also have subnational structures. Provinces have made quite a lot of progress. In 2019, there were 3 provinces that had adopted their legislation, but now we have half of all the provinces that have already included the obligation to report on beneficial ownerships to public registries, authorities, Buenos Aires, the city of Buenos Aires, Tierra del Fuego, all of them modified their regulations and updated them. So here we see that many advances were made in Argentina, but there are also significant challenges in terms of harmonizing and standardizing the regulation. Since this is a federal country, we have provinces with different criteria on beneficial ownership, and we have some national regulations that have different criteria to define beneficial owners, and this adds some complexity. When we look at the regional level, the main sources of information in the countries in the region, we see four main sources. We have the money laundering framework, the anti-money laundering legislation. We also have the financial entity approach, financial entities that gather and keep information on beneficial owners. Then we have the approach of tax administrations that gather information on taxpayers at the national level and keep this information on the beneficial ownership registry. And then we have the central registry. So different public agencies report this information to a central registry. When we look at the current situation of countries in Latin America, after gathering all this information, we see that in terms of thresholds, we have a variety of threshold levels. Argentina has a threshold level of 10% established by the Financial Information Unit, but other countries have different thresholds. Colombia with a 5% and Mexico with a 25% threshold level. So this diversity in threshold levels or this heterogeneity leads to some difficulty when it comes to exchanging information and generating information among peers. This is what Florencia and Pablo said. We also have different criteria to define beneficial owners, and in countries like ours with a federal system, this adds complexity to the analysis when identifying or comparing information on beneficial owners. If we have a look at practices in other countries that have already established beneficial ownership registries, we see that we may have homogeneous, harmonized threshold levels around 25%. Here we are mentioning a few cases that we analyze. As Florencia said, these are publicly available. In other cases, there is some limited access to these beneficial ownership registries, and in other cases, there is partial access. But overall, the threshold level is set at 25%, unlike what we see in Latin America. As regards data accessibility, we see that some countries have made progress in terms of information transparency. Almost 41% of European Union countries have free of charge access to beneficial owners registry, and 48% of them allow requesters to download that information. And just to summarize the results we observe in Latin America, in this short period of time, in the last 6 years, a lot of progress was made, although there are some problems still with harmonizing regulations. But we also see that this is the case in other Latin American countries. In general, countries have applied multiple approaches to supplementing information sources, and this allows to bridge the gap in information. Tax administration may have some information on beneficial owners, and then you have financial institutions like the central bank that also compile beneficial ownership information using different criteria. Overall, we see that in Latin America there is a trend towards having information in a central record. 11 out of the 15 initial countries have implemented a central registry. Argentina last March passed this law, but the regulations are not yet in place. Colombia, Costa Rica are quite advanced in this process. We should also highlight Peru and the Dominican Republic that have integrated these tax strategies linking the compliance with tax regulations and information on beneficial owners. So, some of the challenges establishing a harmonized regulatory framework, moving ahead with oversight and compliance or enforcement, and some interinstitutional coordination. So there are some public agencies that are gathering this information, but this is not yet systematized. There is not one single source where you can have access to public information. So that poses a significant challenge, not just for Argentina, but for all countries in Latin America. Just by looking at the indicators, let me explain why we care about this information. Pablo already talked about tax evasion rates. I think that it is important also to show lost revenues with major taxes like VAT. 2 to 4% of the GDP of the resources are lost in each country. Of course, there are some variations, and I also think that it is important to mention offshore wealth that is around 8% of GDP in Argentina and almost 30% in the case of Paraguay. Pablo has already talked about this, but it is important to see why we need to have a beneficial owners registry, how this can help us reduce all these tax revenue losses and tax evasion. Finally, let me talk about the importance of having access to all these resources. In my view, this goes beyond tax purposes. I think this is also useful to detect money laundering, financing of terrorism, and corruption. This also helps identify those that hide behind complex structures so that they can be controlled, supervised. So by raising awareness in society and knowing that all of us need this information to prevent these unfair advantages, we need to let the civil society know that they have to get involved in this kind of information gathering. This will enable us to improve accountability in the various sectors, not just for tax purposes, but also for other purposes, guaranteeing human rights, for instance, because the lost revenues derived from tax evasion does not allow others to have their rights guaranteed, rights to education, to social security, to health. So I see a few opportunities. Perhaps I'm too optimistic, but I think there are some opportunities here. Perhaps because I'm also looking at practices in other countries with more experience. Perhaps we can work towards building a more robust and equitable financial ecosystem to improve citizenship engagement that today is quite weak, not just in Argentina, but in the rest of Latin America. We can also empower tax administrations to be more effective, and they are quite relevant. They gather a lot of information, they work efficiently, but we need to leverage that. And this can only be done with public policies that also invest in tax administrations and that improve them. And I think that all this will enable us to optimize government revenues and generate additional resources to provide the infrastructure that is needed to benefit the society and its development. I agree with the rest of the panelists that we need to move towards harmonization, not just in terms of threshold levels, but also regulatory frameworks. We saw that in Argentina there are different criteria to come up with the definition of beneficial owners, and this adds more complexity to the analysis of this information. In other countries in Latin America, we see the same situation. And they also have a diverse criteria. Perhaps this is not so realistic, but we should eliminate tax havens. This requires regional coordination. This was also mentioned by previous speakers. Or we need to apply some penalties or punishment to these tax havens, because many resources that belong to society are lost, and this has an impact across the board. We should also move towards a global asset registry. This was a proposal by ICRID at a certain point in time. This can contribute to global transparency. And finally, we need to raise public awareness on the importance of having this information and the benefits that this can have for tax purposes, but also at a social level, because the revenue loss that happens is usually associated with money from drug trafficking, trafficking in people, and many other crimes that affect us all. All of us feel the effects and the impact of all these abuses perpetrated by large legal persons and corporations. As Florencia said, almost $500 billion disappear annually into tax havens. 65% are lost because of abuses of multinational companies, and the rest has to do with tax evasion. And this deprives the poorest countries of up to 49% of their public health budget. So we need to move forward with transparency in terms of beneficial ownership information. This is essential to stop this global looting, and we all need to advocate more transparency and more information. That would be all.
No voy a ser redundante.
Thank you, Lorena. I do not want to be redundant, and also because we do not have much time left. Thank you for your presentation, Lorena, and for presenting our challenges and needs to make more transparency with more beneficial owner registries and with more homogeneous thresholds. I am now giving the final word to Libby. Libby Gervase. She is a researcher of SICTAR for Latin America. She is an expert on international affairs, trained in the University of Rio Grande do Sul. She's worked in Brazil with civil society. She's the author of several publications, coordination of projects, training for unions and social movements in Brazil. Libby will talk about the country-by-country reporting, which is another significant tool for transparency. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for this invitation to be here with you. I know I'm the last person before your, I'm the only person between you and lunch, so I'll try to be quick. I will talk about country-by-country reporting. The slides are in English, and I apologize for that, but why not? It could be good for English speakers. The main message here is that reports go beyond transparency. They also enable accountability and advocacy. So it's much more than PDFs, reports. That have a significant impact in international transparency. But before that, I'm going to talk a little bit about SICTAR. This is a research center that is only now starting to work in Latin America, so probably most of you are not familiar with it. So SICTAR investigates, the behavior of international multinationals. Mostly they are tax behavior to help unions. So we work jointly with unions to assist in the collective bargaining of these unions with large multinationals. We conduct research, we provide data to the unions, because it's important to understand that when companies do profit shifting, they are not just concealing profits from authorities, but also from workers. They say there's no money for salaries, there's no more money for benefits. And when you provide more information to unions and workers, they can make more, they can do better in collective bargaining. So this is SICTAR's model, which started in Europe, in Australia, and now we are working in Latin America. We started with Colombia, with a large energy company there, and also work on the care industry, which is highly privatized in Europe, mostly in Norway. And we do advocacy with partners on the transparency of international corporations, and we contribute to the GRI standard. And we're going to talk about this in my presentation. So this is an investigation, a research center that works mostly with unions, but also does advocacy with other partners. I guess most of you are familiar with what country-by-country reporting is, but let me start from scratch, what they are. This is a financial transparency initiative that requires multinational enterprises to disclose their financial data, including revenues, profits, and taxes paid for each jurisdiction where they operate. That's the most important thing. That is why it's called country by country. For each country they have to disclose. And typically they develop this report, but they do not disclose to everyone. So we're going to talk about the importance of public country by country reporting that anyone can use. So what SICTA does with unions is very important because we have access to these reports. What is the current reality today? The reality is that multinationals, as this is voluntary, it is not mandatory, they do not develop their public country-by-country reports. Only 124 out of 7,000 large multinationals disclose or publish public country-by-country reports, which is less than 5% of global profit. So it's very small. I'll give you an example of one company that complies, but it's important to know that it is a very small share. So what do we do today? What is the current situation? The reality today is that only the public multinationals, that is to say listed companies, if the country has a requirement for companies to disclose tax and financial statements, then the company will disclose. So what we have now is only the individualized financial statements for those countries that have this requirement and when the companies are listed. Otherwise, we have nothing. So we have that, and in the countries where the companies have the headquarters, they will disclose, but not in a disaggregated manner, but only consolidated. We have no information on a country-by-country basis. That is the current reality, which we are trying to change with various standards. The little thing we have now, these 124 companies that do country-by-country reporting, well, the studies already show that they have an impact in reality because these companies are less aggressive in taxation and they pay taxes with a higher effective rate than other companies that do not publish. So we already have a little, and with this little we can already see an impact of public country-by-country reporting. So as I said, we should understand that although this reporting is not mandatory, it already exists. So there are lots of people that say that they have. There are some that have to do this annual reporting to the OECD. At present, there are 4 main standards of country-by-country reporting. The first and oldest one is the European banking sector reporting that dates back to 2013. It is public and it is mandatory. But it's only for the banking sector. The second standard of the OECD is from 2016. Over 50 countries on an annual basis sent to OECD their country-by-country reporting of the multinationals whose headquarters are in these countries. So these data exist, are with the OECD, but they are not public. They are mandatory and private. In 2019, a very important initiative, the GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative, includes the broadest standards, both public and voluntary. Few companies follow them. And the newest standard that is bringing a lot of optimism into this debate is the European Union public country-by-country reporting that is now beginning to be implemented in the countries with the statements. It dates from 2021, but only in 2026 countries will start reporting. And this, for the first time, will be both public and mandatory. So this is a game changer. Why country-by-country between inverted commas, you may wonder, because unfortunately it is not country by country. They only are required to disaggregate data for the countries of the list that Florencia mentioned, the tax havens, because Europe do not like them. Those that Europe likes them, they are not in the list. There is no requirement of this aggregation. And it is quite right. There are companies that presently follow the GRI standard that make more detailed reporting than the disaggregation that Europe is requiring nowadays. So it's quite probable that we'll see some companies take a step backwards, and they will disclose less information. They will report less because Europe is now using such a short list of tax havens that will be the result. Each standard has its own requirements, reporting requirements. The OECD, which is the broadest, has more information, and the European ones, the current ones, has a lot of information. The banking sector one is that which has the less information. So this is what we're working on now in terms of international cooperation. And we should also say that this is a trend that I think is irreversible. Why? Because there are some national initiatives. The national states, whenever they can, they push other countries. Why? Because in Australia, for example, they are now in the process of adopting a new law of public country-by-country reporting based on a more extensive list than the European list. So it's not just the Australian multinational corporations, but any multinational based in Australia with activities in Australia will have to do country-by-country reporting of all their global activities. So we will have more information on the operations of companies in Latin America because of the Australian reports. So this is a global trend that will allow us to have more information. That is very good, but we're still hesitant. And also in the United States, something that is very interesting is a new guideline of the Financial Accounting Standards Board that requires the disaggregation for the states. There are some states in the United States that are actually tax havens, such as Delaware, which is never in any list. So it's quite good to see that the United States is now having this initiative for greater disaggregation within the United States. However, there is a long way to go. Why? Because even though we have all these standards, we are now seeing the new European standards, mandatory and public. However, we have US multinationals that have 50% of their foreign profits in tax havens. This is a high share. In the rest of the world, it's typically 35% of the total foreign profits of multinationals are in tax havens. So these are very important standards. But we have to do more to have more information and fight against profit shifting. I'm about to conclude with this. These are two examples, because in SICTAR we are beginning to work with unions in Peru and Colombia with two large energy companies, ENGIE and Enel. We have already discussed this, but it should be said that privatization in Latin America has been significant in recent decades in the utilities sector, in the energy sector specifically. So there are many energy multinationals in Latin America. We are taking two. Enel from Italy and Engie from France. They have presence in several Latin American companies. Enel is one of the first companies who started publishing public country-by-country reporting following the GRI standards and the OECD. Engie does not do that. So what are the practical implications of not having this data? For example, Enel, if you go into its website, you will see on this map, they have an interesting mapping. The geographical distribution of tax contributions for all their countries. You can select in the website to know how much Enel pays in Brazil. You select Brazil and you right away see the information. They have a very high level of tax transparency. This does not mean that they are not doing tax shifting, because these charts from the EU Tax Observatory show something that is very interesting for profit sharing analysis, which are the profit per employee by country. This, for example, in Panama, Enel has approximately 1 million in profits per employee. So this is a piece of information that clearly shows that this is not real. This is not actually happening in Panama. On the other side of the chart, you have Italy, where they have many more employees. So the profits share is higher. However, they have a profit employee ratio that is more consistent with real activities. So there you can have interesting information that allow to see profit shifting for Enel in an easier manner. Enel Americas. In Latin America, Enel has presence in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Panama, several countries. In all these countries, they have individualized statements and regional statements, so they have a regional view. In Brazil, they have state-based statements, so I can see profits, revenues, employees for each of the states. That's a very interesting source of financial information, which is very different from what other companies offer. Now, when we compare with Engie, that provides no public statements, country-by-country reporting, the situation is serious. Engie has presence in Argentina, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and Peru, but they only publish reports on 3 countries, those countries where the company is listed in the stock exchange, so there is a requirement to disclose. And these countries are Chile, Brazil, and Peru. So, for example, the Workers' Union of Engie in Mexico, if we want to do CBCR, well, it's very difficult because they have no information on Engie Mexico data. So, the situation of information disclosure in Mexico is very serious, with impact on employees. And they have the statements published in a consolidated manner with no disaggregation at all. So quite different when you see a company doing country-by-country reporting or not. This is very different in terms of the fight of workers. And to conclude, this is to show that with the country-by-country reporting information we have a few interesting tools, such as the Tax Explorer and CBCR, both from the U.S. Tax Observatory, and they work very interestingly. You can compare companies, revenues, profits, employees, workers, interactively. So with the little we already have a lot, but we can have much more. And finally, to conclude, 4 potential paths considering for the future public country-by-country reporting. First, in Europe, I think we should improve the jurisdiction desegregation, as I said, but there is also a problem which they are calling the safeguard clause, and they say that confidential information should not be disclosed for over 5 years. So we might start seeing country-by-country reporting by 2030. That is a serious problem that we have to consider in the case of Europe. In Latin America, we are talking about regional cooperation. That is necessary to see companies bound to submit this country-by-country reporting. In the OECD countries, we already have information there. It just has to be made public, and also combine the country-by-country reporting with other initiatives, the GMT and the implementation of minimum tax on wealth. And finally, this is something very important, is to use this data, because the data is a lot, difficult to understand, so we should see civil society, the academia, the unions using the data to show the level of profits and the behavior of corporations as a whole to understand and achieve significant positive effects for the region. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Libby, for your presentation. This is an extremely important tool, the country-by-country reports that many countries have promoted, at least in the last 2 decades, and now we are seeing significant results, but this needs to become publicly disseminated. Okay, so with this we come to the end of this panel. Time is up. We won't have time for a Q&A. Perhaps we can have an exchange during lunch or throughout the day, but I think this has been very useful. I thank you for sharing all this information. All these are important tools to improve tax revenues collection and transparency. Some final thoughts. Or some announcements rather. We are going to have a panel on future steps, so perhaps we can gather some of our conclusions from this panel and share them tomorrow during that session. We are also streaming live through YouTube, the Latindadd YouTube channel, and we are going to have lunch at the same place where we had breakfast. It is to the right, and we have to be back at 3 p.m. Because we are running late, we are behind schedule, so please try to come back on time. We need to make up for the time lost. I want to especially thank you all as speakers on this panel, and a big show of hands for all of you.
Hello, just checking if I'm being heard.
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
for
Buenas a todas y todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will start with the next panel. Can you please keep quiet so that we can start? Thank you. After a nice lunch break, now we will continue with the 8th International Conference on Illicit Financial Flows. And I'm pleased to introduce to you the next speaker on this panel. From the Philippines, John Lazaro is joining us today. John Lazaro
Of the Asian People's Movement on Development. He works on issues of domestic resource mobilization and the capacity of global South governments to guarantee their citizens civil, political, social, and human rights. John is also active in the youth and students movement in the Philippines, organizing students to fight for the right for education and to support the struggles of the working class. So welcome, John. Thank you so much for your presence, and please go ahead.
All right, thank you to everyone. And just before I start, big congratulations to all of our Argentinian colleagues for winning the Copa America. So congratulations to everyone, and I hope you all had a good lunch. I'll be sharing my screen now, show my presentation, which today I'll be discussing the Asian context of extractivism, as well as how this extractive economy relates to our question of illicit financial flows, and broader still, our question of tax and fiscal justice. So my presentation, just to sort of jive in with the point, is the extractives industry in Asia, roots, impacts, and people's struggles for change. So, in most Asian countries, extractive industries and the regulatory frameworks that govern and facilitate their activities have roots in their colonization at the hands of global North capitalism. As such, the fiscal regimes of many Asian countries are characterized by a largely pro-business orientation. So the political economy of extractives industries, whether mining, logging, oil and gas extraction, etc., have this specific orientation where they place emphasis on the exportation of raw materials, as well as numerous and generous tax incentives for corporate extractives and easily abusable loopholes for profit shifting. This is where our discussion of illicit financial flows comes in. But if we were to look at the entirety of the fiscal regimes for extractives broadly in many Asian countries, what it would look like is extractives companies, especially multinational corporations, are able to shift both profits and the minerals, the mined resources, the extracted resources from countries in Asia over to their own jurisdictions. So let's take a look at what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, just to give us an overview of the kinds of policies that governments in Asia tended to apply in support of the extractives companies and their activities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Periods of multiple crises serve as opportunities for extractives industries to ramp up their activities with active support from many governments in Asia, often under the name of economic recovery. And we could see this in a number of Asian countries during the COVID-19 pandemic. So for example, in Indonesia, the state provided $6.4 billion US to fossil fuel companies in 2020 as part of its COVID-19 subsidy program. So these fossil fuel companies are not just part of the energy sector, they're also part of the extractives sector. Many of these fossil fuel operations in Indonesia are powered by coal or by petroleum. So these companies received $6.4 billion as part of the Indonesian government subsidy program. And that COVID-19 subsidy program is on top of regular subsidies that exist for these fossil fuel companies, which amounted to an additional $6.5 billion in 2020. So as a direct result of governmental support to keep the fossil fuel companies up and running during the COVID-19 pandemic, including for extractive activities such as coal mining. In 2022, Indonesia burned 33% more coal than in 2021, a direct result of the ongoing subsidy program for the corporate extractives energy supply chain. Next slide. Let's look at the case of India, South Asia's largest country. Here you have quite a different setup where fossil fuel energy is actually taxed quite heavily. So much that the national government is estimated to receive 25% of its annual total revenue from fossil fuel taxes, including from regressive taxes such as goods and services taxes. In some other countries, we would refer to the GST as the value added tax or the VAT for energy consumption. At the same time, the Indian national government provides extensive subsidies for the extraction and use of fossil fuels, especially for coal, with little attention given to renewable energy. So on one hand, you have a tax and fiscal regime in India that places heavy burdens on fossil fuel companies, but also gives them generous benefits in order to stay where they are. So as a result, the extractives fossil fuel supply chain in India continues to grow. But all of these are an overview of the situation in Asia, in Indonesia, and in India. But I also want to talk about a case study where we can look a bit deeper into how these fiscal regimes for extractives sectors in Asian countries look like. And here I would like to use the case of the Philippines. These three countries, Indonesia, India, and the Philippines, are where many APMDD members come from. So these are issues that we're quite familiar with. So in this case, we're going to discuss the case of the Philippines, which is the world's fifth most mineralized country. So this is a country that is very much a country where many multinational mining and extractives corporations would like to operate in. And being the world's fifth most mineralized country, there is an estimated $1 trillion in untapped reserves. And these reserves range from all sorts of minerals with industrial applications, luxury goods applications, and a lot of minerals that have something to do with the energy transition away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. So this is quite an interesting case as well. Minerals in the Philippines include gold, iron ore, lead, zinc, chromite, copper, silver, nickel, and others. The two main minerals that are mined from the Philippines are gold and copper, with nickel sort of following in as international demand for nickel kicks up for the manufacturing of, say, more solar panels or for more electric vehicle batteries, for example. But despite the mineral wealth of the Philippines, mining accounts for a very small portion of the national gross domestic product. So what we're looking at here is one specific area of extractives, mining in the Philippines, which accounts to 0.57% of the country's GDP in 2019. And more updated numbers would actually show us that the share of mining has actually fallen from 0.57 down to around just in the mid 0.40%. In 2021, the mining industry accounted for only 0.41% of the country's workforce. And this is reflected quite well in the share of excise taxes on mineral products to total tax revenue in the Philippines from the years 2018 to 2021. As you can see from this table, you actually have a very small share of taxation that comes into the government's coffers from mining activities in the Philippines. And I'll explain a bit more about these excise taxes when we get into the discussions about the fiscal regime for mining in the Philippines. So on the bottom row, you can see the share in percentage of excise taxes to total tax revenue. Excise taxes being the main form of taxation in the Philippines for mining operations. In 2018, excise taxes for mining accounted for only 0.15% of total governmental revenue. In 2019, it stayed the same, 0.15%. It increased just a bit in 2020 to 0.18% and rose a very small amount to 0.22% in 2021. So tax-wise, the share is very small. Now, why is it so small? Why is the tax take of the government so small from mining operations that even though they account for quite a small percentage of the national GDP, are still quite high value? Remember, we're talking about gold here, we're talking about copper, and we're talking about nickel. So according to the Philippine think tank Ibon Foundation, 97% of the country's raw mined resources are exported out of the country. So remember I mentioned nickel earlier. This is a sort of new area for mining in the Philippines. We don't have domestic processing facilities for nickel in the Philippines. There are a few, but the vast majority of nickel that is mined in the Philippines is exported to Japan, where they are processed, and then exported to America, where they are then used as components for batteries in electric vehicles like Tesla, right? Another thing about the mining industry in the Philippines is that most large-scale operations for mining are owned by multinational corporations. 46% of gold production in 2022 were under Australian and Canadian companies, and 42% of nickel production was under a partnership between a Japanese multinational corporation and a Filipino local company. So these are quite high numbers. And remember, gold and nickel are one of the leading areas of mining in the Philippines. So this is a large share in mining in the Philippines. So here, I'd like to talk about the mining fiscal regime in the Philippines, as well as a bit of its history. And I know that many of us here are quite familiar with the roots of this mining fiscal regime because a lot of it is rooted in colonization. Land and resource ownership and usage rights in the Philippines are rooted in the colonial legal fiction known as the Regalian Doctrine, under which all land and resource use or ownership must be traced back to an act of the sovereign. Throughout the history of the Philippines, the sovereign has been Spain, it has been the United States, and eventually the Republic of the Philippines, the current form of the state in the Philippines. Right? So on the surface, this gives the state a very big role in the regulation and the distribution of land use in the country. And that figures very much into the laws and the regulations that eventually come into shape and are enforced in the Philippines. But as you can see, just because the state has a lot of leeway in regulating and enforcing and restricting access to land doesn't mean that the state necessarily uses that regulatory and fiscal power in the benefit of its own citizens, for the communities that live on those mining affected communities. Oftentimes, the vast power of the state is actually used against those communities, whether in the form of taxation or the social, the environmental, and the human rights impacts of these mining operations. So, the current form of the Constitution of the Philippines was passed in 1987, a year after the Marcos dictatorship was kicked out and replaced with a liberal democratic government. And this was the Constitution that they promulgated, and it included basic regulations and restrictions for mining and other extractive activities in the Philippines. So some protections, some basic framework for regulation was placed by the 1987 Constitution. All resource-based investments must be owned by Filipino citizens. The state may enter into partnership with local private extractives companies or by companies whose stock is at least 60% owned by Filipino investors. In the Philippines, this is called the 60-40 rule. There are areas of the economy that foreign investors can only own up to 40% of stock. The rest, the 60%, should be owned by Filipino entities, whether Filipino corporations or by Filipino individuals, Filipino citizens. And third, the state is charged with the protection of indigenous people's rights to their ancestral lands. So on the surface, you have quite strong regulations that can form a solid basis for a progressive mining fiscal regime. And that is quite true. There are extensive protections in place. Now, let's take a look at the history of the specific laws, decrees, and executive decrees that provide a foundation for how the mining fiscal regime in the Philippines is carried out as of the current moment. Presidential Decree 436 was a dictatorship-era decree by the dictator Ferdinand Marcos. For the first time, mining and other extractives activities, including logging, which was the larger extractives activity at the time under the dictatorship, for the first time in the legal history of the Philippines, tax and fiscal incentives for extractives corporations were provided, specifically for areas such as capital equipment importation. And Presidential Decree 436 also allowed for 50-year mining leases. So very generous grants to corporations, including for the expansion of their operations. As you can see, the incentives were in capital equipment importation, personnel, machinery, training, that sort of thing. And many of these mining corporations, many of these extractives corporations as well, were politically connected to the dictator himself, and that facilitated the rapid growth of extractives industries in the Philippines, most especially with hardwood logging, which at the end of the dictatorship in 1986 had already taken out 90% of the country's jungles, around that much tree cover area. So almost total deforestation of the Philippines by the end of the dictatorship. Executive Order 279 Series 1987. So as you can see, this was promulgated. This executive order was passed after the dictatorship in 1987. This enabled the joint venture, co-production, and production sharing agreements between Filipino and foreign entities. So while Presidential Decree 436 allowed for incentives for extractives corporations, Executive Order 279 allowed for foreign corporations to come in and to partner with the Philippine state for various kinds of contracts related to the extraction of minerals, the exportation of minerals, and the processing of minerals.
John,
the Mining Act of 1995 strengthened the partnership types under EO 279, so that's the joint venture co-production and production sharing agreements, and also provided for FTAAs, or what are known as financial or technical assistance agreements, which, despite the Constitution's prohibition on 100% foreign ownership of mining operations, the FTAAs allowed for the practically the 100% foreign ownership of mining operations. So this law, and particularly this portion of the Mining Act of 1995, has been consistently challenged by civil society, by environmental advocates, by communities, precisely because the 100% foreign ownership clause of the FTAA provision allows for, it blatantly violates the 60-40 rule of the Constitution of the Philippines.
John, we have another 3 minutes to go, and they will
I
have
suppose what's more important for us
Can you hear me?
now is to focus on these
John.
two types of agreements that the 1995 Mining Act provided for. So the vast majority of mining leases in the Philippines are what we call MPSAs, or Mineral Production Sharing Agreements, under which the contractor is granted exclusive rights to mine in a specified location. The state receives a 4% excise tax on the actual market value of gross annual output of the contractor, and they also pay a 5% royalty. So you have layers of taxes and obligations that these corporations have to pay under the MPSA. Now, for the more contentious agreement, the FTAA, the Financial or Technical Assistance Agreement, you still have the 4% excise tax plus the 5% royalty. Additional payments are supposed to be paid by corporations that are granted FTAA licenses if the sum total of fees and taxes that are paid to the state are less than 50% of the contractor's revenues. And additional payments are also subject to contractors' full recovery of pre-operating expenses.
John, can you hear
Here's the
me?
interesting thing.
John.
Since we're talking about illicit
John.
financial flows.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yes, we'll have
Yes.
to, you
Hello,
have
am I
1 or
audible?
2 minutes left, but there will be an extra time in question and answers. We're running a little bit late, so so we can make room for the other panelists. So if you want to wrap up in the next couple of minutes, and then we'll have an extra time in question and answers.
All right, sure. I'll just run through the other slides.
Thank you.
Right. So these, what seems to be quite a heavy tax burden for these mining corporations are actually outweighed by a whole list of tax incentives that allow corporations to simply just not pay their taxes. So in 2018, the Philippine government gave 518.7 billion pesos in foregone revenues to mining companies. These were through tax incentives. In 2019, it lost 481.7 billion. All in all, foregone revenues from corporate mining incentives far outweigh the revenues generated by the mining industry. And of course, a large amount of this is also due to abuses committed by mining corporations that allow them to commit illicit financial flows and shift profit away from the Philippines back to their jurisdictions. This is a quote from the Environment Secretary, Gina Lopez, in a radio interview in 2016. This was the largest mining disaster in the Philippines, completely polluted all of the local rivers and caused widespread health problems in Marinduque province in the Philippines. Just recently, early this year, a landslide at an open pit gold mining operation killed nearly 100 people. And you have extensive human rights violations and killings in the Philippines, especially in mining-affected communities, often with the aid of armed forces or paramilitary organizations. So the state is involved in the repression of mining affected communities in the name of these corporations. Another thing is that the policy of the Philippine government, consistent with the policies of other countries in Asia, like India and Indonesia, are actively supporting the growth of mining operations as a way to help the economy recover, is what they say. And most importantly, there are proposed reforms of the mining fiscal regime such that the tax requirements, the tax duties of these mining corporations are actually going to be lowered with this new mining fiscal regime reform by the new Marcos Jr. administration. So Marcos Jr., being the president of the Philippines, is the son of the former dictator. Terrible situation. So in summary, resource and profit extraction go hand in hand with the economic, social, and political dispossession of communities and the destruction of the environment. The fiscal regime for mining in the Philippines is pro-corporate, but there have been fundamental reforms that have been hard-won that show that when people get together, when communities come together and fight for the needed changes that they need to see, including in the mining fiscal regime, things can change. Things can be better, and they should be better. So just a run through the demands that APMDD members put up in 2020 as part of tax justice, tax and fiscal justice in the extractives sector. We're calling for a move away from reliance on extractive economies characterized by overproduction and overconsumption by the wealthy. We want to see a comprehensive and effective tax regime for extractives industries. We want to see just and progressive and adequate tax rates for mining and extractives activities. We want wasteful tax incentives granted to extractives industries scrapped. We want to institute and enforce tighter social, fiscal, and environmental regulations and sanctions on the extractive sector. We need to end the impunity of corporations. And of course, we can break these down into finer points. We need to ensure transparency and accountability such that we prevent the commission of illicit financial flows, as well as show a light on the violence that is happening in these communities. We need to reject or cancel provisions for fiscal stability, investor-state dispute settlement, etc., that allow these mining corporations to constrain the decision-making processes of governments and parliamentary bodies. We need to protect the rights of artisanal miners on top of those mining corporations, and uphold the rights of communities and women affected by mining and other extractivist activities. And of course, we need to protect and advance the rights of mining workers, the right to unionize, the right to health and safety, and the right to strike.
Thank you so much, John.
Gracias. Salamat. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much for your intervention. If you were not in the Philippines, I thought you were in Argentina, because it's exactly the same we're having living through as in the Philippines. Omnibus laws, dictatorships, evasion, and the same corporate schemes. So we're going to go now to the next panel, to the next panelist, and I'm happy to introduce Juan Pablo Jiménez. Él es economista por la Universidad de Buenos Aires.
He's an economist from the University of Buenos Aires with a master's degree in public policies from the University of Columbia and economics from Instituto de Tela, faculty of Flaxo, researcher of the project on extractivism from the Castle University, and coordinator of the tax area of the ECLAC Uruguay. He has lectured and been visiting researcher of the University of Columbia, the University of Torino, University of Compostela. Welcome, Juan Pablo Jiménez. Good afternoon. What a challenge. This is the nap time, having to talk at the siesta. I will try to be as amenable as possible. First, let me thank the organizers, the Financial Transparency Coalition, Latindadd, and Fundación CES for this opportunity, and for this chance to meet old friends. Those who know me are aware that the fiscal issue topic is very dear to my heart. I have been meeting you for so many years, so it's a real pleasure. Thank you for that. I will try to talk about the challenges of green fiscal policy and how we can do to include it in a progressist fiscal agenda. In a context of multiple crises and a serious questioning of public intervention, something that hovers on everything and which should make emphasis is on this. There are questions to be made, and whatever we can do to strengthen legitimacy is most welcome. Let me start, well, I have actually started. Let me start with motivation. The first is the fact that climate change is a public evil as compared to what the economists define as public good, considering the chances of exclusion with global consequences and causes, but with very important national and subnational impacts. And this is a major problem. Why? Because in international, regional, and national terms, the issues of governance and proper provisioning of certain public goods is very hard. If we see, in addition to that the countries of the region are especially vulnerable to climate change impacts, which can be attributed to certain natural, productive, social, and economic characteristics, the case is even more clear. What I'll try to do is how to consider these specificities and put them into a comprehensive agenda. We have divided our sessions into topics, but fiscal policy has to be based on a comprehensive approach. No tax policy can be understood without the spending policy. So a comprehensive approach is to the point. Now, the purpose of my presentation will be the following. First is to justify and underline the urgency of strengthening fiscal instruments related to the environment, then to design a general framework on the contribution of taxation to environmental goals. In the morning, this was already mentioned in the ECLAC presentation, the specialization on natural resources, volatility, and a significant biodiversity, which characterizes the region. Emphasis on the difficult implementation of these reforms I will then underline the aspect of the redistribution of the reforms. And I will now very quickly talk about the specific characteristics of the region in the design of an environmental fiscal agenda. As I said before, the first characteristic is the high volatility, macro volatility, and how difficult it is to reach a sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Second, the persistent inequality, concentration of income and wealth and poverty, as presented this morning, the weak or inexistent welfare state, and this has to do with everything, with low collection, tax collection, but problems in the provision of public services and goods as well. And now, being more specific to climate, a lower historic level and a different structure of carbon emissions. Historically, the proportion of emissions from the region is lower than the world's emissions. And also the combination of activities is different. Somehow, environmental policy is present in many of our productive activities, so it should be taken into account. And in this relation, the significance of extractive industries. Now, let's talk about the purpose of my presentation. What is a green tax? It's a tax, the taxable basis of which is a physical unit or a substitute of it that has a specific negative impact, proven one, on the environment. They are tax instruments that intend to produce changes in behavior. They have a Pigouvian origin, meaning that you could think that taxes have two goals. One is to collect, and the second is to disincentivize. The Pigouvian tax makes emphasis on repairing some behaviors, correcting them. We classify them usually into three groups: energy, transport, and others. And this broad definition, as a result of this, we might see taxes get into this classification, that taxes that have been designed based on the different logic, probably mostly related to tax collection. Let me show you some figures. When we compare with other regions of the world, Latin America has a relatively low collection level. I guess you can't read the names of the countries, but on the left you see Latin America and the rest of the world on the right. The tax burden is mostly levied on energy, above all fuels. Tax burden is relatively low, but in addition, these taxes are low quality. And we may attribute this to these causes. I don't know if someone said it. One of the causes is the abundance of subsidies to energy consumption, mainly fossil fuels with a significant climate impact, and in many cases non-redistributive. The non-coverage by taxation of several environmental problems, the persistence of tax rates that do not reflect environmental impacts, the definition of taxes as environmental that do not follow the proper classification, resulting in what we call this greenwashing, an excessive complexity of administration, and improper connection of some bases with the goals. Let me show you some figures now related to the persistent use of subsidies to consumption. In some cases, Ecuador, Bolivia, that is quite significant. And they have a very clear negative impact on climate change, and therefore make it difficult to use what we call the dual dividend, or the fiscal recycling, as someone called it, which is to use this money and spend it in order to improve the response to climate change. Now I want to talk about something that is very important for the region. Our colleague from the Philippines referred to this, the so-called upstream taxes. Until now, the green taxes per se are taxes on the so-called taxes on fuels. However, in the region, we have taxes on the extraction and the production of certain non-renewable resources as well. In countries that are specialized in renewable resources, there are two considerable environmental impacts, one related to extraction and the other related to the consumption of those, mostly fossil fuels. So the upstream taxes in the region are typically obtained through royalties, and then the downstream ones. With regard to the upstream taxes, there are some countries that have a lot of expertise in the collection of these taxes. I will afterwards give you some references. Those who have trouble in sleeping, that's very good, much better than sleeping pills. And there is a possibility to consider upstream taxes as environmental taxes. All international classifications from the OECD, the International Monetary Fund, do not consider them. They leave it out. However, we believe that because of the importance of climate change in the region and how relevant these taxes are, we might consider some role for the environmental taxes. Now, in order to think of the economic policy of a green fiscal policy, which in plain language, we could say that when we were talking about the carbon taxing in Latin America and the low levels of collection, in order to improve that, we have to increase the levies on fossil fuels, and that has other impacts. So the only way to find a politically viable way out is to think about different offsetting. So one has to do with tax spending, and this is difficult. It is a rather gross way to do fiscal policy. The other is through subsidies to enable change of replacement of installations or equipment, and then transfers, both personalized and regional. As you can see, climate change impact, policy impact, has to do with the relationships between governments, intergovernmental. And in societies like Latin American ones that are so unequal, considering offsetting policies to alleviate the redistribution impact is of essence. Because of time reasons, I will move on. You will have my presentations, so I do not want to take too much of your time. How important it is to coordinate international cooperation. There's no need to emphasize, but also intergovernmental within the countries themselves. Very quickly, let me give you a case and then conclusions. I want to show you the results of a case we studied for an Italian organization, where we said that the region is characterized by being a primary producer of fossil fuels. It is also one of the primary requesters of minerals because of decarbonization. It's like a scissors. On the one hand, a decline of fossil fuels, and on the other hand, an increase in minerals. And this creates winners and losers, both internationally and within the countries. The dimension of the redistribution is not futile, it's not minor. Let me show you some figures now. Well, I'm not going to show anything because you can't read anything, but believe me, on the first column, the countries, the second is the amount of upstream taxes on fossil fuels. The third is downstream tax collection. The fourth is the total on fossil fuels, and there you can see that it goes from 168 in Argentina, 2.09 in Mexico, 6% in Ecuador. And the fifth column is the upstream taxes on minerals. Based on this experience, decarbonization, fall of fossil fuels, natural resources, emergence of minerals. With the exception of Bolivia and Chile, where tax collection, the collection on taxes on mining The differences in the others is significant. There is a significant loss coming out of the taxes on mineral products. And these are figures on Bolivia. What we did here is we broke it down into the Bolivian departments, again, upstream collection for fossil fuels and upstream for minerals, and in some cases, for example, Tarija, you can see that the ratio to GDP is 3% for fossil fuels and 0 for mining. So both ends. This is the end case. There are regions that will certainly require some offsetting. Now, before I'm being violently kicked out of this room, I will go to conclusions and challenges. The first one is to make emphasis on the multidimensional nature of climate change and the need for coordination, both among governments and within the government. The need to understand that this is not going from dirty to green energies. There must be a change in the development model. The need to see for the peculiar aspects of the region, both in macro, political, and social aspects, the need to coordinate the income extraction mechanisms, upstream and downstream, and the punishment of fossil fuel consumption, realizing that the more we delay this, the more expensive it will be, with a greater impact. And without the implementation of a new fiscal strategy that will make these principles compatible, apparently there will not be any fair climate transition. So to be politically feasible, this strategy has to be directly related to a decrease in inequality. It is necessary to have a comprehensive and cross-cutting vision. It is necessary to see the authorities engaged in this. If we do not succeed in seeing the ministries of environments, but also the secretariats of finance and tax administrations to commit, we will not succeed. And this is not a minor issue in a region that is characterized for an allergy to tax collection. And finally, I am very committed to you sleeping well, so I'm giving you these bibliographic references for anyone who's interested, and I'm here for you to any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Pablo. We will have some time for questions and answers, because your presentation is very interesting, this relationship between taxation and climate change. So thank you very much. And we will continue with you during the Q&A. And now I will go to our next panelist, who will be online from Washington, D.C. I don't know if he's already with us. Julia, can you please turn on your camera if you can hear me to join the panel? Are you there?
The audio is not very good. I'm not sure if it's my turn to present.
Yes, perfect. So here we can see you. You're here. Let me introduce you. So Julia, thank you so much. Welcome to the conference. Thanks for joining us online. Julia Yansura is the Program Director for Environmental Crime and Illicit Finance at the FACT Coalition, a Washington, D.C.-based civil society organization focused on anti-money laundering. Her work aims to close anti-money laundering and anti-corruption loopholes that allow the proceeds of environmental crimes to be laundered into the U.S. financial system. Yasnura has experience working on environmental crimes and illicit finance in a variety of sectors, including mining, timber, palm, cattle, and carbon offsets. She also has experience analyzing money laundering risk related to corporate formation, so beneficial ownership, real estate, virtual asset, international trade, narcotics, and extortion. Prior to joining FACT, Yasnura served as the program director for Latin America and the Caribbean at Global Financial Integrity, who is part of our FTC coalition. That's something that I put up. And Washington, D.C.-based think tank focused on illicit financial flows, corruption, illicit trade, and money laundering. Yasnura is the author of several recent reports, which we're honored to have you here, so please join us with your panel. And welcome.
Thank you very much. It's great to be with you. I'll try to speak clearly since I know that there's a translation going on, but yes, great to join you all. I'm here to share a new report by the FACT Coalition looking at environmental crime and the role of the United States. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Great. So our new report is looking at dirty money and the destruction of the Amazon, specifically the U.S. role in illicit financial flows from environmental crimes that occur in Peru and Colombia. So I'm pleased to share this new research with you all. For those who are not familiar, the FACT Coalition, or the Financial Accountability and Corporate Transparency Coalition, is a nonpartisan alliance of more than 100 groups, primarily US-based groups, working towards a fair tax system that addresses the challenges of a global economy and promoting policies to combat the harmful impacts of corrupt financial practices. Our work is primarily advocacy. We are focused on public policy within the United States, and we seek to end the use of anonymous shell companies as vehicles for illicit activity, to strengthen anti-money laundering laws, and to promote transparent and fair tax policies. And very recently, we have added a new line of work looking at the intersection between illicit financial flows and environmental crime. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you all this afternoon. First of all, to set the stage, why is this problem so important and so deserving of our attention? We know that environmental crimes are the third largest illicit economy in the world. They generate around $281 billion every year in illicit proceeds. That's the international data that we have. But beyond those big numbers, we know that these crimes are really devastating. They harm ecosystems, they harm communities, and they contribute to climate change. This is especially the case of the Amazon, where deforestation really poses a global threat. The Amazon rainforest has been called the lungs of the planet, and illegal deforestation that occurs in the Amazon affects all of us in terms of what's going on with climate change. When we talk about illicit finance and environmental crime, we have to consider a couple of different aspects. First of all, we have to consider who is financing these crimes. Is it a multinational corporation? Is it a terrorist organization? Is it a corrupt public leader? We see a lot of different scenarios, but we have to consider sort of where is the money initially coming from. Then the environmental crime occurs, and we see two different flows. The first, and let's look at the top of this diagram, we can see the flow of the assets. So we have illicit assets that are generated. This could be illegally sourced gold, for example. We have a laundering process where those illicit assets are made to look clean. So for example, the dirty gold goes through a series of processes to appear to be legally sourced. At the same time, we have a financial process. So we have illicit proceeds that come from this environmental crime. That dirty money is also laundered. So it goes through a series of steps, through a series of mechanisms to make it appear to be legally sourced money. Our work at Facts Coalition sort of focuses on the bottom right-hand side of this diagram. We're looking at the proceeds, the dirty money that is generated through environmental crime, where it goes, and what happens with it. You might be asking, why is she talking about the United States if these are environmental crimes that are primarily occurring in countries like Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil? Why the focus on the United States? And it's a fair question, but what we found in our work is that a lot of the illicit financial flows from these environmental crimes are flowing towards financial centers, towards secrecy jurisdictions, such as the United States. Certainly in cases of illegal logging, illegal mining, wildlife trafficking, the money does not stay in the same rural community where the crime occurs. The money is flowing towards larger financial centers, and very often those financial centers are in the United States. We know that the US is the largest economy in the world, and it's also, unfortunately, the largest secrecy jurisdiction in the world. And as such, the United States plays an outsized role when it comes to illicit finance. The US government has recognized this recently, and in 2021, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said that, quote, "There's a good argument that right now, the best place to hide and launder ill-gotten gains is actually the United States." So at least we recognized we have a problem. Solving the problem is maybe the next step, but first you have to recognize you have a problem. In our recent report, we looked at environmental crime cases occurring in the Amazon region, and we found that a lot of times the dirty money was being laundered in the US economy. We identified a couple of key mechanisms for this money laundering, such as US shell companies, real estate, and other sectors and channels. So bottom line, if we want to combat environmental crime, we also have to combat the dirty money that goes with it. And that means that substantial work and substantial reforms have to take place within the United States. This is a snapshot from our recent report. You can see we identified specific examples of environmental crime and illicit financial flows. We have a timber case from the Peruvian Amazon. We have a gold case from Colombia, for example. We have an environmental case that involves corruption from Peru. So a variety of different cases. What these cases have in common is that the dirty money was laundered in the United States. So here on the left, you can see a couple of common themes from all of these cases that we analyzed and reported in the publication. First, the use of US anonymous companies to launder the funds. Second, the use of US real estate to store or launder illicit proceeds. And third, that the US is often the destination for illegally sourced materials, and that importers are failing to implement the necessary due diligence. So this report is really concerned with the role of the United States and how can we ensure that the US is not a destination for dirty money that comes from environmental crimes that are committed elsewhere. Unfortunately, this is a global problem. There's a trend where quote unquote source countries for environmental crimes have identified the risks. They've assessed the money laundering risks. They've added environmental crimes as a predicate offense for money laundering. But according to this FATF survey, many of the quote unquote destination countries for environmental crimes have no awareness of the problem. It says here they have largely not contemplated these changes to their money laundering authorities. This publication by FATF concluded that fewer countries in Europe and North America seem to have considered money laundering risks from environmental crime. So unfortunately, there's a larger problem where environmental crimes are considered to be only an issue in the countries where they occur. There's less awareness of the dirty money and the fact that money is flowing towards secrecy jurisdictions and towards financial centers. Our work at Fact Coalition is primarily focused on the United States. We want to implement reforms to U.S. public policy to make the U.S. more transparent and more accountable, to end some of these issues we discussed with shell companies and real estate, among other things. As the world's largest economy and premier supplier of financial secrecy, the U.S. has a unique role to play in ensuring that the U.S. financial system does not harbor illicit financial flows, fueling environmental degradation. So we want to combat environmental crimes from the U.S. side, recognizing the U.S. role as a destination for this dirty money. We conclude the report with a series of about 15 policy recommendations. As I mentioned, we work a lot on public policy. It's something we're very passionate about, and we have a lot of ideas for things that the U.S. should do to change this very harmful, very negative dynamic. First of all, we think that the U.S. should take active steps to curtail shell companies. Specifically, the U.S. should implement the Corporate Transparency Act, which creates a U.S. registry of the real owners or beneficial owners of companies. It's fantastic that the U.S. passed this law, but now we need to invest in implementation. And as you all know, it's not enough to have a law on paper. We have to make sure that the law is meaningfully implemented. Second, we think that the U.S. should crack down on illicit financial flows in the real estate sector. The U.S. needs to complete rules that will extend anti-money laundering obligations to real estate. There are a number of reasons why real estate is vulnerable to illicit financial flows. You can see some of them here on the slide. But bottom line, the U.S. does not have robust anti-money laundering supervision over the sector, and we think that it really should. We also think that the U.S. should increase technical assistance to countries in the Amazon basin. For example, having FinCEN staff who are stationed at the U.S. Embassy in Peru and the U.S. Embassy in Colombia. We think that that would be tremendously helpful in terms of information exchange and coordination. We also recommend that the U.S. strengthen the use of sanctions against environmental crimes. The U.S. has many lists. We have lists associated with organized crime, lists associated with terrorism. We have lists associated with Russia today, lists associated with drug trafficking. Well, we don't have many lists associated with environmental criminals. That's a gap, and we think that the U.S. should change that. We also have a series of recommendations for the U.S. Department of Justice. We recommend that they enforce anti-money laundering laws to deter U.S. laundering of environmental crime cases. Looking at actions by U.S. Department of Justice, there have not been many prosecutions. There have not been many cases. We would like to see a more rigorous enforcement of these laws, and we would like to see Department of Justice prosecuting environmental criminals that are laundering money in the U.S. financial system. We would also like to see the U.S. Department of Justice do a better job at sharing information with other countries. This often happens through a process called MLAT, or Mutual Legal Assistance Treaties. Unfortunately, this process tends to be pretty slow and pretty inefficient. So we would like to see the U.S. invest more resources and be able to exchange information in a more efficient, more timely manner. We also have a series of recommendations for the White House. We recommend that the White House develop an interagency strategy to tackle illicit financial flows from environmental crimes. Because this is an issue that brings together so many different government agencies, we think that there needs to be a more coordinated approach, more of a whole of government strategy to addressing these issues.
Julia, we have a couple of minutes more.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have recommendations for U.S. State Department and USAID. We recommend that the U.S. increase global diplomatic leadership to address this problem, for example, through the United Nations and other global fora. We also recommend that USAID increase funding to address environmental issues in countries like Peru, Colombia, and other Andes Amazon countries. We conclude with several recommendations for U.S. Congress, specifically supporting the passage of a bill that we have in Congress called the Forest Act. The Forest Act has some similarities to EUDR, a European Union deforestation-free policy that's being implemented. We think that the Forest Act in the U.S. is a really important bill. One of the things we like about this bill is that it would make illegal deforestation a predicate offense or underlying offense for money laundering in the U.S. Criminal law. We also support the Enablers Act, which would require professionals such as lawyers or company formation agents to have anti-money laundering responsibilities. And we support increased funding for the Financial Intelligence Unit of the U.S., which is called FinCEN. They need sufficient resources in order to do their job. FACT is a coalition, as I mentioned, so we extend here an invitation to join us in our work. We have an environmental crime and illicit finance working group. We meet once a month, and we discuss reforms to the U.S. public policy having to do with environmental crime. We welcome your participation if you're interested. And just to note, we also work very closely with civil society in Colombia and Peru, which are two countries of focus for our work. Here you can see some of the logos of the other organizations that we work closely with. And to conclude, I want to leave you with my contact information. You can find my email as well as my Twitter. And I look forward to hearing from you if you have any questions or doubts about this presentation. Thank you once again to all of the organizers of this event, to the FTC, to Latindadd, and Fundación CES. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Julia. And if you want to stay online, and then there will be probably a few moments for question and answers. For your people might just want to ask you about your intervention, have some doubts and ideas, suggestions. So we're going to move on now to our next panelist. Paul Godbout from the Pan-African Lawyers Union. Welcome and thank you. Join us here, and I'll give you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for being here today. It's a great honor to be here and to make a presentation about the status of the illicit financial flows in Africa. This is what specifically I was asked to talk about, what I would like to synthesize in 3 different initiatives. Okay, sorry about that. 3 specific initiatives that I would like to highlight with more clarity. One, it's on asset repatriation. Another one makes the linkages between illicit financial flows and human rights promotion and protection. And another one tries to prevent illicit financial flows through strategic litigation on sovereign debt. But before I do, of course, I wanted to discuss the role of enablers, which I somehow represent here, being working as a lawyer for the Pan-African Lawyers Union. We have had a lot of activities trying to tackle these issues in the past, including adopting a code of ethics on business relationships in Africa, where we have proposed to lift the veil of the lawyer-client confidentiality to make sure that all of the ethical acts that enablers and lawyers in particular are doing in the course of their normal professional duties are not leading to additional illicit financial flows from Africa. Of course, when we look at the background information on IFFs in Africa, the numbers are staggering. You might be conversant with these figures, but the adopted figures is currently at $89 billion of IFFs that is happening. Even the FTC in their last report have said that at least 10 billion just from the fishing industry. So looking at the compounding effect of year in and year out, having these flows out of Africa can explain the difficulties that we might have in implementing the socioeconomic and development goals that governments and also international institutions set for the continent. In Africa alone, 50% of these IFFs comes from the extractive sector, and I think it's why that is very important to make that link with the human rights obligations of the state, and looking also at the complementarity of debt instruments and climate justice, which are some of the examples that I will mention a bit longer. So that compounding effect, as I mentioned, has an impact that is dire on the long term, especially when you're looking at the lack of necessary investments in key infrastructures and the negative long-term effect on socioeconomic development. Obviously, despite the major efforts that have been implemented in Africa by the governments over the last 6 decades trying to industrialize, much of the African continent remains trapped at the bottom of the global value chain, and it's something that needs to be done. Obviously, Africa fights back, numerous initiatives, processes, debates, including at the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration have been implemented and are currently on the way. I would have liked to discuss a bit like the work on the UN Tax Convention that the Africa Group and the Group of 77 have been instrumental in passing, and the current process in trying to improve the current framework that has been adopted by the UN. But because of the time constraints that we have, I will pass and skip also on the areas of that and the various elements that we are proposing to amend with our partners in Africa to improve the framework, to make it more participatory, also include environmental challenges, increase tax transparency, and link it with human rights, since taxation is critical towards financing the development and realizing human rights. In Africa, since 2015, we had a high-level panel that was led by the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, where we had the discussions on IFFs and where we identified that the return of the assets that have been illegally taken by multi-corporations and other actors be brought back to the continents to finance the development agenda. In 2018, the EU called for the international partners and allies to agree on a transparent and efficient timetable so that the recovery and return of African assets are brought into the various jurisdictions where it belongs. So that highlighted the need for what we call a common African position on asset recovery, or in short, CAPA. It's an initiative, a policy document that doesn't exist in other jurisprudence, in other jurisdiction or the region of the Global South, but definitely something that could be replicated because we are all facing the same plague of having assets taken illegally from our jurisdiction. So this was done as a priority statement in recognition of the adverse impact that the non-recovery and return of assets stolen through IFFs have. Obviously, in Africa, because of the specific situation where we have lived in the past, this always needs to be contextualized in the broader historical, political, economic, and social narrative, and obviously the African cultural heritage that has also been spoiled through the colonization process, and it's something that we are also involved in trying to do. So finally, the CAPA was adopted in February 2022. So it serves as a legal and technical framework for the tracing, identifying, recovering, and effectively managing the returns. So it's a non-encompassing process and not necessarily only identifying the flows and the assets, but also bringing them back and managing them upon the return. So not to leave only to the states the final say in how they are being honored. Being utilized for the socio-economic developments of the countries. As a working group was created to completely to implement the CAPA, PALU is honored, the organization I represent, to act as its secretariat. So it's an intergovernmental common position, but for which a civil society organization has been selected to lead the secretariat. Just demonstrates the need for additional collaborations between the state parties, but also the civil society actors that are working in conjunction with them to make sure that this social economic development is realized. So there are 4 pillars. I will go through them quickly. Obviously, the detection and identification, which is technically complex and politically charged in multiple instances. And for effective and efficient detection in foreign country, both that are within and outside of the continent, multiple elements are necessary, which you will see a bit more with the other pillars that I will identify. There's the recovery of the asset return. So once they have been identified, the process of retaking them into the jurisdictions in Africa. So they remain at risk of being retransferred unless frozen or seized assets are expeditiously within authorities in destination and source country. They coordinate and engage in the recovery and the assets therefore. So they must be returned accordingly. There's also the management of the asset recoveries that are recovered, but most importantly, the cooperation, because we cannot have recovery or repatriation of assets in a vacuum. We need to do it through effective and efficient cooperation between various actors. Once I mentioned that particular case study, I would like to go now to a second case that we have filed recently at the East African Court of Justice, one of the regional mechanisms for redress available in Africa for the East African country, and it was against the state of South Sudan. So what we wanted to do is to make sure that when states are signing non-transparent, non-disclosed debt instruments that are linked with their resource-backed or their natural resources, which is called a resource-backed loan, these terms can be not divulgated to the civil society and the population, so they know exactly what the states are signing on. And this participates into illicit financial flows, but with the assistance of the state, since they will benefit in the short term, but without understanding the intergenerational impact of these debt agreements. So the example I wanted to give, in April, through media houses only, we learned that South Sudan signed a massive oil-backed loan with a little-known entity linked to the royal family in the UAE. The agreement was concluded without the participation of the citizens, without any participation or authorization by Parliament, which is required by the Constitution, without the input of the Technical Loans Committee, which has been established by Parliament, which again is required by law, is valued, that agreement, at twice the current GDP of South Sudan and will correspond to 5 times the current debt that exists in the country. So a state which some might consider doesn't have legitimacy, borrowing heavily into the future of the country, which corresponds technically to 20 years of all of the currently known oil reserves of the country, were granted to a debt agreement to a third party. So obviously, basing ourselves to the various principles that have been developed through the Africa Borrowing Charter, through a partnership that we have with Latindadd and civil society organizations based in Africa, we asked among one of the reliefs at the court that that loan that was in our view, illegally procured by South Sudan, be considered a odious debt that is not binding and nor payable by the citizens of the respondents. So that's just one of the examples of how we can proactively use the courts as lawyers, as enablers normally, how we can actually be positive in our actions and trying to tackle illicit financial flows as the source before they are becoming a burden down the road. And the last one, if you still have a bit of time, 3 minutes, that would be great. I want also to use the courts of law to make that link between the climate justice, the climate crisis, which is the topic of this particular panel, and illicit financial flows through a request for advisory opinion at the African Court on Human and People's Rights. As we know, Africa is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, with an increased risk of drought, desertification, flooding. The consequence of this climate impact are dire: human migration, displacement, food insecurity, water shortages, greater risk of certain illnesses, and a greater impact on marginalized and vulnerable people. So therefore, African governments have a responsibility to respond to this, and luckily the African Charter provides all of the rights that we actually need to be litigated before the African Court: the right to life, freedom of movement, the right to property, the right to health, the right to self-determination, the right to free disposal of wealth and natural resources, the right to economic, social, and cultural development, and the right to a generally satisfactory environment. So obviously we have multiple arguments we can bring forth on this, but we have highlighted so far 4 main issues which we are very confident of going forth with. The duty to address climate change, the obligations to climate migrants, the obligations to indigenous people, and the obligations to women and children. But there's one more, 5th one, that in my view is very clear, and we need to explore that opportunity to include the various components of the impact of IFFs on the continent, some of which I've highlighted already at the beginning of the presentation, especially in the extractive industry, since the environmental impact of this extractive industry is evident to everybody. I think some examples was already provided with some vibrant pictures that were showed in the PowerPoints. So how do we link climate justice, the climate crisis, its impact on the people, but also how the illicit financial flows, especially from the extractive industries, are having a key contribution role in that dynamic, and including the obligations of the states to address all of these issues at once in a concerted effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. And so we have the last intervention in our panel, which is Alfonso Daniels, and he will join us online from London. And before Alfonso joined us, and I want to say he's a dear colleague. He will now be presenting the work he's been doing at FTC. And I just want to remark that we are also embarked in a new project with Alfonso at the FTC in illegal deforestation and forest loss in the Amazon Basin, in Bolivia, Brazil, and Cameroon. And this is a work on the pipeline. And I think that speaks a lot, especially in this panel, about enablers, environmental crimes, and the illicit financial flows, especially here from the Global South, in which most of the monetization of the illicit flows come actually from natural resources. And all of the crimes that are related to the plundering of the mineral resources, gas, oil, timber, soybean, and all of them, that becomes illicit financial flows, either in tax havens or in the United States or in Delaware and in other places, begin with crimes in our territories, in the Global South, in the displacement of people. I think that was very addressed by John. But anyway, I just want to make sure that we can, since Alfonso is here now as the last panel, not the least, but that we're also very happy about being able to make the linkage between illicit financial flows tax justice, and environmental crimes, environmental issues that are related not only to climate change, but the real daily life of people here, especially here in the Global South. So without further ado, please, Alfonso Daniels, he is joining us from London. He works for the Financial Transparency Coalition, and he will be our last speaker in this panel. Thank you, Alfonso. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I will first of all try to share my screen, and I don't know if you managed to see the presentation.
It should be here, your presentation, right? It'll be in the screen in a few seconds. So, yes.
Yes, can you see it?
Not yet,
Great.
but yes, now we can see it. Aquí está la presentación.
Thank you very much.
Listos.
Muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias.
I want to thank the FTC and Latindadd and Fundación CES for inviting me to take part in this panel. I'm going to speak slowly because I know that there is simultaneous translation. I'm listening to myself through the translation, so I'm going to speak in English for that and not to have.
The PowerPoint is in English, in Spanish. So we focused on in this report. We actually published the FTC and the members 2 years ago, and it was followed up by another report last year. The report we did 2 years ago was focused on IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, undocumented, well, kind of illegal fishing happening. In Spanish is pesca ilegal no declarada y no reglamentada. And the key thing, why did we focus on this? That's the main first question. And the issue there is that millions of people around the world depend on fisheries to make a living and to access to basic protein, especially in the global south. And 90% of fish stocks in the planet are in danger as well. And IUU fishing represents, at the moment, it's estimated to represent around 1/5 of total catches. It's a value of up to $23.5 billion every year, and that figure we believe, and experts believe, that it will be much higher, around 50 billion possibly, and this contributes obviously to overfishing and the destruction of fishing stocks, and it's a very fast pace. It's happening at a very fast speed. You see that. I've been to, for example, to West Africa, and people complain about lack of fish. They cannot find fish. Prices are going up extremely high. I mean, double, 3 times in the past few years, for example, in Senegal. So it's something that we don't have much time to address. You have also a situation where global south countries are losing millions of dollars, billions of dollars in illicit financial flows every year because of IUU fishing. And IUU fishing is the third most lucrative resource crime after logging and mining. So given this scenario which we face, we find that there's very little information of who is behind IUU fishing, who is behind this mass activity with such a huge impact on local communities, coastal communities mainly. And so at the FTC and with the members, we thought we would try to bridge this gap, try to identify the main companies and individuals behind these activities, responsible for these activities, and try to promote, similar to what FACT Coalition is doing, transparency, financial transparency, ownership transparency. So the methodology that we used was, there is simply no list out there, really, of IUU fishing vessels. So we had to build one ourselves. It took a long time and lots of effort, but we managed to build a unique IUU vessel list from January 2010 to May 2023, and over 1,000 commercial vessels in that list. That's 4 times more than 4 times more the list, sort of the official list, which is from the regional fisheries management organizations, which is what most researchers and most NGOs use. And that's based on several sources, official sources, reputed NGOs, and reputed media organizations. Then we used the Lloyd's database, which we accessed to find the legal owners of these vessels. And there are several layers of that, and we were able to penetrate that layer in many cases. And then finally, we used databases like Orbis to find, as far as we could, the beneficial owners or nominees behind these companies. Many of them obviously are fictitious companies. So the main findings of the report is that we found that around half of the IU vessels accused of IU fishing happened in Africa, and West Africa becoming kind of the epicenter of this activity. That is not by chance. Obviously, it's extremely rich fisheries stocks in the area. Also, its proximity to Europe and the lack of monitoring capacity by these governments and the huge amount of corruption in many of these governments. Africa loses, and this is the updated figures from last year that we updated the report from 2 years ago, and we estimate that it's $11.7 billion every year in illicit financial flows linked to IU fishing. That's what Africa loses every year. In the case of Argentina, for example, we estimate it's and reports say it's between $1 and $2.6 billion every year, and it's $4 billion for Indonesia every year. This, I must say, caused quite a bit of stir in Argentina when it came out 2 years ago. There were a lot of articles about this, a lot of coverage of the report, a lot of controversy, because the government then essentially came out and denied the existence of illegal fishing in its waters and denied the size of this problem. Then Oceana, an NGO, came a few months later and said, actually, that problem exists, and we identified most of the vessels operating in the area and in the limit with the Argentinian waters, going into Argentinian waters and going dark. So that problem exists, and it was interesting that Argentina's government at the time tried to deny actually its existence. The second finding that we have is that it's a very concentrated problem. The 10 top companies represent around a fourth of the total commercial vessels involved in IU fishing that we identified. 8 are from China, 1 is from Colombia, and 1 is from Spain. And as I will see there, this is the company, the Spanish company that we identify. It's called Grupo Albacora. And you will see on the left, as far as we could get, the ownership behind the Grupo Albacora. On the right of the screen, you see the vessels that we saw were accused of IU fishing. Interestingly, using all available means, contacting the Spanish authorities, going through the Spanish business registry, doing everything possible, we could not identify the beneficial owners of this company. Then you have the case of this is a Chinese company, the number 1 or number 2 in the list. And here, just to reflect the complexity of finding who are the people behind this company. If you don't understand this graph, actually you are getting it right, because it's very difficult to understand it. It shows how many different layers of companies around the main company, Pingtan, are. Then you have different nominees and beneficial owners appearing linked to other companies. It's very complex, and it's very, very difficult to, it's kind of a spider web that you have to build. And that shows the kind of complexity to find who really is behind those activities and those companies. The third finding is that we found that a third of IU vessels that we identified had Chinese flags, and around a third have had flags from other countries like Ghana, South Korea, and Peru. And what's interesting of Ghana is that there's the existence, and there's an NGO that investigated that most of these companies operate through it's foreign companies that are active, but because of Ghanaian law, they need to appear as their local companies. So they do that through joint ventures. But the joint venture essentially is a shell company in Ghanaian, it seems to be in Ghanaian hands, but in reality it's actually owned mostly by Chinese companies. We also found that 8% of the IU vessels had flags of convenience, pabellones de conveniencia in Spanish, and that is not, again, it's not by chance. Those countries which you have a flag, say, from Panama, etc., that have very low controls and very low taxes or non-existent taxes. What's interesting also, if you compare it with then the report that we did on identifying the main companies behind forced labor in commercial fishing fleets, you have that 8% actually becoming 20%. Just it feels that those companies are even more aware of the need to hide themselves. So they are more keen to use these flags of convenience. Again, secrecy playing a key role in covering up the IU fishing and, in the other case, forced labor, which affects hundreds of thousands of workers every year. Then what's interesting also, if you look at the figures, sorry, just went too quickly, using the main sources of data, the best data sets available, we found beneficial owners for only around 18% of IU vessels and legal owners for around 42% of vessels. That's very similar figures actually to the vessels accused of forced labor. And the problem of that, and many of these owners, even who appear as beneficial owners or nominees, are really not the real, they're actually not the beneficial owners at all. You have, for example, a lawyer who appears as a beneficial owner of a major company that we found out, and he appears as a beneficial owner of 1,000 other companies. So clearly he is somehow covering up the real ownership. And what happens in reality, in practice, is that these countries that where IU fishing is happening or forced labor is happening, do not have the means to find out who is the ultimate person responsible for those crimes or for IU fishing. And therefore the fines are against normally the captain of the vessel or the crew. And that's, and you have just the Panel de Alto Nivel de Economía Oceánica, it's a major organization identifying, not surprisingly, property secrecy, financial secrecy as a key factor in stimulating IU fishing, behind IU fishing.
Alfonso, we have 3 minutes left, so we can have some little bit of time for question and answers.
What is the architecture, kind of the initiatives that will encourage transparency? And you find that those initiatives completely ignore fishing. You have, for example, EITI, which was launched in 2002, and it's mainly for extractive, to financial transparency, to promote financial transparency in extractive industries, oil, mining, gas. 55 countries have joined this initiative. It's extremely sophisticated system they have in order to promote transparency in those sectors, but not fishing. In fact, I spoke recently with them, actually, and for a different project that I was involved in, and they don't have the expectation of including fishing or any renewable, what they call renewable extractives as part of EITI. So there's no hope that this will change. Then you have FATF, again, another group, another organization group, targeting money laundering, and they don't consider fishing as an extractive industry. And then, to make matters worse, in November 2022, 2 years ago, the Court of Justice of the European Union invalidated the AML, the initiative, which allowed public access to beneficial ownership registries. So the architecture that should be there to promote transparency is not considering fisheries at all. We're basically alone. The recommendations that we have
We have 1 minute more, Alfonso, to wrap up.
Yes, I mean, you can see the list of recommendations there, and obviously countries should, we believe, countries should take, given the lack of a clear architecture on transparency that can be translated into fisheries, they need to take action themselves. And they should, for example, request all this information when granting licenses or fishing licenses or rights, for example. And it should, so this is the list of recommendations, but we feel that the issue is so big and it's becoming so serious because of the level of fishing that these initiatives are just simply not there or moving way too slowly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope we have a little bit of moment for a couple of questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions from here people and to any one of the panelists from this panel. Is there any question? Yes.
Hola, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for the presentations. I'm Isabella from Brazil, from a feminist NGO. And I'm also very interested in environmental economics, so I follow climate change issues. I study a lot. In Juan Pablo's presentation, I really liked that he brought up the issue of a lot has been said of ecological or environmental economics, about decarbonization or the stop in fossil fuels use will result in an increase of minerals extraction. So it's a dilemma. In addition to the illegal financial flows from taxation of that, mining is also a serious problem in itself. In Brazil, we have also worked on illicit financial flows coming from mineralization. Mining is one of the main Brazilian exports. So we believe that Vale, because of transfer pricing, was declaring only 23% of minerals extracted. So in addition to environmental issues, we have the illicit financial flows problem. So my question, my curiosity, we have this estimation. There's no way to make a transition, how to replace everything by solar panels. And actually, the transition we see is not urban planning or change of model. I don't know if you could expand a little bit more on how you've made this estimation. How this fossil fuel stop would contribute to mineral increase. I'm interested in an analysis of how you develop the estimates.
Sumamos alguna última pregunta, así podemos dar paso al próximo panel.
Any other question that could be made to the panelists? Hello, good afternoon. I'm Maria Dolores Almeida. I have a question for Juan Pablo. And it is related to your comment about environmental taxes and taxes on the extractive industry. And let me make an additional question on BEPS. We see that in the first pillar of BEPS is excluding the entire extractive industry. And on the other hand, they use the tax residence as the basis rather than the place of extraction of resources. And in addition, the developing of databases on information related to the damages, environmental damages. So how could we build the tax justice issue into this model of just barely levying the super rich more, but how to relate it to greenhouse gases impact, different from what we see in the developed countries. In Latin America, for example, it is more related to land use more than to energy. This is because of our different patterns of production and consumption and the effects of decarbonization into the fiscal account. So we have two questions for Juan Pablo. And again, in John Lazaro's presentation, I think one interesting aspect is that the taxation schemes seem to be the same all over the world. In Argentina, we have a blanket law that is similar to the law that John referred to in the Philippines, a system of royalties on mining, decrease of tax pressure from dictatorship and neoliberal regimes under the same rules. And we are aware of that because the new Argentine reforms come from corporate law firms. So we have a corporate system that results in fiscal injustice, which we could say it's global. And our fight is very scattered fight. So in order to make the necessary changes in fiscal justice, I believe this exchange allows for a better understanding of the dynamics. And I will give the closing words to Juan Pablo for him to answer the questions. And after that, we will move into the next panel. Juan Pablo. Thank you, Nicolas, and thank you for both questions. Actually, both questions refer to this opacity we see in data, in information, in terms of the environmental impact many of these measures have, which is significantly high. With regard to your question, your name, Isabel's question, there is no such thing as an estimate. I was talking about the effective collection, actual collection, just a clarification. However, there is work, a paper we conducted, we developed on the impact of decarbonization of Andean communities for the IDB. We developed various scenarios of fuels prices and minerals prices. And what we could see was that the loss due to decarbonization is much higher than the gain. In other words, the second loss, if we want the world to survive, decarbonization must happen. And then there is a potential gain if we adjust our tax frameworks to good practices of mineral taxation. What I wanted to show is that the difference is, the gap is today very broad. So we have to envisage how to close this gap. There will be fiscal gaps. I don't know what you think about your tax future, but there is no doubt that we will all pay more taxes. Let me make a joke, and I hope you will not feel bad about it. But in these conferences, sometimes we want to see that the best taxable base is someone else, the super rich, the mining company, and that is great. I think it's important in terms of legitimacy. We have to legitimize our taxation system because there will be a requirement of more taxes on higher income classes. There is no way for the public sector to have a lower intervention. There is no other way. Macro global trends show that in terms of health, of aging, and climate change, well, you will see a greater intervention of the state, and that has to be funded somehow. Now, responding to or replying to Maria Dolores, well, actually, we do not know actually very well what will be the impact of the measures we are proposing. We have to get better information. We worked for the Inter-American Center of Tax, the CIAT, of taxation reform, and they said, okay, what should tax administrations do? And there you can see that the tax administrations are nowadays not qualified to do any monitoring on the environmental impact of tax measures, neither on tax spending or reform. So, to train the tax administrations, to do capacity building with them, to allow them to know what they should look at. I agree this is a political discussion. There is nothing more political than fiscal policy. However, there is a need to strengthen the technical aspects. That is central. Because again, not only for collection purposes, but also for legitimacy. We should legitimize the state intervention. The state is not able to defend itself on its own. It has to be defended through some legitimizing action. I guess I haven't given any answer with this. Anyway, thank you, Juan Pablo. You've been great. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Alfonso, and the rest. And we'll give now the floor to the next panel.
colegas panelistas a, por favor, acompañarme aquí en el escenario. Bueno.
While we set up the panel, and I invite the next panelist, I'm Sergio Chaparro. I'm the advocacy leader from the Tax Justice Network. I will model the panel. I thank the coalition, the Financial Transparency Coalition, Latindadd, and Fundación CES for this invitation. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate the locals for the Copa America tournament, for being winners. I don't know. Well, for the next session of today, we will have an excellent panel on fiscal policies and human rights with various disciplinary and geographic perspectives, as you will be able to see. I will kindly ask the panelists to make their presentations in only 10 minutes so that we can have some time for questions at the end. I will be showing you this 2 minutes sign before closing, and then this other sign for us to close and leave the room on time. So the relationship, the link between human rights and economics, particularly in relation to fiscal policies, has become stronger in the last decade with the promotion of fiscal justice and human rights organizations. This topic in both regional and international debate, there is now a language of human rights. The PTLAC, this Latin American cooperation platform, has used human rights as a cross-cutting theme. And the High Commissioner's Office for Human Rights of the United Nations is also actively involved in the debate on the United Nations Tax Convention. And this book, co-authored by our colleague Mati, is proof of how active this topic has been. Mati Cojones. So we will start with Leah Raman from India, who is so kind to be with us at 2 a.m. So he will be the first to take the floor so that he can afterwards go to bed.
Inglés para introducir a Raman.
I will switch now into English to introduce Raymond.
System and policy expert with over 3 decades of work across multiple development sectors and institutions, focusing on equity, inclusion, and human rights. He has a unique experience of working with both national and state governments of India, also with academic institutions and civil society organizations. And currently, he is the executive director of the Center for Budget and Governance Accountability, an Indian think tank based at New Delhi, which is one of the partners of the Financial Transparency Coalition. He is also the national convener of Public Health Resource Network, a platform of several Indian resource organizations and individuals. Mr. Raman, we have it. Do we have you with us? Si me pudieran confirmar. Mr. Raman, are you there? Can you hear us? Mr. Raman, can you hear us now? Okay. Can you turn on your camera, please?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Sarah. I'm a colleague of Raman's, but he just texted me saying that his Zoom app is giving him some problem. So he's going to, I think he's going to try to rejoin. He's not able to put on the audio and the video.
I see, I understand. Okay, thank you so much. Well, we can start while Mr. Raman is with us with Asha Ramgovin first. Ms. Asha Rangovin is the Executive Director and co-founder of Human Rights Development Initiative, a regional human rights organization. She's a lecturer with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. She has 33 years of experience within the access to justice movement in South Africa, within the African continent and internationally. And she has been working on illicit financial flows and human rights for 12 years. She has written, talked and advocated for illicit financial flows to be addressed as a human rights violation. And she is in the last phase of her LLD dissertation on international law and tax havens. And she has been an anti-apartheid activist from her youth and continues to dedicate her work towards furthering egalitarian values and fighting injustice. So Asha, in addition to being a tool to advance important fights for tax justice, in recent years we have seen how restrictive interpretation of human rights are being used to oppose greater transparency, for instance. In 2022, the European Court of Justice issued a ruling to restrict public access to beneficial ownership on the grounds that such access violated the right to privacy. So Asha will talk to us about these different uses of human rights and how to counter those that may be most pernicious in the fight for tax justice. Asha, the floor is yours.
I think because I'm not Spanish, I heard you say, in addition to being tall, Asha is tall, you know, as in, but obviously not. Well, thank you everybody for staying. I can imagine how tired you all must be, but thank you very much. Because I'm a lawyer by training, an advocate, a courtroom lawyer, and I've also, as Sergio has said, I'm at the end stage of my dissertation. So I've written like, I don't know, maybe 100,000 words on the subject already, and to keep me within the time, I've decided to write my comments down so that I just, you know, stay within the time, okay? I need my glasses for that. So, before I connect human rights and illicit financial flows, I would just like to say a few words about human rights. And I want to start by saying that some of what I say might be difficult to hear, and it might be even more difficult to accept. Basically, the first 5 words that I want to say about human rights is simply this: human rights apply to everyone. Human rights apply to everyone. Rich and poor, black, white, everyone. It might be easiest if we think about freedom of expression. The right of the revolutionary to articulate ideas without being censored is protected. But the right to articulate ideas that are offensive to the revolutionary is also protected. In South Africa, we had a very difficult, an exceedingly difficult situation not too long ago, 2 or 3 years ago, where our human rights system was called upon to protect the rights of a person who was determined to prevent democracy ever seeing the light of day. He was accused and found guilty of assassinating Chris Hani, a communist leader of our liberation movement, in cold blood. He premeditated that killing and was sentenced at first to death, but then it was commuted to life imprisonment because we did away with the death penalty. And recently, our Constitutional Court was called upon to discuss his parole application. And I would like to just read from that judgment where a unanimous judgment of the court said that in reaching their decision, they were mindful that the mothers and fathers of our constitutional democracy did not draft a Bill of Rights that would confer fundamental rights only on those who fought for democracy and not on those who had supported apartheid or who were opposed to the introduction of democracy in this country. They drafted a Bill of Rights that conferred fundamental rights on everyone, including those who had supported apartheid with all their hearts. Close quote. This judgment actually made me quite proud, even though I myself was an anti-apartheid activist and still am a social justice activist. The notion that our sense of humanity is actually clearly in the Bill of Rights and implemented even in court made me very proud to be South African, even though we live in darkness half the time with our load shedding schedule. Anyway, bringing all this down to illicit financial flows and human rights. Recently, in 2022, we saw two individuals who are the ultimate beneficial owners of companies registered in Luxembourg use the European Court of Justice to challenge public beneficial ownership registries. The EU directive that they challenged started with these words: public access to beneficial ownership information allows greater scrutiny of information by civil society, including by the press, and contributes to preserving trust in the integrity of business transactions and of the financial system. It can contribute to combating the misuse of corporate and other legal entities and legal arrangements for the purposes of money laundering or terrorist financing, both by helping investigations and through reputational effects, given that anyone who could enter into transactions is aware of the identity of the beneficial owners. What a beautiful directive. As an activist against illicit financial flows, that's what we would say. The court in that case was called upon to determine the validity of the one word there, and that is public access to beneficial ownership disclosure registries. The court reasoned that a fair balance should be sought, in particular, between the general public interest in the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing and the data subject's fundamental rights. And in the end, they concluded that the public nature of these registries went too far. This case had a domino effect on public beneficial ownership registers across Europe. We saw this problem again at the UN human rights mechanisms. When I studied the concluding observations that were passed by the UN human rights treaty monitoring bodies, and I looked at just the UK. The UN Committee on Economic, well, for today, I'm sharing just the UK, I looked at many more. The UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, both welcomed the introduction of public beneficial ownership registers of companies and trusts in British Crown dependencies and overseas territories. They clearly stated that in their concluding observations. But the UN Human Rights Committee, that's required to supervise and monitor the implementation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, they also made a concluding observation in 2024 in relationship to the UK's Data Protection and Digital Information Bill And they were concerned that it would establish new powers, forcing banks to monitor the bank accounts of what it called benefits claimants. The Human Rights Committee received information from some source that prompted it to raise this issue with the UK. It most likely meant beneficial owners. The Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Committee and CEDAW, their reports were from 2016 and 2019. Human Rights Committee, 2024. We were not there, we were taken off guard, and it stands. As we can see, human rights can be used as a tool to advance the battle against tax havens and illicit financial flows, and it can also be used to push back against progress. Tax Justice Network, Financial Transparency Coalition, and others have written very strongly worded responses to this opinion and suggested that privacy has been weaponized against beneficial ownership transparency. Even in the context of social, economic, and cultural rights, looking at approaches to universal basic income, for example, Samuel Moyen, I think I'm going to have to, one minute, okay. 1.5, okay. Samuel Moyen concluded that the international human rights system emphasizes sufficiency over equality. He explained that international human rights focus on the distance an individual has moved from having nothing and how well they are doing in relationship to a certain minimum level, instead of equality, which is about how far individuals are from each other. In South Africa, we are very aware of this problem of inequality. So why am I even considering, and why do we even consider international human rights as a tool to combat tax havens? And I will basically give you two, I will give you two, but I'll just summarize them. The one is the UN system, the African system, the Latin American system have mechanisms that are there to support our work against human rights abuses, both committed by states and non-state actors, large multinationals. I was fascinated when I saw and studied the universal peer review process of Switzerland. In the UN system, there is a notion of the equality among states. We don't ever see that in practice. We see inequality among states, between states. But the UPR process saw Turkey recommending to Switzerland that they amend their banking provisions, their banking act, as it hinders freedom of expression. Switzerland responded to Turkey and responded to that by saying that one of their chambers of parliament have accepted it, and it is now going before the second chamber of parliament. It's fascinating because Switzerland did not respond at all to CEDAW's concluding observations, but responded to Turkey in the UPR process. I'm going to say one last thing, and then I'm going to close. And because this is the second reason why human rights still remains a weapon for us. And I would like to quote very quickly Professor Jenny Martinez when she wrote about the slave trade and the origins of international human rights law. She said, giving the anti-slavery courts and treaties the central place they deserve in the international human rights law narrative changes that narrative in important ways. Compared to the post-World War II Nuremberg-centric story, an understanding of international human rights law that begins with the anti-slavery movement places a much greater emphasis on non-state actors, both the slave traders who were human rights violators, and civil society leaders of the abolitionist movement in various countries, close quote. This reminded me, quite frankly, of the likes of TJN, TJNA, Global Alliance for Tax Justice, Eurodadd, Latindadd, Afrodadd on the one side, the civil society organizations, and on the other side, the big multinational corporations and super rich individuals as non-state actors pitted against each other in what seems like an insurmountable mission. In closing, I would just like to say that that insurmountable mission from the 1500s up to the 1800s, when the fight against slavery and slave trade was taking place, was won. It was won. Hopefully, we get to see the end of our battle in our lifetime. But one of my mentors in the anti-apartheid struggle, taught me that it is important to plant a tree knowing that we will never sit underneath it. So regardless of how insurmountable this fight is, I can see that an alliance of these kinds of organizations that develop clearly defined analysis, strategies, and partnerships that understand and underscore both the human rights mechanisms as tools for us and tools that can be used against us. If we are aware of that double-edged sword, we will sharpen our side and make sure that our strategies prevail. Thank you, and so sorry that I still went over time.
Thank you so much, Asha, for reminding us about the deep roots of these different interpretations of the human rights agenda and what is at stake in the current battles for transparency using human rights as a tool. I would like to ask Mr. Rahman if he is online. Can you hear us now, Mr. Rahman? Can you hear us now, Mr. Rahman? Well, bueno, mientras...
I think his audio is again glitching. I'll just see if in case I can try connecting with him. Just give us like 5 seconds.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I have already introduced yourself first.
Yeah, I heard that, and thank you for that. And I had tried to share my slides. Would you be doing it from there, or should I do it from here? That's one. Sorry for taking time on these things.
No problem.
Not intended, but yeah.
No problem. We have the slides here, so if you want, we can use the slides. Oh. No, can you share your screen, please? I think it's better if you do it that way.
I can show my screen.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you can control the slides. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. So I hope the slides are visible now as well. Sorry for the technical glitch, and I am also talking about technology-based platforms, and the technical glitch is, creating problem for that as well. So here, it is essentially workers' rights and human rights-based analysis of how the financial commitments and financial regulations are working in the country of India for platform-based workers. That is where this analysis is. My colleague Saim Siddha and I work together on this, and yeah, so some questions around political economy and some questions about such as workers or small entrepreneurs, when they become individual economic actors, what is the cost, and how are they becoming that economic actors, and what is the role of government there, and the role of aggregating organization here, wherein they are mostly global games, whether it is Uber, whether it is related kind of organizations, and their investments on the technology, and the efforts put in by the platform workers together makes it feasible and reliable for the users, the general public, and how that aggregating organizations role is working, and the technology provider, whether it is limiting the role of the worker or whether it is enhancing the role of worker is also something to look at. The consumer question is also to be looked at, and then the roles of government, whether it is fiscal role or the regulatory role, whether they are lackeys of the aggregators, or they are facilitating the workers' rights is another question to look at, and how the civil society and academia is engaging on these issues. So these are the questions, and I'm also narrating the methods, but not taking much time here, because it's mainly based on interviews with workers and based on workers' perspective. Uh, so one is, the are they affiliated workers or individual economic influencers is the question, and these workers have now become the core of urban life for sure. Slowly, they're outgrowing or outplacing the traditional service provision paradigms. So that is something that we need to understand, and then the identities have reduced as agents of the aggregators. That is where these workers, their individual identities, wherein they used to be the primary providers, now their role has been minimalized, into agents of the aggregators, and their self-esteem, their dignity, their rights, and these are becoming key missing elements for most of the providers, wherever the app-based work is their primary engagement. If it is a secondary engagement, they have their own other ways of survival. And strong control on processes and finances by the aggregators. The government's role is very, very minimal, and the aggregators, as I told, are international or multinational actors, corporate actors, and that is where the control and regulations are becoming a weaker element. And the workers are also facing the challenges because of the periodic bank payments made by the aggregators, and the cash requirements for them, the money requirements for them are higher, and they get it only periodically. And the fear of control of the processes have become central to their engagement now, and how to overcome them, that to overcome those fear of engagement is another issue that they are facing. So there are several ways that they have invented to overcome this problem. Now, if you look at aggregation as an exploitation, through skill as well as investment, both of the both the skills and the investments of the workers are aggregated or appropriated. So the terms and conditions, the workers are not clearly aware, because the app-based reading and understanding, there's no paper available to refer, and even the terms and conditions put up by the aggregators for the workers to get enrolled into this process and to provide their whether it is physical work or the technical services or driving or related work, what are they agreeing to is something that they don't know. So that the right to information is getting violated, and most workers are unclear about the provision of insurance and related financial protection and those kinds of things. And also, if there is any exigencies happening during the course of work, they're not aware about it. And the grievance redressal is not worker, it is not leading to protecting the workers' rights. It is, for the existence of the aggregator company is the main focus of the grievance redressal, wherein the workers are getting mostly their roles and their rights are violated, and huge service charges in terms of money have been taken from the workers or service providers in the case of platform workers. And they have to also provide goods and service taxes. That is another added. So in addition to the service charges to the aggregator, they are also paying tax to the government. So almost more than a third of their income is going into actual income is going into these kinds of payments. And when it comes to taxi services, they incur a huge amount of interest. If they are hiring the vehicle from the aggregator. The aggregator sells the vehicle actually, and the EMI that they charge is much higher compared to the market EMI if the driver is buying the vehicle from the market. But this kind of an exploitation is another area. And the aggregators' accountability to the government and people are minimal in addition to the optics of consumer satisfaction. And then when it comes to the technology interfaces and digital divide, the workers need to take a lot of time to familiarize themselves into those kinds of issues. The user interface is mainly consumer driven. It is not the worker driven. So the worker takes a lot of time to familiarize themselves into that. And the technology controls the entire work, and they are not really aware about where they can do and where they cannot do. Those kinds of issues are there. And the training and capacity building of the workers are almost, it is very, very namesake kind of element that we see. And the legal, regulatory, and governance mechanisms, also the financial questions that we have. In India, there is no legal framework that is governing the platform-based work at the national level. Recently, our civil and penal code was amended by the parliament. The Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, it is called, in place of the Indian Penal Code before. So that is not covering this kind of platform at this point. And also the legal framework available, two states, one is the state of Rajasthan, the other is state of Karnataka. They only have the regulations and the acts in place. And there are a lot of issues around the financial roles of the government for ensuring workers' welfare, their overall well-being, and all that. So this part is clearly. So if you can see that over the last 5 years, there is a sporadic growth, and the number of workers engaged in the gig economy in India is very, very high. And the financial allocation for workers' welfare, whether it is in the national budget, whether it is in the state budgets or the local budgets, it is unclear or almost not there. And the role of local governments is yet not clear about how the governance of the platform-based services are done and how the welfare of workers are ensured. And then, the exploitation in the name of convenience is there when it comes to user. It is mainly workers are being exploited, and misbehaviors also is part of, although, it is the other way around also. And the norms are not adhered all the time. The cancellations of services is creating a lot of problems to the workers. So the compensation that they get in leave also is very minimal. And women workers face a lot of more challenges in different kinds, including the gender-based challenges that they have. And if you look at the trade unions, if you look at the civil society and the academia, they are on the crossroads in different directions. The trade union interventions and efforts to build alternative trade unions of the workers didn't work well in many states. They tried to agitate and all that, didn't work well. The political parties are also not able to understand well what exactly are the problems. Only one political party, has tried to come up with some fiscal and regulatory kind of initiative so far. And the academia is limited to some kind of research and some op-ed in the media, etc. To the solution side of the problem, they are not yet there. And the civil society interventions are also minimal. And the gender
Mr. Rahman,
questions, it is a masculine space
2 minutes to wrap up, please.
mainly. The spaces for other genders are limited, and women workers need special provisions. They are not there as such, support measures and all that. The work-related challenges for women are high, as I told already, and the state and civil society interventions are also quite minimal. So this is where the challenges of workers' right is in India, and the financial regulations and the financial support measures. Without that, it is going to be very difficult, and the large number of workers are going to be on the platform-based work in the future, given the digital technologies are driving us. So this is, I think, one of the important areas, how the finance is flowing, how the investments are happening, how the workers are paid or not paid, how their welfare is assured. We need to, those who are looking at financial transparency need to seriously look into these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raman, for reminding us about how financial regulations coupled with the digital divide are creating these new ways of exploiting workers and putting their rights at risk. Now I'm going to switch to Spanish. Después de...
All right, so now we were talking about the specific case of informal workers in the gig economy in India. But now we are going to look at more positive aspects of human rights, as Asha was saying. And this has to do with the case of a civil society initiative that has shown that human rights can become a positive force for change and support the fight for social justice. So I would like to give the floor to a colleague of mine, Maria Emilia Mamberti, who is a lawyer from the University of La Plata. She has a master's degree in law from Columbia University, and she is the director of the program for Economic and Social Rights Center, and she is part of the technical secretariat of the Initiative for Human Rights in Tax Policy. Maria Emilia has taken the analysis of human rights to other fields. Thank you, Sergio. I want to thank Latindadd, FTC, and Fundación CES for inviting me to participate, and I want to thank all of you in the audience who are still here. I know that then we have an interesting session. Welcome to Buenos Aires, so I will try to be brief. And as Sergio said, I'm working on an initiative that is described in a book that this panel was set up on. It has to do with one of the pillars, that is a rights-based economy. Although I'm going to talk about fiscal policy, it is difficult to envisage a change or to revisit fiscal policy if we don't look at the current economic policy. Today we talk about the regulatory aspects of taxes, the environmental impact on taxes, and these are aspects that are in tension with the predominant ideas of the economy today. So here we are focusing on growth without taking into account other elements in this model that we propose in the book. Of course, economic growth is important, but we also need to look at materials, and environmental and social needs of people, and we have to orient economies so that they ensure the effective fulfillment of human rights. Since we are faced with several crises at the same time, of course, we need to consider human rights and the impact on human rights. But as Asha said, human rights establish some normative language, and they also focus on the role of the state. That is why human rights allow us to advance some public policy proposals or agendas related to the rights-based economy. In some cases, we claim for quality public services as opposed to privatization. In other cases, we want to have robust social services. These are proposals that are included in the book. But here we are trying to revisit tax policies so that they have a rights-based approach and they are fair. This is an exercise that we conducted with different colleagues who are present here, but here we are trying to envisage how things might be different. This is a truly Latin American initiative that takes into account challenges in the region as well as opportunities for advancing this agenda. This is an initiative for human rights and fiscal policy, and actually it is derived from the multiple challenges that we are facing, but it's also derived from the multiple opportunities that exist in the region. We have a robust catalog of social rights recognized by our constitutions. This is something that we see in our region and not in others. We also see the ambitions of the Inter-American human rights system to link to this agenda, even in a gradual manner. And we also saw the coordinated working capacity of the civil society on economic justice. It started working and then it started expanding to a lot of regional and international fora. And that gave us what we needed to work on this initiative, envisaging human rights related tax policies. One of the first observations in our diagnosis was not that there were no standards to revisit fiscal policy. We had some isolated efforts from some courts, some human rights mechanisms like the Human Rights Commission or from the United Nations with the Observatory on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. But here we saw a reinforcement of this idea that the most orthodox version of fiscal policies and perhaps the simplest human rights approach seemed to be separate. So we decided to systematize all the existing efforts that had been led by many of our partners in different fields to promote the use of these standards. So we decided that a nice way of putting together this project was to convene a group of experts, including Pedro and some other people who were here, and we invited different countries in the region to share national and regional experiences to put together this catalog, because we wanted to add legitimacy to all the knowledge that was being produced by society and academia. Although we didn't have the governments, this was a highly participatory process. And we had years of public consultations. I recall what we did in Brazil. So we came up with a document that contains 15 principles that try to summarize what human rights say with regard to fiscal policy. We pursue two goals. First, to prove the accountability of states, and this is more from a regulatory standpoint, but we also wanted to give some guidance for action. So we added to these principles some guidelines that do not have the added value of the human rights framework, but include some more detailed practices on how the most general principles in the human rights framework could be implemented. In the materials that you are going to receive, I included versions of the principles in different languages. But just for illustrative purposes, let me say that they cover the topics that we discussed today. There are some principles that have to do with committing the states to devote as many resources as possible to human rights implementation. This is a principle that is implemented routinely, making sure that resources are mobilized. Sometimes some resources are lost because of illegal financial flows. The principles of equality and non-discrimination, These are also core elements of the human rights framework and have been interpreted by different mechanisms that require to fight through fiscal policy formal inequalities and structural inequalities. There have been significant developments in recent times trying to correct gender-based biases of the policies in general and of tax systems in particular. In many cases, in terms of transparency, we see that also an interesting perspective of human rights because there is an assumption of information transparency in the hands of the government. And so here we try to determine how the conflicts between rights should be weighed in. Some courts have interpreted those more in line with our own view. Then we also look at the disaggregation of data, what format they should be in association to fiscal policies. So for human rights, this adds another angle as opposed to what is happening with other movements that are also working on other options to the existing model. I know that tomorrow we will have more time for the discussion, so I think I should say that it is quite hopeful to see that the proposals that we thought were not going to move forward now are moving forward. We see SOMAR, and we see this also in the United Nations Convention on Taxation. We also see this reflected on the PETELAC foundational principles. So we think that gradual steps are being taken and the effort is worthwhile, knowing that we will see the results in the long term. That would be all, and I will be glad to take any questions.
Muchas gracias, María Emilia.
Thank you, Maria Emilia, for sticking to the scheduled time. And another person who has been a colleague in the fight and an expert on this initiative Maria Emilia referred to is our colleague Pedro Rossi. He's faculty member of the Economic Center of the State of Campinas. He has a degree in economics from the University of Rio de Janeiro. He has been a researcher and a lecturer, visiting lecturer, and he's a co-author of several books, including Economics for Social Transformation, a handbook to change the world. In these publications and in his work as a researcher and faculty, he has also shown the transformative power of human rights beyond fiscal policy in other areas of economic policy. So, if you can, in 10 minutes, share with us some of the implementation possibilities of human rights. And I'm also a co-author of a chapter of that book. Can I show it? Matty's book. I'm going to speak about right in the economy. I'm going to speak about that. So, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the organizers. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. I will very quickly talk about some conceptual notions, concepts of human rights and economics. And I will start by what Adrian said in the opening panel, this distinction between the technical and the economic. I think there is a domination of a presumably neutral language, just technical. However, there is currently a delegitimization of fiscal policy, taxes, spending. We have this language that reduces economics to a calculation of efficiency. of individual profit. And this language is in crisis. Among the multiple crises discussed in this panel, the crisis of economic theory is one of them, and we have to overcome it. We should have a new economy, an economy that should restore the moral guidelines, because economy is not just laboratory variables. Economy is politics, as the economic politics of Adam Smith and Ricardo. It used to be a moral science, and I think we should recover that. This economy with a purpose, and we should create a movement of ideas, a movement of individuals, of persons, of institutions, to create a collective conscience, because that is what liberalism is. It's collective conscience around individualism shared by people, and we should work on that. So in my view, one of the looks we could have of this new economy is to bring into the debate a moral parameter, which is to look at the economy from the human rights, an economy driven by human rights. Human rights are broadly accepted, vastly accepted, and we can use them as a moral parameter. It is not efficient to have an economy with unemployment. It is not efficient to have an economy when you have people with hunger. Economy is not efficient if people do not have access to health. We should redefine the concept, the neoclassical concept of efficiency, which describes efficiency as if it were given available resources. This is the best way of organizing economy. If we do not agree with this, with the available allocation of resources, because we want a different economy. Neoclassical equilibrium, we have the efficient market in housing, but we have 3 million people without a home. The supply and demand. These curves presume the person has a budget, but what if the person does not have a budget? It doesn't belong to the equilibrium. So we have to work on rights. And in my chapter, I discuss this. There is some inconsistency between the neoclassical theory and human rights. They are not intrinsic to the neoclassic theory. Property rights is there, but not the other rights. So managing economy, as we see it today, is fundamental. Without it, we will not resolve our problems. We will not be able to solve climate crisis with this standard of economy. It is not through the incentivization of private sector that we will do it. It is not. Taxation is important, as Juan Pablo said, but it is also a problem of development. And we should have even more resources, even public debt. Otherwise, we will not change the world today. The problem of political crisis is the same thing. If we continue with the same view on fiscal policy, monetary policy, development, progressist governments will not solve the advance of the extreme right, so of the far right. So we should have a different vision for economy, and rights is an instrument. There are others, but human rights are a vastly accepted instrument. And when we say we have a rights-based economy, we think of fiscal policy, because fiscal policy is directly related to rights, because the rights demand resources. The social, the economic, and the cultural rights, the right to health, the right to education, and other rights. And fiscal policies transfers the revenues to the people, rights that are mercantilized or made commercial in today's world. And human rights could provide the direction to be followed as proposed by the Initiative for Fiscal Policy. But human rights are also related to the general macroeconomics and development. For example, monetary policy. There is no direct relationship with rights. However, there is an indirect one because it goes for inflation, and inflation in an commoditized world inhibits access to rights. The right to lease, the right to rent, the inflation on food and the right to food. But inflation is not the only thing that determines access. It has an impact on the real income of people, but this is also a result of employment, of growth. And if the monetary policy affects this, the result is no good. The interest rates, when you fight against inflation, you consider the types of inflation, whether this is demand inflation or not. And unemployment is not consistent with human rights. We have to rethink the monetary policy. We have to rethink the exchange rate policies. We have to rethink the development policies, because human rights also need actual resources, and that is an important point. Human rights, in a human rights-based economy, it is related to industrial policy. It has to do with the structures of the labor market, the structure of the demand, and a final example to conclude. If we have a public health system, it is not just public spending revenues we need. We need medicine, we need equipment, we need actual resources. We could import, yes, but we need dollars for that. If we are a commodity exporting country, we are dependent on the commodity cycle, and we are dependent on the access to foreign financial resources, dollars. We could change our productive structure to be less dependent and have internal production, technology, employment. So the human rights approach, I think it complements many other approaches. Economy is not just an issue of inequality, because we could reduce inequality based on human rights. For example, if we commoditize rights, people have a greater income but no access to rights. And human rights complement many views economists deal with, such as inequality. And it is also something that could relate to many other visions. Human rights are a moral parameter, and they get economists closer to movements. And a human rights-based economy is a way to fight against traditional economy and neoliberalism. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Pedro. Y bueno, para continuar con la...
Thank you, Pedro. In order to contribute more from Latin American view, we have an economist based in Peru, Rodolfo Bejarano, who works focused on criticism to the economic model, and he has worked in the field of financing for development. He works with Latindadd, and he is a collaborator of the Tax Justice Network for Latin America and the Caribbean. Rodolfo, if you're there, please turn on your camera. He is going to tell us about the connection with reform processes of the global architecture and human rights. The floor is all yours, Rodolfo, if you can hear us. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. All right, I can't hear you well, but I'll try to turn up the volume. I'm going to share my screen. First of all, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here with you. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this panel. I had the chance of speaking at previous conferences, so it's always a pleasure for me to join you even virtually. So let me share with you some data, some charts, just to show you what we are talking about when we talk about the debt problem. Much is being said about the fact that we are going through multiple crises, and the debt crisis is severely hitting developing countries. We see that in recent years there has been a growing trend for the debt in absolute terms and also with regard to the size of economies. And this chart, we see the total amount of public debt that last year reached $97 billion. And for Latin America, we have already exceeded $4 billion. But we are not only talking about debt values. That is why we see this chart on the left. Let me interrupt you. Perhaps you could put your presentation in presentation mode. Yes, thank you. We see that the number of countries with high levels of debt, over 60% of the GDP, has increased, but also the debt makeup is also important. Private creditors are having an increasing influence. 61% of countries, or 61% of the debt of developing countries is in private hands. In Latin America, this implies almost three-fourths of the total public debt. And if we also look at the fact that interest rates have gone up and there are more stringent conditions for countries, debt service, payment of interests on that debt becomes even more problematic. Over recent years, the weight of the debt service has increased for developing countries. And we see a growing number of countries where interest payments exceeds 10% of the revenues. If we talk about developing countries, 54 countries have at least devoted 10% of their revenues to paying interest on the debt. So the total public debt service, including amortization plus interest, is becoming a growing concern for our countries. These are data from Debt Service Watch for 2023. Here we see public debt service and public budgets, the connection between the two of them. In some cases, this exceeds 20 or 30% of the budget. So that means that for all developing countries, we have more than 38% of revenues, and in terms of spending, it almost reaches 30% in developing countries. In Latin America, this figure is 26%. In Africa, it's almost 40%. So this is a growing problem. And of course, since it has a greater weight on the budget, there is a reduction, a cut in spending, and this unfortunately affects social spending. And here is where we see an impact on individuals' rights. In effect, we see that public debt service overall is almost equal to the total social spending in countries. We are talking about education, health, and social protection. There may be some differences across the region, but the weight of the debt service is quite high, especially considering education, health. Here we have charts to show this. And this can be compounded by the socio-economic vulnerabilities of our countries. Latindadd and Jubilee from the US have come up with some figures, and this is quite a concern because we see that children, women, are significantly affected in terms of health, education, food, security, and poverty. So our countries are poorer than before, and there is a growing inequality. So, in summary, fiscal gaps have widened. There is also an effect on the economy because of currency devaluation, interest rates. This has led to an increase in debt levels, and instead of providing solutions, there have been some initiatives like the G20 Common Framework. However, the benefits always favor creditors, and this doesn't solve the problems of indebted countries. There is this dilemma between debt service or dealing with government spending, climate vulnerability, together with others, economic and social vulnerabilities, exacerbate this problem. The IFIs and credit rating agencies also contribute to worsening the situation. We know that credit rating agencies are private entities that work on the basis of speculation, and they serve certain interests in detriment of countries. And fiscal adjustment or fiscal consolidation that translates into austerity measures that affect people, and then intensification of extractive reliance. In our countries, there is a great dependence on extractive activities. And we see a widening of the gaps in terms of poverty and inequalities. So now we need to think about a new debt architecture and a new financial architecture in order to meet the SDGs, to fulfill the 2030 agenda and the climate agenda without any debt or without any conditionalities. This is what we seek to achieve. Of course, here we also need compliance with human rights. There are some guiding principles. There are different documents that refer to guiding principles for foreign debt, and some processes, the analysis of the impact of economic forms on rights. So these are all important elements to consider. You have 2 minutes left. And then we need a new architecture to build a fair financial and economic system to put an end to the fact that asymmetrical relations always benefit the countries of the North. We want to revert this situation so that we have a fairer system with a redress or a historical repair approach, thinking about decolonialism for the global South. And here we need to focus on life sustainability, not debt sustainability. So this, can you conclude in 1 minute? Yes, of course. This will be my last slide. These are some proposals. We think that we need to submit to the United Nations a proposal for the organization to come up with a framework convention on debt, on sovereign debt. We think that this will be the only possible mechanism if we want to have a democratic multilateral solution. We also need to have a fast debt relief, including debt cancellation for all low and middle income countries, a true debt resolution, avoiding fake solutions. Today there are debt swaps that actually means swapping bonds for new ones, and this doesn't give any solution. Access to concessional financing based on certain criteria other than the per capita GDP, criteria considering alternative vulnerabilities in our countries, special draft rights in the last few years. There has been also support in terms of the assistance for development. And we see also the role of organizations, the IMF, that should eliminate overcharges that are being applied on certain countries, and some quotas that need to be modified, the multilateral development banks and credit rating agencies. And finally, we need to instill more transparency in all debt-related processes. Debt provisions in the event of catastrophes or natural disasters. We need provisions and legal reforms. We need to consider alternatives that go beyond the classification of countries based on the GDP. That is why we talk about vulnerabilities. And also we need progressive tax systems and eliminating tax havens. All these are steps that will contribute to building an alternative financial architecture and would enable us to have global governance with more justice so that countries of the South benefit from that. So, thank you.
Muchas gracias, Rodolfo. Y ahora...
Thank you, Rodolfo. And now to conclude, we have Neiro Nairotti, who has a doctorate in social science from Flaxo with a master's degree from the University of Texas, Austin, with a diploma in public policy and decision making of Flaxo, Argentina. Neiro has a broad experience in academic and public policy topics, and he would talk about the deterioration of social and human rights as a result of the fiscal policy of the current administration of Javier Milei. Neiro, you have the floor. 10 minutes, please. Can you please turn on your mic? We cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes, loud and clear. Good afternoon. Thank you, Sergio. Thanks to the organizers, particularly Fundación CES, in the person of Eva Sacco. It is a pleasure for me to be here sharing this panel with the other colleagues. I would try to be brief because I think it's about time for you to take some rest. But nevertheless, I will use the fact that some of what I wanted to say has already been said by Rodolfo. I was asked to talk about the human rights movement, but later I tried to work on a summary of this meeting of organizations of popular forces, the human rights movement, the traditional union movement, cooperativism, and the new social movements for the defense of rights, particularly the popular economy, the unemployed movements, but also the gender movements, the cultural movements, the movements for the defense of the indigenous peoples. And if I may, I will put forward this argument. The fiscal policy of the current administration is not here to clean the economy for greater prosperity, but for a system of overturning rights towards the richer and destruction of democracy. Let's do a brief summary of the source of the origin of human rights movement. It was born out of the fear of dictatorship in the 70s. At present, there are over 10 national human rights organizations, countless provincial, local, and neighborhood human rights organizations. So you can see this is a movement that has a great power of gathering in the country, being able, and it has been able to gather hundreds of millions of thousands of people in demonstrations, the most symbolic one being that held on March 24th, the Memory Day, that is when the dictatorship started. In addition to these actions by the civil society movement, we could call it that way, there have been symbolic milestones of human rights policy in Argentina that have made of it a world example. In 1984, with the creation of the National Commission on People Disappearance, the prosecution of the dictatorship members, the current litigation, the memory space for the promotion and defense of human rights in the old facilities of the Navy Academy, which was a clandestine detention center that is nowadays mankind's heritage site. All this is related to the, or combined with the old union struggles that shaped the union movement in the past century and the movements of this century. Multiple rights, in addition to the right to life, the right to freedom of expression, free conscience, the right of movement, added to the right to work, to protection of childhood, to health, the third age, Aboriginal peoples and gender diversity. All these rights erupted in this century into a synergic gathering for the defense of rights with social actors who are strongly mobilized. When Javier Milei takes office, he intends to conduct and implement a series of policies where these movements are his adversaries. And considering the way he handles his policies, we could even consider them enemies. Milei's projects intends to destroy the state from inside, and this has been said by the president, and bring the capitals and make the strategic resources of the country available to them. This neoliberalism and the anarchic capitalist form, which started with Macri, intends to put a stop to the advancement of rights because of its simplicity, of asphyxiation of population and oppression. The main line of the discourse is fiscal balance and the eradication of inflation, conditions that are presumed to exist before investment and prosperity. Balance is based, among others, on the following: 90% adjustment of items allocated to public works, complete paralyzation of non-automatic transfers to provinces, destruction of pensions. In the month of March, pensions had lost up to 43.7% of its purchasing power in 1 year. Suppression or dilution of social spending, eradication or cannibalization of strategic areas of infrastructure, transport, housing, health, education, social development. So in addition to the critical deterioration of population, we can envisage another damage, which is the indirect income. Huge reduction of subsidies to public transportation. Funds were reduced for community soup kitchens. There have been some cases taken to court, and Minister Petrovelo has been asked to guarantee continuity in the provision of food after a case taken to court by a civil society organization. With respect to social productive programs, in the past, they were essential instruments to respond to the needs of the population who were outside the labor market. We should note here that with this, the social fabric created with state agents and public officials, program responsible leaders, community leaders, and all these spaces is what we can still see with the withdrawal of the state with regard to the inflation. It increased in the months after Milei took office. In December, inflation was 25.5. In January, 20.6, and then it declined. But in June, it went up again, 4.6%, with an inter-annual cumulative inflation of 271.5%. We should also mention unemployment. When Milei took office, it was 5.4. It went up later to 7.7, almost 500,000 additional unemployed. Sorry, 2 minutes before the end. Poverty increased by 44, went from 44.7 to 54% in the first quarter. And this, for children and adolescents, represents 65.5. Extreme poverty went from 9.6 to 16.5. To conclude, let me make or share a reflection on the simultaneous and synergic implementation of policies as a necessary relationship among them. There is a direct correlation between the fiscal policy measures and the suppression of rights, repression, dismantling of human rights policy, neglect of principles and colonization of subjectiveness. Let me speak about this for a minute. First of all, the social disciplinary measures through fiscal policies aims at disarming the people in their mobilization and organization capabilities, creating critical conditions of life. This is not a failure of the model. It is a planned chaos. The people, because of the precarious economy with people concerned about everyday urgencies and disoriented, losing their rights so fast, all these aims at weakening the popular will and go for social discipline. Without popular will, there is no democracy. Then the dismantling of the human rights policy, the elimination of government structures, the dismissal of public employees, disqualifying elements, denouncing negotiations or schemes without proof, going against the past military dictatorship without evidence. Then the security policy. A new protocol has been put into place that prohibits protest in the streets. And proof of this has been seen with repression and imprisoning of individuals. Institutional policy, another means to destroy democracy, ignoring the republican mechanisms and ignoring the power of the Congress. They have been named rats or depraved, and blackmail came to its utmost expression when some positions were sold, some little works, some embassy positions for the for the enactment of the new law. And on the other hand, there was some bargaining, some gifts also with some provisional leaders. Fifth, the communication policy, and this is the last one. For such a feat to be successful, it is necessary to invade through the media the subjective sphere. And this is not new in hegemonic media. But what is new here is that the new information technologies are being used. And the discourse now try to overturn common sense. For example, consider social justice as abhorrent, understanding that the situation of each individual is only due to his or her own merits, the state as a criminal organization, worse than drug trafficking by the president's words, human rights as a criminal scheme. And finally, an army, a technological guerrilla group of trolls and messages on X, Insta, etc., is set up based on abundant fake information provided by mass data, AI, resulting in a mere persecution of those who produce any opposing views or lawmakers who decided they were not going to vote positively. So my message is that there is a relationship of a need between fiscal policy and all the other policies that I have referred to. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Neiro, por presentarnos.
Thank you, Nerio, for presenting the current landscape, but also reminded us that rights need to be reaffirmed every day, and it is through popular fights and struggles that we can put a stop to the most aggressive attacks on rights. Well, we really don't have time left for a Q&A because the cocktail party is waiting for us. The good news is that we can keep on talking with a glass of wine in our hands. I'm sure that tomorrow we will be able to reach some conclusions and see what we can do together in the future and come up with a more strategic agenda for the future. Let me thank the panelists, especially those who have joined us remotely, and those of you here in the room. Please know that we can go to the 7th floor for a cocktail party. Thank you. We adjourn the session for today.